Hello, good morning and welcome to Trent Bridge Live. Yes, the boys are back on home soil as the County Championship campaign continues. Game week 4 for Nottinghamshire and the visitors this week are Worcestershire. Now, as always on day one, I'm delighted to say I'm joined by the captain, Stephen Mullaney. Do you want to inform the ladies and gentlemen how the toss went out there just about 10 minutes ago?
Yeah, we won the toss and we're going to have a ball first.
We were just kind of having a little bit of a conversation about that. It feels like, dare I say, a bowling morning, obviously overcast conditions, but as you just mentioned to me, got to put the ball in the right areas, haven't we?
Yeah, you have, and it'll always be a decent wicket here, so hopefully we can exploit these conditions. But as you just said quite rightly, if you miss, then at Trent Bridge normally you go for runs, so we're going to have to be patient. We know it's not going to happen. Hopefully it happens as quick as it did at Durham, but law of averages say it won't. So we're going to have to be patient. We're going to have to put the ball in the areas a lot of times against a decent side who are coming off a good win.
Two teams coming off two good wins. Yeah. Obviously you mentioned Worcester there, we'll kind of talk about them in a second, but you mentioned the game against Durham, a fantastic kind of bounce back, dare I say, result following on from the Glamorgan defeat here. What was it that you were so impressed with the 11, the squad that went up to Durham and how you performed?
Well, I think firstly, in the first innings, I think 3 games in a row we've probably not started as well as we wanted to with the ball. So that's something we want to put right this fixture. But to bounce back and bowl them out for 230 on a very good wicket, there wasn't much pace in it apart from when James bowled. And then to post a massive score and Ben to get a massive double 100 and Lyndon obviously to get his first class 100 was magnificent. And then I think the partnership with James and Ben at the end really swayed the momentum. We were lucky enough to declare. And then it was one of them freak days where everything goes your way. And but I even think in that second innings when we bowled them out in 33.5 overs, the run rate was too high to what we're looking for. So always things to improve on. Definitely.
And you mentioned Worcester coming off a good victory there as well. What kind of challenges will they offer up over the next 4 days?
Well, they're a tight group who have been together for a long time. I know a couple of their players really well. So they're a good team. And as you just said, they're coming off back of a really good win. They've got some players informed. Oliveira's off back-to-back hundreds. Pollock's got 100. Jake Libby's obviously a good player and he's coming back to Trent Bridge. So, we're going to have to play well to compete and win the game.
OK, well, we wish you well, obviously, and fingers crossed when I next talk to you, it'll be a good conversation then as well.
Cheers, Aaron.
Go well, mate. Cheers. All right, thank you very much. OK, well, actually, as Stephen Mullaney just said, coming off a good win in Durham, and we caught up with a couple of the lads at training earlier on in the week. So let's have a look at what Kirsty had to say to some of the lads yesterday at training.
Ben, 225 at Durham, carried you back. When those moments happen, do you kind of realise there and then in the moment how important they are to your kind of career timeline, or does it just go with the flow of the game?
I don't know really. I think it's probably one of them where you probably won't really realise the achievement until you're probably done playing probably. Because obviously we're straight back into it now. Yeah, it's probably not one of them that you'll realise until you probably look back at the end of your career. But yeah, it was nice to score the runs and contribute to a victory up in Durham.
So we're in training today, day before the game. Does training take on a certain particular pattern for you throughout the week as you lead up to a game? Is there anything special you do today?
Yeah, obviously we come in, we had Monday off, optional Tuesday, and then in today to prepare. Most people come in Tuesday, like to face the bowlers, basically face flicks today, a few throwdowns just to make sure I feel all right, because sometimes facing the bowlers in the nets can be a bit tricky on those surfaces, so don't tend to like to do that the day before a game. Want to try and go in as confident as I can really into tomorrow.
OK, so we're going to be talking to Liam Patterson-White today as well, obviously leading wicket taker in the County Championship. As a teammate, what's your favourite thing to watch about Liam at the moment?
No, just the way he's going about his bowling, I think. He's keeping it simple, which is what we want him to do, is bowl at the stumps, especially sort of first innings, try and hold an end. So the big guys can rest and then come back again. And I think obviously we've seen that he's done that very well in the first 3 games with his 2 fifers. Leading wicket taker in April as a spinner is unheard of really. So I think obviously he's done very well and we just want him to keep it going.
LJ, congratulations on your maiden first class 100 up in Durham. Is there such a thing as feeling like it's on its way?
I don't know really. I think obviously I was disappointed not to get there last year. Came close a couple of times. It's a bit of a monkey off the back, I think, because I had a few of my close mates and stuff from school saying, "When are you going to get there? When are you going to get there?"
Now they can't say that.
Yeah, exactly. But no, as I say, I was just frustrated last year to come so close and not get one. So yeah, very special to get my first one.
So we've joined you at training today, day before the game. We've seen you in netting, we've seen you slip catching. Do you come out on training days before a game to do something specific, or is it a case of you just want to hone everything down as tight as you can the day before?
Yes, the day before for me, I don't tend to bowl the day before. I bowl on the Tuesday, and then just give myself a bit of a rest, ready for the game. But batting wise, just try and make sure my rhythm feels good, ready to as if I would be playing.
Yeah.
And then slip catch and just catch as many balls as I can. I've worked pretty hard on that, especially over the winter, to try and get myself in a good place. So just keep trying to top that up, really.
Okay, so we've also spoken to Ben Slater today. He obviously had an epic game up at Durham as well. What are you enjoying as one of Ben's teammates, watching Ben do this season already?
I think, if you spoke to him about, he was pretty unlucky in pre-season, to be honest.
Yeah.
Obviously got a few pretty, unlucky dismissals, and it's easy, especially as an opener in England, to be worrying going into April when the ball's moving everywhere. But, after the first couple of games, I think he was disappointed not to have got a score. But if you spoke to most of the lads, everyone knew it was kind of around the corner. Even my mum said it was around the corner. She texted me, so I've got a great feeling about Ben today. But, it's nice to obviously be out there for the majority of his innings. The way he played and to bat for that long is obviously an incredible achievement. So to get a career best over 200 is, it's a real good knock.
Liam, straight out the nets at training. I've asked all the other guys, what do you do in the day before a game in terms of training? What are you specifically looking to get out of that net?
A couple of work-ons really. I think it's the same for everyone. You get what you need to get in and then kind of get out. It's a very individual day, but again in more of a team environment. But yeah, for me it's about prepping up and trying to do a job today to make sure that I'm getting ready for tomorrow.
So talking about doing a job, we talked to you today as the leading wicket taker in the county championship. Little smirk on your face there, well deserved. 18 wickets so far?
Yeah.
So how does that feel? It's April, you're a spinner. It's kind of relatively unheard of.
Yeah, I'm not trying to think about it really. I've always said in previous interviews I try and hold up an end, and if I get wickets, I get wickets. If I don't, I don't. That's kind of what spinners try and do early season. I'm just trying to hold the stumps. That's the only thing that I'm trying to do. And I've got quite a few wickets along the way. The majority of my wickets were LBW. So. Okay,
cool. So we've also spoken to Lyndon today. So as a teammate, what's your favourite thing about watching Lyndon this season?
Since I've known him, just the way he's kind of progressed and moved on very quickly. We all know he's a great player and he's going to be an even better player in a few years. But I mean, last week would top it off for me really. Watching one of my mates who I've known for pretty much my whole life get 100 is really special. And there was a few words in the change rooms after, and I did mention obviously that it was very special for me, but it must have been really special for him as well.
Nice to catch up with Lyndon, Liam and obviously Ben there at training with Kirsty. Now let's have a look at the Nottinghamshire selected 11 for this fixture. So when the time comes, it will be Ben Slater and Hasib Hamid to open the batting for Notts. Slater coming off that fantastic 2-2-5 not out against Durham. Ben Duckett, Joe Clark and Lyndon James, the next three in to bat there. Lyndon James, his first class 100 against Durham, a fantastic achievement. But Ben Duckett, he's been in form as well here at Trent Bridge. What will we have in store for him later on? Captain Steve Mullaney joined me earlier on to have a chat. Tom Moores once again with the gloves, and then obviously Dane Patterson wide. Fantastic with the ball, leading wicket taker in the county championship. He might have a bowl this morning with these conditions, we'll have to wait and see. Stuart Broad comes into the team for the first time this year. Fantastic to see him back at Trent Bridge. Luke Fletcher and Dane Patterson as well. Two people that took over 100 wickets between them last year in the county championship, and they'll be looking to get some wickets this morning. So that is your Nottinghamshire selected 11 for this fixture against Worcestershire. Okay, well, we're just waiting for the umpires who are actually just crossed the rope, so that means that I now need to pass you over to the commentary team. Frank Watson, a certain Samit Patel as well, and of course, the one and only Dave Bracegirdle.
Morning to you, I'm Dave Bracegirdle from BBC Radio Nottingham. We've got the metaphorical cast of thousands for this one. Former England all-rounder Samit Patel with us. Kevin Howells, who listeners to 5 Live Sports Extra will already have heard from, will pop in from time to time. And beside me, my good chum from BBC Hereford and Worcester, Frank Watson, will be with you in just a second to give you the Worcestershire team news. Before that, I can tell you from the toss, Nottinghamshire won it and they've elected to field, so Worcestershire will bat first. The Nottinghamshire side makes one change from the team that defeated Durham in 3 days over the last weekend. Stuart Broad, the much anticipated return to county colours, to cricket indeed. Stuart Broad this game, he comes in. James Patterson is the one to make way. I'm told it's nothing more than just a little bit of rotation. They've got all these seamers ready. James Patterson came from Australia off the back of a bit of a niggle over there. Didn't play any warm-up games here, but straight into 2 county championship matches. He's had a good old bowl. So Patterson rested for this one, Broad in. So not to Slater, Hamid, Duckett, Clark, James, Mulaney, Moores, Patterson, White, Broad, Fletcher and Dane Patterson. And to talk you through Worcestershire, as I've already mentioned, and we'll talk about his new book out as well as the day goes on. Very warm welcome. Good to see you back. Frank Watson.
Thanks, Dave. Good morning, everybody. Yes, Worcestershire also making one change from the team that beat Sussex by an innings last week, but it's not a change that they would have been pleased to make. Joe Leach, former captain and spearhead of the bowling attack, really missing out through illness, and he's replaced by Adam Finch. So one change. Worcestershire's team: Pollock, Libby, Azhar Ali, Haynes, D'Oliveira, Barnard, Cox, Baker, Morris and Pennington and Finch. And it's Ed Pollock about to take strike against the first ball of the game from Luke Fletcher.
Quite extraordinary. The last time these sides played here almost exactly a year ago, and it was the same Nottinghamshire starting 11, and Luke Fletcher had a match to remember. He comes in and bowls the first ball of the match to the former Warwickshire Bear player Ed Pollock, who eases it into the offside. Stephen Mulaney fields, and we're up and running in the 4th round of matches. Nottinghamshire 2 wins and a defeat, Worcestershire a draw and a victory. They've only played 2 games. So Luke Fletcher in this game last year, career best figures of 7 for 37 as Notts won by an innings. It was quite a remarkable performance from Fletcher after the second day had been washed out through rain. Fletcher really set about his work. He's in again from this Radcliffe Road end, and Ed Pollock leaves it alone. It goes through to Tom Moores. So Notts are set up with 3 slips, a point and an extra cover, and they've got 4 fielders on the leg side, a long leg, a deep square. Seba Mead is about 15-20 yards in from the rope away to our left, and then a mid-wicket Liam Patterson wide and Stuart Broad at mid-on. Here's Fletcher again, bowling the first over of this match to Pollock, who solidly gets behind it and nudges it out as far as mid-wicket, and the Nottinghamshire ball polisher Liam Patterson White, and we await the first run. It's a cloudy old morning, that has to be said. Decent numbers in and plenty you can see around the ground, obviously just making their way in. Halfway through this opening over. Here comes Luke Fletcher, the country's leading wicket taker last year, bowls to Ed Pollock, and again a delivery just there or thereabouts on middle stump and angling into the left-handed Pollock, and it's worked to mid-wicket to Liam Patterson White, and still no run. Full round of matches up and down the country. We'll periodically bring you news of what's happening here, there and everywhere. Some quite remarkable finishes in the cricket we've already seen in the Championship as Fletcher bowls. Pollock happy to defend. This one's steered into the offside. Stephen Mulaney doing the fielding. The last round of matches, all 4 of the Division 2 games, the victors actually won by an innings, which is quite remarkable. Pollock defending the 5th ball of the over. Batsman at the non-striker's end, former Nottinghamshire player Jake Libby. Made 43 first-class appearances before moving to New Road for the start of the 2020 campaign. Fletcher bowls, and he's had a little nibble at that one. And Fletcher begins with a maiden. Just shaped away, that one, through to the keeper. Greenish tinge on the wicket, as we often see here at Trent Bridge, but tends to play pretty true. End of the over. Our umpires for this one, Neil Bainton and Peter Hartley. Our scorers are Roger Marshall and Sue Drinkwater. The match referee, Peter Such. And we always say hello as well to Ian Smith, who works the big screens here at Trent Bridge and does such a fabulous job. It's going to be Stuart Broad. We're doing an update for Radio Nottingham listeners in the East Midlands in just a second. A ripple of applause around the ground as Stuart Broad's name is announced, and a picture of the England international up on the screen. Prefers to bowl from the pavilion end here, Broad. As always, looks fit and well. He's got that white wristband on his left forearm. In fact, it's more than a wristband. It's almost a bandage. It's quite a sizable one. Just tinkering with the field a little bit. We've got 4 slips in for Broad. We've had some battles with Jake Libby in the past. Here's that update for Radio Nottingham. Broad bowls and Libby is away. And welcome to Trent Bridge as we get the first runs of the morning, and it's the former Nottinghamshire man Jake Libby who's just worked away Stuart Broad's first delivery of the season. Yes, that's the big team news for Nottinghamshire. Stuart Broad plays his first game for Nottinghamshire this summer. He comes into the side for James Pattinson. Stephen Mullaney, the Notts captain, has won the toss and stuck Worcestershire in. Notts won this match by an innings last year, and fresh from that big victory at Durham over the weekend, they'll be looking to press on. Worcestershire batting, Worcestershire 2 without loss in the second over. So Libby just guiding that one with soft hands in the gap just to the right of Asiba Mead, who's the 4th in that catching cordon. There's Broad again. It's umpire Bainton at the pavilion end, and he watches as Jake Libby pulls this away. It was in the air for a moment. Cries of catch. Didn't reach Luke Fletcher at mid-on. That just shows you there's a lot of teapots out there. Stuart Broad stood with hands on both hips, so too Luke Fletcher. A lot of people shouting catch. It didn't reach him, and Jake Libby, who tried to take the positive approach there, tried to pull Broad away. That short pitch delivery, it looped up in the air and could have gone back to the bowler or indeed carried to mid-on, but didn't either. BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Hereford and Worcester, and BBC 5 Sports Extra. A very, very warm welcome to cloudy, chilly Trent Bridge for the start of this county championship match. Broad in again to Libby, and again a short ball pulled away, and that might go for 4. In fact, Libby's given up on it, and there could have been a really nasty moment there in terms of how many runs they got from it, because Libby didn't run, but at the other end, Ed Pollock, he'd already haired down, and there could have been a right old kerfuffle if it didn't run over the ropes. Dane Patterson was after it, but a boundary does come along. 6 without loss. Frank's been away to update listeners to BBC Hereford and Worcester, and he's back alongside me. We'll bring him in just a second. But an eventful over and a positive approach from Jake Libby. A few arms being waved here, there and everywhere. 1 or 2 suggestions of field placings, but they've left it as it is. There's a short leg in there, this one down the leg side, and it goes through to Moores. 6 without loss. Welcome back, Frank. Positive approach from Libby.
Yeah, it struck me that if you remember last year, they targeted Jake Libby with the short ball here, didn't they? And I remember thinking that's obviously something that they'd observed when he was playing here at Notts, that they felt he was a little bit uncomfortable. Stuart Broad went round the wicket and really bowled at his body for quite a long time, and I think they fancy getting Libby with the short ball.
See if he Bangs this one in as Broad in from the pavilion end. Bowls, this one's pitched up to him, and Libby solidly behind it, works it up to Fletcher at mid-on.
He had at one stage last year, remember, he came round the wicket, he had a short leg, had a leg gully and a man on that short fine leg position where we've got one now, and also a man just by the umpire in front of square, and Libby actually survived lots of short ones and then clipped one off his toe straight to the fielder at square leg.
Well, this was in the second innings, wasn't it? He went very cheaply in the first innings, and he got to 60 in the second innings, and it is that man that you're pointing at. I know it's not great radio, but Dane Patterson, who was by the square leg umpire, who took a stunning catch. Went for 60. Broad is in, bowls to Libby, worked to again past the short leg fielder Ben Slater, and they'll come back for 2. So Jake Libby, I think he'll feel that's 15 love in his favour, that over. Stuart Broad's first over of the summer goes for 8 runs, a boundary and a brace of 2s. And Worcestershire have been put into bat by Stephen Mullaney, 8 without loss here after 2 overs. Frank, Worcestershire have missed a game already. You know, it's one of these little bizarre quirks of the fixture calendar. Some bye weeks thrown in early, but you've only played 2 matches, a draw and a win. Yeah, draw at Leicester, which was very, very close to being a win. They were 9 down in the second innings, and Worcestershire had a good long bowl at the last pair, but were unable to break them. Otherwise, that would have been a really great start for Brett D'Oliveira in his captaincy. And then a comfortable win by an innings last week at New Road against Sussex. Here's Luke Fletcher coming in to bowl the first ball of the 3rd over of the day. Bowls to Ed Pollock, the left-hander, who pushes out to mid-wicket, and there is no run. So a good start for D'Oliveira, who also has made a lot of runs so far. He's not been out yet, close on 300 runs, so he's due. Pride comes before a fall, they say. I hope I haven't talked him up too much, but he's had a great start to his Worcestershire captaincy, and they come into this game in good spirits, although obviously disappointed not to have Joe Leach in their side. He has been the spearhead of the attack. Here's Fletcher again. He's in. He bowls to Pollock, who is watchfully forward, pushes up to mid-off. Pollock, who doesn't tend to play many defensive shots, I think it's fair to say. He made 77 in the one and only innings that he played against Sussex last week, and that was off 74 balls with 14 fours and a 6, and really set the tempo in the very first session of the game. Well, this was the thing with him, wasn't it? At Edgbaston, they just pigeonholed him or just saw him as a white ball hitter, so he didn't get many opportunities in red ball, but Worcestershire have taken the chance. Yeah, here's Fletcher in again in bowls, and Pollock is maybe pulling his bat away from that one, possibly beaten as it goes through outside the off stump. Yes, listeners to national radio who aren't Worcestershire based may not realise that Ed Pollock actually has Worcester roots. Really, he went to school in Worcester at the Royal Grammar School for the first 5 years of his secondary education before going off to Shrewsbury, and he came through the Worcestershire ranks really before going off to Warwickshire. So it's a bit of a return home for him, and it was great to see him do so well last week. There's Fletcher in, bowls, and he drives nicely. That's a good shot from Pollock. He's off the mark, firmly through mid-off. They'll take 2. They won't come back for a 3rd, as it's fielded by Stephen Mullaney. I'm just looking at an ECB press release just announced. I'm just looking for those words at the top. Embargo till 11:30 or 12 or 2 o'clock or whatever. I can't see any words. It was 11, I think. Is it 11 o'clock? Right. Yeah. Durham's Ben Stokes has been appointed captain of the England men's test team by the England and Wales Cricket Board. He succeeds Joe Root in becoming the 81st full-time captain of the England men's team. So lots more on that. I'm sure you'll hear all about it through the day. Fletcher again into Pollock, who is forward, pushing back up the pitch, having taken 2 off that previous delivery. So Pollock is off the mark. He's on 2. Libby is on 8. And Worcestershire put into bat by Stephen Mullaney when he won the toss on a grey, cold morning here at Trent Bridge are 10 without loss. I shouldn't think that Mullaney had too many doubts about making the decision to bowl this morning. It's definitely got the feel of a bowling morning about it. Decent crowd, sparsely populated in some senses, but it's such a big ground. There's quite a few people in. Fletcher is in, bowls down the leg side to Pollock, and that's gone down to the boundary for 4, down to pavilion at the far end. Nice little tickle off the pads by Pollock. Wayward in line from Luke Fletcher, unusually so. And Pollock's first boundary, he goes to 6. Libby has 8, and it's 14 without loss. Just while you're touching on Pollock, what was the process? Do you know? Were they already in talks, and there was every possibility that Ed Pollock might have come this year anyway, or was it once Daryl Mitchell had announced that he was stepping away from the first class game that then realised they needed to supplement the top order?
I think he would have come anyway because they were feeling that there was a slight lack of power at the top of the order in white ball cricket, with Ricky Vessels having gone from the side as well. So I think he would have come anyway. He was only offered white ball terms, I think, at Warwickshire. Not absolutely certain about that, but as soon as he felt that the Worcestershire hierarchy said, we believe you're worth a go at red ball, then I think he was very keen to make the move.
Here's Broad then, beginning his second over, again bowling to Jake Libby, who just stays in the crease, pushes it into the offside, no run. So glad to have you with us. As I'm sure many of you by now familiar, there are various ways to get in touch or to listen to us, or indeed to watch. So via the BBC Sport website and app, there is the normal audio commentary of this game, and up until about 3 o'clock each day there will be coverage on BBC 5 Sports Extra. So we're glad to have you, those of you driving up and down the country, or even out of the country, as Libby, a little push and run to Fletcher at mid-on, and he scoops and tries to execute the run out. In truth, I think that was a case of Libby knowing his fielders, a push and run to Fletcher at mid-on, and Luke's only opportunity was to dive to the ground, try and scoop the ball with pace and accuracy towards the stumps, and sadly those things didn't quite happen, and Jake Libby takes the single, so he moves on to 9. Pollock has 6, 15 without loss. In case you're looking for pictures, a live stream, if you just follow the links through the Nottinghamshire County Cricket Club website, you'll be able to follow the pictures with the BBC commentary, or you can even mute us if you want, and I'm sure the Worcestershire County Cricket Club will also put a link on for principally for Worcestershire supporters. So for the first time, Broad is going to be bowling to Pollock. Still 4 slips: Clark, Duckett, James and Hamid, and then they'll rotate again because Pollock was presented with a gap in the cover region there, and he just eases it away for a run. So they'll swap back over for the right-handed Libby. 16 without loss. It's funny, Frank, that a year ago, when Worcestershire supporters, bear with me, I know you won't want reminding of the game a year ago, almost exactly 12 months ago. Very strange that it's the exact same starting 11 for Nottinghamshire.
Absolutely.
Quite extraordinary.
Quite extraordinary, yeah.
You know, you very often don't get the same 2 starting 11s in a season for some sides. As Broad is in. Bowls nicked. That'll be 4 runs. It was a genuine nick. I think he was looking to push in the V, and it flew quickly off the outside edge all the way along the ground safely. But wide of that slip cordon and down to the unprotected third man area. And Jake Libby has his second boundary, and he's on 13. And Worcestershire have made a fast start here. We're in the 4th over and put into bat their 20 without loss.
Yeah, you're entitled to a little bit of luck, I suppose, as an opener, and Libby got a bit there, but it was nicked, but he played it with soft hands and he kept it down. And 4 runs to third man. 20 without loss. A fast start, as you say, Dave, and yet a slightly nervous one as well, I think.
Yeah,
a little bit of odd running between the wickets, and
I'm sure there's plenty of adrenaline beneath that helmet of Jake Libby, 29 years of age now, as he pushes this into the offside. Remember him as a very young man, came here, got a century on his first class, or on his Nottinghamshire first class debut. I think he'd played a couple of first class games for Cardiff University, wasn't it? But he came here and they popped him in and got a century against Sussex, and got his name on that list of debutants scoring a century for Nottinghamshire. They're playing in all 9 matches in the LV County Championship this morning. 5 in Division 1, 4 in Division 2 as Broad bowls, and again Libby just plays it to the right of Fletcher this time, and again takes the single. It's almost push and run, wasn't it? And Stuart Broad has gone through 2 overs, none for 15. Not hugely flattering figures, but you can see they're working to a bit of a plan with Libby, and I guess only time will tell whether it's a It's one that pays off without loss. Just quickly, Frank, bear with me. I'll say that Surrey are batting at Bristol against Gloucestershire. Northants have lost a wicket. They're 10-1 at Chelmsford against Essex. Hampshire batting at home to Lancashire. Somerset batting at home to Warwickshire. And Kent are batting at Headingley against Yorkshire. That's in Division 1. In Division 2, Derbyshire have become the run machines. Are at home and batting against Glamorgan. Leicestershire 12 without loss at Lords against Middlesex, and Durham 14 without loss down at Hove against Sussex, two sides that haven't got off to a great start. Here's Luke Fletcher and here's Frank Watson.
Fletcher in, moving away from us, past umpire Peter Hartley, bowls a full ball to Libby, who pushes up the pitch straight past the stumps at the non-striker's end, and Broad comes across from mid-on to do the fielding, but Libby, who's keen this morning, it looks to me, to get up and down between the wickets to rotate the strike, takes another single, which takes him on to 15 and the total to 22 without loss, and brings Ed Pollock, the left-hander, onto strike.
You know your schools, don't you? Simon Trafford, who's the club photographer out on the ground, says, morning, gents. I'll tell you in a second, because Fletcher's already going to bowl.
Yeah, round the wicket to the left-hander. Other field changes, that one of the slips has gone out to deep square leg. Pollock likes to pick the ball up on the leg side. Blocks this one, though. No run, 22 without loss.
I think this is away in the Smith Cooper stand, away to our right. He says, good morning. Could we say hello to the boys and girls that have come along from Durlston Court Preparatory School, an Independence Day school for boys and girls aged 2 to 13, and they brought a party along to watch the cricket today, so great to have them along.
I hope they're wrapped up warm. Fletcher in again from the Radcliffe Road and bowls to Pollock, who pushes this one up to mid-off where Laney is the fielder. Pollock likes to get on with it. He doesn't play, as I say, he doesn't play that many defensive shots. Obviously he's working on his game and he's looking to rein in his natural instincts to some extent, but the fact that he's only scored 7 off 15 balls and 4 of those were off that one that Luke Fletcher misdirected shows you how accurately Fletcher's bowled, actually, because if he's given room, Pollock will certainly throw the hands at it. Here's Fletcher into Pollock again. This one's straight and just tucks him up a little bit and takes him on the pad, drops down in the crease. I think it was going down the leg side. There was a sort of strangled appeal, and Pollock just asks whether the fielders are happy for him to pick it up, and he does, and gives it to Ben Slater, who's coming in from Gully.
Yes, this match last year, as we say, it was the career best performance from Luke Fletcher in the first innings. 16 overs, 6 maidens, 7 for 37, and he got 3 in the second innings as well, 10 for the match.
In he comes round the wicket, bowl short, and I said Pollock will throw his hands given room, and he is given room. That's the first really bad delivery that Fletcher's bowled, short and wide, and Pollock just goes back and hammers it away, square cut on the offside to a shortish boundary down to that Smith Cooper stand, and that's 4 runs for Pollock, and he goes into double figures. 11 to him, 26 without loss. Team news for Worcestershire, if you're just joining us, is that Joe Leach misses out through illness. Fletcher in again, bowls to Pollock, who drives at this one loosely and misses it. It's kind of case where the little bit of adrenaline from the ball before was still there, and he thought it was full and he went for it, and it wasn't quite there, and he was lucky not to get a nick to that as it went through to Tom Moores. And just to finish that team news, so Joe Leach missing out through illness, a big miss for Worcestershire, it must be said, because he's been bowling really well this season, and he is really the sort of spearhead of the attack, but a chance for Adam Finch, the 21-year-old seamer, coming in to replace him. 26 without loss then. Worcestershire put into bat, and what have we had? We've had 5 overs.
Another new name in this particular fixture, Frank, Azhar Ali. Not supporters will have seen him. He's played a couple of times for Somerset against Notts in the recent past. Pakistan test player, due in at 3. Obviously fairly early in his Worcestershire career. Be interesting to see how he goes as Broad tears in and bowls to Libby, who's nicked it through to Moores, and that was almost like morning catching practice. It just shaped away from him, and Jake Libby, he just fancied, he almost felt at it as he edged it through to Moores. And well, it's been a bright and breezy 15 from Jake Libby. I've not said that too many times in the past commentating on him. Usually his method is to grind it out, graft for all his runs, but in 22 minutes he's faced 13 balls, 2 fours, and he's gone for 15, edging Stuart Broad through to Tom Moores. And Broad is back, folks. He's got the first wicket of this one, and Worcestershire are 26 for 1 at the start of the 6th over.
Yeah, a regulation dismissal really for Stuart Broad in many ways. As you say, it was a really straightforward catch for Tom Moores, just sort of into his midriff. Possibly, looking at the replay, possibly Jake Libby will feel that he didn't have to play. It would have been one of those where it would have been a good leave, let's put it that way, but just felt for it a little bit, took the edge. And, well, you just said it, Dave. Here he comes, Azhar Ali, yet to really make much of a mark for Worcestershire. Run out in the first innings at Leicester when he slipped, quite unfortunately, and then perished going for quick runs in the second innings. And then last week against Sussex, he made 20, but never really got himself in. And it's a test here in English conditions against one of the world's best bowlers. He'll have to play well. He's got the pedigree, as we know, but he'll have to play well. Jake Libby, the man out, 26 for 1. And as you say, Dave, Broad is back. Normal service is resumed. He hasn't played for a while, but he didn't have to wait long for his first wicket.
So Azhar Ali is the new man. Just quickly, many thanks to Andy Easom. Always keeps me up to speed with not seconds. Morning all. Not seconds are 31 for 1. They've been set to score exactly 300 away at Taunton Dean against Somerset. So 269 more required. Sol Budinger was out in the last over of yesterday's play. So Notts 31 for 1 chasing 300. Here is Stuart Broad from the pavilion end to Azhar Ali, and it's a little late on that one. It's gone through Tom Moores, might have kept a touch low. Ben Duckett has grasped the ball once it burst through Tom Moore's gloves. I don't think he nicked it, but must have been pretty close. It was a late decision to leave from Azhar Ali, and it starts, I think, with a bye.
Yeah, I don't think he left it, actually. I think he came back through the gate looking at the replay. It's interesting when I've got the live stream going on here. Yeah, did it came back through past the inside edge, didn't it?
It did.
Yeah. It did. So it's obviously done a bit. When you look at that, when you look at the pictures on the screen, see how green it looks. It really does look green, doesn't it? I know it's exaggerated.
It's brought in to Pollock, who's had a real waft at that, and that is not traditionally the sort of shot you would get from an opening batsman in the county championship on a Thursday morning. And Broad again standing with the teapot, not quite sure. And Ed Pollock's gone down. He's doing a bit of gardening. I don't know if they're close enough for there to be a bit of an exchange, but
I think there was.
There may well have been. It was a very, very loose waft, and if you get away with it and nick it over the slips or past the slips for 4, and you can then have a bit of a grin at the bowler. But if you have a loose waft like that, you're tempting fate. I think 27 for 1. Broad with his back up already. It doesn't generally take him long to get into a good rhythm, and he's just starting to find it. He went for a few runs the first couple of overs, but in fact, he's very deliberately holding things up here, and he's asked a Seabermead from 4th slip just to pop down to almost a
fly slip.
Yeah, I was going to say a fly slip or a very short third man. So Broad to Pollock. In he comes, and this one's worked away onto the leg side. There's no run. Samit Patel, the former Nottinghamshire, former England all-rounder, will be with us at in just a few moments' time when we have a bit of a changeover at the bottom of the hour. He will have an Ed Pollock story to tell you. I'd be very surprised if he doesn't. I'm probably prompting him now, but
I've got one to tell, but I told it last week, but I'll say it again because we're on national radio now. Good friend of mine, who's also a retired master in charge of cricket, had Ed Pollock at RGS Worcester, and he said, I just clearly remember the very first game he played.
Broad to bowl to him, and he's driven this into the offside for runs, and that will race over the net wickets and crosses the boundary now on the Fox Road side of the ground. So Pollock gets a boundary. Broad doesn't stand staring this time. He's quickly marching back. Pollock on 15, 31 for 1.
So Mike said Hereford Cathedral School under 12s away. He sat them all down. He said, "Now Ed, I know you like to get on with it, but see if you can just choose your shots carefully, and off you go." And they went out. First ball of the season, first ball of the game, swept it for 6, and just grinned down the pitch and said, "Sorry, sir." couldn't resist it. He hasn't changed much since, honestly.
No,
he has not changed.
He likes to go after the ball, see ball, hit ball. Broad won't be amused.
I think the worst thing he could do is change. He'll try and change, really. I think he's just got to try and carry on.
Again, round the wicket comes the big paceman. Bowles, nice looking shot. That's a nice clean connection, but is it straight to Mulaney at mid-off? And that's the end of the over. It was a successful one in that Broad got a wicket from the first ball of it, but just doesn't seem like it as the boundary came late on. So I'm surprised there isn't a good round of applause there for Stuart Broad. I think they've all forgotten that he got a wicket in that over. 31 for 1 Worcestershire here on BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Hereford and Worcester. 5 Live Sports Extra, Sport Online, all the various places you can find us. Glad to have you at a cloudy Trent Bridge. We will have Samit with us in 4 or 5 minutes time, and well, we'll leave it up to him if he wants to tell the story of the day he ran Ed Pollock out. I've seen Samit shying at the stumps, well, a million times over 10 or 15 years, nowhere near until he played the Bears.
Here's Luke Fletcher in and bowls to Azhar Ali, who just pushes that defensively back up the pitch. Slightly uncertain looking push. He's not, as I say, not yet played a significant innings for Worcestershire since he's been here, Azhar Ali, and just got to settle in. I mean, 2 or 3 weeks ago he was playing in the heat of the subcontinent in Test match conditions, and here he is on a grey, chilly Trent Bridge morning, facing a great exponent of his art in these conditions, Luke Fletcher, who's in, bowls, and Azhar is off the mark as he just tucks this one away on the leg side wide of Stuart Broad at mid-on and takes a comfortable single. So he goes to 132 for 1. The man out, Jake Libby, caught behind by Tom Moores off Stuart Broad in the last over after Notts won the toss and chose to bowl here at Trent Bridge. One change for Worcestershire, Joe Leach missing through illness, replaced by Adam Finch. Ed Pollock now the left-hander on strike. Waits with his bat raised as Luke Fletcher comes in round the wicket to him. 3 slips and a gully waiting. This one Pollock just punches back up the pitch to Fletcher. Stiffish breeze blowing across the ground, and as I say, it looks like a sparse crowd, but when you're in a ground the size of Trent Bridge, there's probably quite a few people here. If they were in at New Road, it would look a little bit healthier. I suspect.
This is the favoured end, Frank. If you look either side of us, there's a lot of people in this Radcliffe Road end, both
wrapped up against the
middle tier.
Chill. But they're watching cricket. That's the main thing. Here's Fletcher again, passed umpire Hartley, bowls to Pollock again. Good line and length, and Pollock pushing defensively forward out into the covers.
1 or 2 people getting in touch at Brace Cricket. We'll give you obviously all the various ways you can get in touch. Andrew Parker, I wish I was there and it was a bit warmer. Nigel says always just so exciting to see Stuart Broad running into bowl for Notts at Trent Bridge. And Jackie Whittaker looking forward to a fascinating day's cricket at Trent Bridge. Morning, Jackie.
Fletcher round the wicket, bowls to Pollock, who whips this one away on the leg side. That's one of his favourite shots. He's got very quick hands, Ed Pollock, and he's hit it. It's gone all the way for 6 over backward square, and that's a long boundary out there as well on the Fox Road side of the ground. But Fletcher drifting into his pads, and Ed Pollock with, as I say, really quick hands, just whipped it away on the leg side, and he's cleared a pretty long boundary out there, and that's the first 6 of the innings. 21 now to Pollock, 38 for 1, and just talking about getting in touch, Dave, my Twitter is at FrankWatson58, so if anybody wants to get in touch, at FrankWatson58. I'm going to have to let you finish this over and dash off and do an update for BBC Hereford and Worcester.
More from Frank in a wee while. We'll have a bit of a swap round in here. Kevin Howells will be with us at midday as well. 38 for 1 as Luke Fletcher round the wicket. I mean, just been hit for 6 in his first spell. Doesn't happen too often. And Ed Pollock, who's on 21, pushes it out into the offside. So the end of the 7th over, Worcestershire going along at a decent lick, it has to be said. 38 for 1 after 7 overs. Libby out for 15, Pollock 21, Azhar Ali for 1. BBC Radio Nottingham already in my ears, so we'll just attend to that in the next moment or two. Still going to be Stuart Broad, who's handed his cap and sweater to the umpire. And then he'll be bowling to Azhar Ali. Just got a single to his name. 4 slips. Backward point, extra cover. And then 3 fielders on the leg side. Don't know what's catching Azhar Ali's eye line. Maybe it's one of the Worcestershire players on the balcony or one of the stewards. No, there's a spectator stood up there. Sit down, sir, please. Thank you, says the steward. And we should be ready to go with Broad beginning his 4th over, figures of 1 for 19, bows to Azhar Ali. A little push and run. Pollock slightly on his heels, but comfortably gets there. Stephen Mullane is shy at the stumps, not that far away. I think Pollock would have got home anyway, but just slightly on his heels. And once more, the swap over for the left-handed Pollock. So Azhar Ali moves on to 2. Still waiting for that update for BBC Radio Nottingham. The cricket news this morning, and Ben Stokes announced as England's new captain to replace Joe Root. We'll wish him well. New Zealand series not too far away. Not so releasing Asiba Mead into the cover region now, so just 3 slips. If Pollock might look to take on the leg side again, a slightly shorter boundary there. Broad bowls, and Pollock's played a really ugly looking shot. He's going to get a couple of runs to mid-on past Luke Fletcher, but it really was a very ugly looking shot across the line, trying to get it to mid-wicket, and he's just clothed it through mid-on. Still waiting to speak to BBC Radio Nottingham. 41 for 1. Pollock on 23. Here at Trent Bridge, still very, very cloudy. Visibility decent, can see all the way across to the power station towards East Midlands Airport. Driven away through the offside this time by Pollock, as Broad offers a little bit of width outside the off stump, and that's gone away for 4. 45 for 1. And Ed Pollock on to 27. Going along at a runner ball, and certainly posing 1 or 2 questions here for the Nottinghamshire side. Jack Haynes due in next at 4, then Brett D'Oliveira, the captain. Ed Barnard and Ben Cox make up the top 7. Nottinghamshire have got their first wicket of this match, but Worcestershire absolutely bombing along. They're 45 for 1, been playing, as you say, since 11 o'clock, so a really good scoring rate. Ed Pollock, the opener, is there on 27. He's played 1 or 2 extravagant shots, including a big hit for 6 off Luke Fletcher. Azhar Ali, the Pakistan internationals, with him on 2. The man out, Jake Libby. It's Stuart Broad's first wicket of the new season, brought into the Notts side for the first time today, and he had Libby, his former teammate, caught behind on 15. Worcestershire put into bat 45 for 1. The last delivery past Pollock goes through to the keeper, so we'll have a bit of a switch round here. Frank will come in to replace me, and to my right we'll introduce Samit Patel for the first time after this Broad delivery. 5th ball of the over he's in, and just run away nicely with soft hands by Pollock, and that's going to go all the way over the outfield and down to the 3rd man fence for 4. He played it very deliberately with soft hands, but it raced away, and Worcestershire are 49 for 1. On ball left, we'll say a very good morning for the first time watching this run feast to Samit Patel.
Morning. Hope everybody's well. Yep. Ed Pollock is being a bit of a nuisance, let's just say that. He's playing shots that you're probably not accustomed to in 4-day cricket, but yeah, he's doing a good job at the minute for Worcester.
Yeah, it's the way he plays, that's all I can say. Having seen quite a lot of him in league cricket. Here's Broad in round the wicket, bowls, and Pollock is forward to this one, just pushing up to mid-off. And there's no run. End of the over, 49 for 1. I was saying earlier, Sam, it jokingly really, but kind of semi-seriously, I suppose, that the worst thing that Ed Pollock can do is try and change too much. He's been given a chance by Worcestershire to play some red ball cricket, but I think they're saying to him, come along, but maybe be a little bit more selective. But what we want is this energy that you can bring in an innings like this.
Absolutely. I think that he shouldn't change. I think that he's got his style, got his own style, and I think that he's trying to make his way into 4-day cricket. We all know he's a good T20 player and a 50-over player, but we all know that 4-day batting is a lot different. The ball moves a lot more, and your technique gets challenged more and more often.
Here's Luke Fletcher bowling to Azhar Ali, bowls, and Ali is taken on the pad, just slightly falling over that one, but outside the line of the off stump, no run.
Yeah, Ed can be, if he starts flying along, it can be a bit of a nuisance, like I've said.
Yeah.
Scores in unusual areas and hits the ball hard, and obviously the more he bats, the ball becomes softer and the shine goes off the ball, and that's probably not in the game plan of Notts at the minute, to be honest.
No, especially having got that early wicket as well.
No, as Fletcher comes in.
Moving away from us, number 19 on his back. Bowls to Azhar Ali, who is taken on the pad. The ball then goes through to Tom Moores, who dives to his right. Big appeal, suggesting that the Notts fielders thought there was a little inside nick on it as well. But umpire Peter Hartley says no.
No, Azhar is trying to be a bit proactive and not let Fletch settle into his spell. We all know what Fletch does. He comes in and try and runs it on a length, tries to get you caught in the crease and brings all dismissals into play. So I think that he's going to try and counter that. He's always a long way down the wicket now, is Azhar.
Yeah. And they've also, it's been a feature this morning throughout, I think, when Jake Libby was in as well, they clearly talked about rotating the strike and being busy between the wickets. Fletcher in again, bowls to Ali, drops this one down on the onside, and it's fielded at short leg by, is that Ben Slater in there?
Ben Slater in there,
yeah. I was watching Azhar Ali in the last game against Sussex, and I was trying to think who he reminded me of with his movements at the crease, and there was somebody there, and I kept thinking about it, and I watched a little bit of footage after the game, and it came to me because I played a fair bit of league cricket with Mushtaq Mohammed, the former Pakistan Test player who still lives in the Birmingham area, and that's who it is. Just very, very similar shapes he seems to take up at the crease. Fletcher bowls, and he's back to this one, pushing out on the offside, thinks about a single, but turns it down as Stephen Mullaney, the Notts skipper, moves to his left at mid-off. He ran himself out in the first innings at Leicester a couple of weeks ago. Went for one like that and then slipped and was just completely stranded. Horrible start to his Worcestershire career.
Well, what Azhar will do is what Azhar does, soaks up the pressure, use all of his international experience, played in England a lot. He's going to try and ride out this new ball and hopefully try and score some runs in the afternoon session.
One ball at a time. He waits now as Fletcher is in. Bowls.
That's
a really good delivery from Luke Fletcher. Probably the ball of the day, certainly from Fletcher. It's pitched about 6 inches outside off stump, climbed and moved a little bit further away. He had to play it as a real snorter. You're just glad to miss those, Sam, aren't you? Absolutely.
I think that Azhar was again trying to be proactive, not letting Fletch settle on a length. He's going forward and back on the crease. He's just trying to play around with Fletcher's length, hoping he errs on the fuller side or the shorter side so he can score. Yeah, but he's not giving any width either. He's been very straight this morning, Luke Fletcher, as he tends to be, and again he is straight, and that's exactly that shape that I was talking about with Mushtaq, where he just leans over it and pushes out on the onside. Really good over from Luke Fletcher. 49 for 1 at the end of it. Pollock on 31 off 31 deliveries. Azhar Ali on 2 off 10. And the one man out, Jake Libby, caught behind off Stuart Broad for 15. So a bowling change. Dane Patterson is going to replace Stuart Broad. I presume Broad will follow Fletch down this end. Yeah. Good change. Patterson, do you think he'd be interested in these conditions, won't he, as well? Well, he has, but he's been a pick of our seamers this season so far. I spoke to Morsey this morning, and he said that, he's excited to see Pato bowling this wicket. Tinge of grass, as always is at Trent Bridge on the first day. It would have been interesting, actually. I think if the sun was out, we'd have We may have even won the toss and batted, to be honest. You can do here. Teams do come here and bowl all the time, but if the sun's out, it can get pretty flat. And if you get through that new ball unscathed, then it's runs to be had.
Especially with Joe Leach missing from the Worcestershire attack. Here comes Dane Patterson anyway from the pavilion end, moving towards us. Right arm over ball.
Oh,
and
what a start!
What a start!
Great start!
First ball. Pollock pushes at it, edges it, and is very nicely caught by Lyndon James at second slip. Really good piece of bowling from Patterson. Just got it in exactly the right area. Had to play at it. Just nipped away, and a good lowish catch by Lyndon James. So great start for Dane Patterson.
Did say he was been our pick of the bowlers.
Yeah, you did. You got it. It's a really good start. Pollock played well, but his innings is over. He's gone for 31.
It's a lovely start from Dane Patterson. That really is. Dream start. Put the ball in the right area. Let the wicket do the work. Not a bad shot, to be honest. Had to play at it, and it's gone to third slip, straight into Lyndon's hands.
Yeah, but on a day like this, even a catch like that is a good catch, I think.
It is.
It's chilly and you know, there's no such thing as an easy catch in these cold conditions, but he took that well. Personally, I was pleased that when I got here and saw the team news that James Pattinson wasn't playing, because we've got Patterson, and if we'd have had Pattinson as well, I'd have been really struggling, but I've escaped that one.
I was up at Durham last week and I'd had all three, so yeah. And Keegan Peterson, yes. So there was slightly bit of confusion. This could be a tricky period now for Worcester, I reckon.
I think you're right. It's a tricky one, isn't it? Jack Haynes is the new batsman, young man.
Is he a nice player?
He's good player, Jack. Lots of promise. Made one very, very good 100 in the Royal London last year at Essex when he got 150. Made a couple of big scores, 97 against Derbyshire at New Road when he holed out, and a run out backing up at Edgbaston on 80 odd, which was really cruel. Player I know well because he comes from the club where I've coached for quite a long time. Gavin's son.
Is he son of? I was just about to say son of, yeah.
Yeah, son of Gavin, and facing Dane Patterson now. Be a testing period for him. He's forward and he's out. No, he's not. He's edged
just
it.
Dropped short.
Just dropped short of James again at third slip. Excuse me for saying he's out. It just kind of the way the slips are lined up from where we're sitting, it's difficult. He's going to be a real handful, isn't
Pato's
he?
length, he's always up on you, challenging the front foot. This is going to be a little tricky period now for Worcester, especially got that wicket in the first ball. Patterson with his tail up at the minute.
But Jack Haynes, he is a player that we've got great hopes for at New Road, and he sort of squeezes this one off the kind of inside edge, maybe a bit of pad in it as it runs out on the onside. That one went the other way. I think that's it, isn't it? Patterson just he's going to hit the seam. Could go either way, couldn't it? You just don't know which way it's going to go.
No, he just puts it on a nice length. The ball actually sometimes accelerates off the pitch, and if you don't know which way it's going, it's even more tougher for the batsman. This will definitely challenge the footwork of young Jack Haynes.
Yeah. He waits now. Right-hander, back raised, number 17 on his back. Patterson is into him, bowls, and he's off the mark, just tucking this one away on the leg side, and picks up a single.
That's the 50 up for Worcester.
50 up for Worcester, which has come up in good time. We're only in the, what are we in, the 10th over? So, is it the 12th? Hang on a minute.
10th over.
10th over, 10th over, so... good scoring rate, mainly because of Ed Pollock, whose 31 came at more or less a runner ball. Changing the field now. The gully has gone into a sort of mid-wicket on the drive, sort of shortish mid-wicket, looking for a chip in the air from Azhar. He'll have noted that. Patterson comes into him, bowls, and he gets runs down to fine leg, tickled off his pads, 4 of them actually, using the pace of the ball. Clever little shot, that really neat deflection by Azhar Ali, and it's his first boundary. Goes to 6, 54 for 2. So Samit, you're Jack Haynes and you're facing Dane Patterson in these conditions. What's going through your head?
Well, as a young batter, you're going to try and have to watch the ball extra carefully. Play the ball late as possible. Make sure the footwork's precise. And yeah, at this time of the year, it's bowler-friendly conditions, and I think that if you get a good one, you get a good one.
Patterson is in, bowls to Azarelli, who's beaten.
See, that's just a
outside the
perfect
off-stump.
length.
Yeah, really good delivery. Again, a good one to miss.
I think playing the ball late is very crucial, and not going hard at the ball. I think that's also important to cushion it, however you want to cushion it, but you must play late in these sort of conditions, especially at Trent Bridge, where the ball tends to do a little bit more. As I've found before, I think you need to try and play. You can play off the back foot a little bit at Trent Bridge. The ball does bounce. You can trust it. I think not committing to people that shake the ball is also good. Leaving it well. We always say, working with Morsey, I think that wait for a clip, and wait for a drive. Really, wait for a straight drive and wait for a clip. As long as they're fuller and shorter, you're going to score.
Yeah. That was the end of the over. It was a really good over from Patterson. Even though 5 runs came off it, he picked up that wicket. Here's Luke Fletcher. He's in there to bowl to Haynes.
That's
who
well
very,
played.
very
well
nicely
played.
forward.
Yep.
Pushes back up to the bowler. Yeah, Cheteshwar Pujara made 100 at New Road last week, and we sort of pointed it out on commentary, and then started to really notice how late he played. Just incredible.
Yeah.
So many times where the fielder's going, oh, because we think something's going to happen, then he just got the bat down on it. Really, really important. They say the good players play late. It's absolutely right. Here's Fletcher into Haynes, bowls. Haynes turns this on the onside. Hasib Hamid is in at that short mid-wicket position, just looking for that drive that goes slightly in the air. Haynes was out like that last week against Sussex. The only time that Worcestershire batted in that game, just a leg stump half volley really, and just clipped it to square leg. He was so annoyed with himself. Just everybody's done it. Sam, it was just one of those sort of silly shots, and you walk off and think if that had been a white ball, it would have gone off for 6. But he just held himself back. It was a really
red ball,
frustrating dismissal.
The red ball tends to do that to a lot of people.
In the mind, isn't it? Yeah. Here's Fletcher in again, bowls to Haynes, who plays
Well
that
played.
nicely, just gets in behind it, watches it carefully off the back foot, steers it down between, wide of the third slip, and it goes down to third man, and they come back for 2.
That's the example of playing late.
Yeah.
Played it late, went down, didn't push his hands out.
Yeah.
So if he pushes his hands out of that, that either goes in the air through third or fourth slip, and you've got a chance of being out. But he's played that really well.
56 for 2. Haynes goes to 3. The men out. If you're just joining us, Jake Libby caught behind off Stuart Broad for 15. That was 26 for 1 in the 6th over, and Ed Pollock caught it slip by Lyndon James off Patterson for 31 as Fletcher bowls to Haynes and gets one to nip back, takes Haynes on the pad, probably a little bit high. There's a sort of an appeal from both in front and behind the stumps, but not really convincing. And umpire Peter Hartley does not respond, just kicks a little bit of dirt out of the footholds as Fletcher makes his way back.
What these guys will be doing is, these two, Fletcher and Patterson, will be challenging the front foot a lot, asking questions of their feet movement, and hopefully preparing some few false shots.
Yeah, it's a test, that's for sure. Fletcher comes in and bowls to Haynes,
played.
who's forward again, nicely forward, got well forward,
played.
but at the same time didn't push at it, got forward, let the ball come, as you said, Samet, and just steered it away square on the offside. 56 for 2. Yes, every ball that the batsman plays like, I'm not saying it, I mean it's not impossible batting conditions, but every ball that a batsman plays like that and gets through, and every over you get through is just a little milestone for the batters.
Absolutely.
Isn't it? Small targets all the time. Jack Haynes on 3. 3 slips and a gully as Fletcher is in and bowls to him, and he's beaten outside the off stump, and he's annoyed with himself for playing at that, but I don't think he should be too annoyed with himself for playing that. I think he probably had to play at it, just suggesting from his hand movements now that he thinks he might have left it. Anyway, he missed it. It's the end of the over. 56 for 2. Azarelli on 6, Jack Haynes on 3, but it's important, isn't it, Sam, the little targets for batters, little get through the next 10 minutes, 15 minutes or whatever.
We always say as batsmen is can we get through the first 30 balls, 30, 40 balls. Maybe early season, maybe a few more balls, because it's just doing more than expected. And I think the more and more you stay at the crease, obviously it's going to get easier. So
yeah, here's Dane Patterson. He's in, bowls, and Azarelli decides to use his feet here and comes walking down the pitch, and it might be what saved him. He's taken on the pad. There's an appeal from Patterson, but he'd advanced a long way. It would have been a brave umpire that gave that one out, even though these days they give them out a lot more. He skipped down, didn't he? And he actually hit him outside the line, and who's to say he wasn't playing a shot as well. So, but he's playing games a little bit, as you said. He'll try and disturb Patterson's length a bit, and you've got to really. You can't just let somebody bowl.
Exactly. I think that especially this time of year, there will be a ball with your name on it. So I think you have to play a few mind games.
Yeah. So he waits again now. Interesting cricket this. He's turned round by this one, squared up, but plays it well. Thickish outside edge as it runs up to Mullaney, the only fielder in front of square on the offside. So
he didn't run down the wicket there, so he didn't walk down the wicket. He stayed in his crease, and effectively there, Patterson's bowled it ball shorter. Yeah. So that's the effect it can have, because that's not the Pato length that he wants to bowl. He wants to bowl fuller, dragging him forward for the edge, and Nick and bowled. Yeah. As Patterson runs in again.
And he comes in. Every ball is fascinating at the moment. He bowls. This one is just outside off stump, and Nazar Ali just leans forward and lifts his back clear. Yeah, it's a kind of it's cat and mouse, isn't it? The batsman trying to dictate to the bowler. The bowler's got to be strong enough to say, I'm not going to allow that to mess with me at all.
Especially these two, both international. Yeah. Played international cricket, they'll know of how to play it and how to handle the situation, and Azza will just try and ride through this morning, hopefully.
Yeah. Good contest, a real good contest between these two at the moment. As Patterson moves in again, straight approach. Bowls, and he's got him caught behind. You had to play it. Lovely piece of bowling, beautiful piece of bowling. Azhar Ali just pushing at it, little shoulder of the bat, I think, and Tom Moore's, I think he juggled it a little bit, but took the catch, and that's great bowling from Patterson. And that's one of those, Summit, where you say, as I say, it's 56 for 3, that Azhar Ali can't be too disappointed with himself.
No, I don't think he can, but maybe looking up by that reaction, could he, I think he might have said he might have left it. Yeah. Look, Patterson he'll challenge you, as I said before, he'll challenge your footwork. And if you're not quite on it, he's going to exploit that. He's bowling with great rhythm in a minute, and good pace. So I think that it's going to be hard work for all the new batters coming in now.
Yeah, really, really hard work.
Well, things can happen really fast here at Trent Bridge.
Yeah, well, we've seen it so many times. Haven't we? You've seen it many more times than I have, but I've seen it enough times as well. Watching Worcestershire, that you can lose the toss in a morning like this, and you can be 6 or 7 down at lunch. And I've seen it not just in the last few years. I can remember seeing it in the days of Rice and Hadley as well, and Bradford and Dilly, and I've seen games here where the two innings have been completed on the first day. But it was a good piece of bowling. He is a real handful at the moment, and it's a tough time to come to the crease. Brett D'Oliveira, the Worcestershire captain, coming to the crease.
Scored 100 last week, didn't he?
Yeah, he's had a good season. He hasn't been out yet. Famous last words.
Not been out yet.
But he hasn't been out yet. He's made nearly 300 runs, and he hasn't been out yet. He got 100 last week, 160 odd, not out. Played really well, but he hasn't been out in conditions like this against an attack like this yet. It's a really, really tough proposition. Worcestershire scorecard then: Libby caught Moore's bowled Broad 15, Pollock caught James bowled Patterson 31. And a moment ago, Azhar Ali caught Moore's bowled Patterson 6.
I could be wrong, but I think
could be in action.
He's took an off-stump guard there, which is slightly interesting.
Here's Patterson into D'Oliveira. He bowls, and he's taken on the pad as he covers up, and it runs out on the offside. I think he is batting on off-stump. Not something he does all the time. Something that batsmen have experimented with, isn't it, the last 2 or 3 years, particularly. I know. I've heard Paul Farbray speak quite forcibly against it. Really, doesn't like it at all. But D'Oliveira may be thinking on this occasion that it'll be to his benefit. Well, obviously taking that view, and he is, as you say, quite rightly looking at the replay, batting on off stump, passing in, bowls to him, drops that down on the onside. Fielded by Hamid, coming in from mid-wicket. End of another successful over for Dane Patterson, who has pretty impressive figures at the moment. He's bowled 2 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 5. You called it, Samit. 56 for 3.
He's been the standout seamer this season, and he's showing it again. He's just finding a way now. He's part of the cartel. He was his first year last year. Settled in really nicely to the club, and we're seeing the roars at the minute.
Yeah, tough times for those Worcestershire batsmen, but you've got to get through it. 56 for 3 as Luke Fletcher begins a new over, his 7th from the Radcliffe Road end. Bowls, and Haynes is beaten. That's an absolute snorter again, isn't it? That pitched just outside off, climbed off the seam, and Jack Haynes played at it. Again, he walks away thinking he might have dropped his hands underneath it, but I think you're just glad that missed your gloves, aren't you?
Absolutely.
When you get away with that one. Good delivery from Fletcher.
It's a good delivery. You'll be saying that 6 inches following, he's got the edge. I think it's going to be very important now is that we don't go into our shell. We try and drive a lot more wickets before lunch and make the job easier.
Yeah, absolutely. On top, Fletcher in, bowls to Haynes, who gets a run, just goes in behind it, and Summit said nice shot because he just waited for it and allowed it to come on and just pushed it out on the offside. Moves on to 457 for 3. Absolutely crucial, as Samit's been saying. It's great to have you alongside us talking us through this, but you know, just to say it would be such an English club player thing to do, to stick a leg down the pitch and push hard at the ball in these conditions. Absolutely the wrong
absolutely
thing to do.
It'd be the worst thing that you could do, because you just bring in all dismissals into play then. I think that playing late, soft hands.
Belief in your method. Fletcher in, bowls to D'Oliveira. Plays that late, lets it come, plays it nicely under his eyes, and pushes it out on the offside. Just a little bit full of that one, but that length, that first ball to Jack Haynes, almost unplayable, isn't it? Really.
Yeah.
You just got to hope you miss that one.
Well, you must be playing. If you nick that, you're playing really well.
Sashin might get it. Sashin might get a nick. 57 for 3. Fletcher halfway through his 7th over. I'll be nipping off at the end of this over to update BBC Hereford Worcester's listeners, and I think we'll have Kevin Howells of 5 Live coming in. Here is Fletcher, bowls outside the off stump, left alone by D'Oliveira, taken by Tom Moores. I was a keeper, Summit, and you know, great morning to be a keeper. This is at least you've got the gloves to keep your hands warm, but you're in with a chance every ball.
On a wicket like this, I think keepers are important. You need every chance to be taken. I think you're always in the game. It's exciting times, really. It's really good to see. Tom Moores has kept well this year.
Yeah.
I think he'd like a few more runs, but wouldn't we all?
Here's Luke Fletcher. Comes in and bowls. Nice leave by D'Oliveira as that one just goes away from him. Taken by Moores. 57 for 3. Live cricket on BBC 5 Live Sports Extra on the BBC Sports app, and brought to you by BBC Radio Nottingham, Dave Bracegirdle, and me, Frank Watson, from BBC Hereford and Worcester. Samit Patel is alongside me.
I think it might have been a difficult decision if James Pattinson was fit. Would we have gone down the 4 nasty fasties route, or would a batter have missed out? It would have been interesting. Would Tom Moores have missed out?
Fletcher in, bowls outside the off stump. D'Oliveira leaves. End of the over. 57 for 3. And after a few more words from Samit Patel, be it changed. Dave Bracegirdle coming back in.
It's been a good start from Notts this morning. Patterson with his tail up. Broad getting the early wicket. Haynes scratching his mark.
Crikey, I've been set at the back of the box there, and I'm glad I was at the back of the box for a couple of those deliveries from Patterson. My word, here he comes from the pavilion end in, and balls to Haynes, and he defends. Just wondering, Samit, if we might get the old floodlights on before too long.
It's not that dark, Dave. It's not that dark yet.
Well,
I didn't
say before too long, but I just think it's got a bit gloomy, and I wouldn't be surprised.
I didn't like batting when the lights were on, to be honest. I'd rather the lights were off.
I did hear the umpires at the toss. I went out for the toss. Say if we do turn them on, we'll leave them on till the end of the session.
Right.
So Patterson is in. Haynes will get a couple of runs here. He's squirted it away square of the wicket on the leg side past Slater. Hamid goes and fetches it, and Haynes, son of Gavin, moves on to 6:59 for 3. Now, when we last spoke, you said bye-bye, ta-ta. I said good luck or words to that effect as you headed back from the northeast at Durham with us on Friday tea time to go and play in a couple of really big matches over the weekend.
Yes.
Because on Saturday you were playing against your brother Akil in a top-of-the-table match in the Derbyshire Premier League.
I took the bragging rights, David, in my household.
59 for 3. I'm setting you up nicely here as this one goes through to the keeper, wide of the off stump. So
he could have been on. He could have been on the winning team, but he chose not to be on the winning team.
I've seen a scorecard. Yeah. How did it go?
It was green. It was green pitch, ball going everywhere. We lost a wicket in the second over, I think. And then
you came in at 3.
276 later, David. Yeah, that's what we got, and I got 133 out of him. So, pretty good weekend.
So that was Saturday in the Derbyshire Premier League as Dane Patterson.
Don't forget my 4 for as well, Dave.
Comes in and worked away behind square. They'll be hard running in. They'll come back for 2 more. 61 for 3, and then on Sunday you played in the Lancashire League, is it, for Clitheroe against Rochdale, and the winning runs this time?
Yes, we bowled them out for 165, I think, and...
Okay, we'll just do an update for Radio Nottingham. More from Sam in a sec. Really exciting morning's cricket here, in truth, under gloomy skies. But as I say, Worcestershire came out. They seemed determined to attack Stuart Broad right from the off, and for a while it worked. Then Jake Libby fell to the England paceman, caught behind for 15. When Broad came out of the attack, Dane Patterson replaced him. Instant success. Ed Pollock, who'd hit a big 6 off Luke Fletcher on his way to 31, he nicked a slip. Good catch by Lyndon James. And then Patterson also sent Azhar Ali on his way. So a really eventful hour here at Trent Bridge, where Worcestershire are 61 for 3. But the big cricket news away from this particular match: Ben Stokes has been appointed the successor, if you like, the long-term successor to Joe Root as England's skipper. I would imagine there might be a phone call later on between the new captain Ben Stokes and Stuart Broad. A boundary here for Worcestershire, 65 for 3. So a nice looking shot here through the offside, goes for 4 runs. End of the over, 65 for 3. I'm going to again make way. Delighted that Kevin Howells is with us for the first time this season. We'll bring him in to join Samit. You just might want to sum up your weekend again for the listeners.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I was in the Manchester League on Sunday for Clitheroe versus Rochdale, and we ended up winning again, bowling the team out for 160 and knocking them off with 70 not out, which I thought was a productive weekend. Fletcher at the top of his mark.
Disgusted to hear at the back of the box saying that Dave, what are you doing at Clitheroe? There's nothing wrong with Clitheroe, isn't there?
No, it's a beautiful part of the,
just down the road
part of the country. That.
If I'd known, I'd have popped down to see you. In fact, probably I was over at Old Trafford, so I couldn't have seen you.
Right. Is that where you live, is it?
No, it's Skipton. Skipton, just down the road from Clitheroe, really. It's not for me to say whether it's the right side or the wrong side.
Well, I'm at home. I'm at Clitheroe this weekend, actually.
Okay. So 3 slips going down for Fletcher, coming into bowl to D'Oliveira, who's yet to get off the mark. In and bowls and straight and push back to Fletcher for no run. So 65 for 3. Cloudy skies, and the forecast suggests that is not going to change today. Dry throughout the opening day of this fixture between Nottinghamshire and Worcestershire, but the cloud is expected to hang around. It's a breezy day, so that, you know, the old adage that you've got a bit of wind or whatever blowing, you'll keep that cloud moving along, but I don't necessarily think that's going to be the case today. I think it's going to remain pretty overcast. D'Oliveira facing his 8th delivery, yet to get off the mark, and he will try and do so. A little push into the offside and go through for a single. So he is off the mark. He's to 1, and Worcestershire to 66 for 3, but Haynes on 12, D'Oliveira on 1, and Fletcher continuing to bowl here into his 8th over, 7.2 overs, a wicket for 22.
This will be his last, I reckon.
Patterson with 2 for 13 from 3 amazing overs. And I was thinking, as I knew I was going to come in and chat with you, just going to throw the question to you. I was thinking, Sammy, whether he still wishes he was out there. And then I saw the bowling, and I'm thinking, I think I know what the answer is. Haynes is on 12 and bowls. Fletcher into the onside this time, and for no run. But if you can just throw back, and it isn't very long, you can surely do this. You throw back into that dressing room, and if you're the batting team, and you're looking at this sort of bowling, what are you thinking? You're thinking, I really hope it's a good couple of 3 hours before I get out there. Maybe a bit of sun comes out there, sort of thing.
Yeah, you are, but then you also got to. Batters all think differently. I think it's their day job, isn't it? You've got to go out there and bat and score runs, and I think it's how you do that and the practice that you go in to do it.
Haynes is facing on 12. Fletcher bowls to him now. Worked. Oh, very nearly. Oh. That's it. I say very nearly ran out, because he just sort of looks as if he was going to go on the walk there and a march on playing that one onto the onside, and there's a man down there under the helmet there at forward short leg, and I'm not too sure actually if he did go on the march, but he certainly swung back round very quickly. Haynes remains on 12. It's Slater there, who was very quick and rapid with his response and reaction, which you have to be, of course, in that situation. But I think he was going to be in, but only just. 2 balls remaining of this over from Fletcher bowling from the Radcliffe Road end, and he runs away from us now. Past umpire Hartley, and angled wide, a third slip is going to run down towards the boundary, and it should get there. It's going to be 4 runs, and 4 grateful runs here for Haynes. He moves to 16 and takes Worcestershire up to 70 for 3. Samit Patel.
Yeah, it's a really nice ball from Fletcher, and I know it's gone for 4, but that's our part of the ground that they've scored the runs in, so I don't think they'll be too disappointed with that. I know that Fletch doesn't like going for any runs. He's loves to be He loves his run rate to come down every time he bowls. You're always looking at the economy rate that he goes at, regardless of how many wickets he gets.
Fletcher in again, past the umpire. Bowls and squeeze just to the right-hand side of forward short leg. I mean, yeah, good deliveries, good bowling, but survival here for Worcestershire, and for Haynes, he'll get himself a single on the onside to finish off that over. He moves to 17, and Worcester at 71 for 3. You've got plenty of cricket going on. It's day 1 of round 4 of the LV County Championship. One of the dramatic scores coming in Division 1 between Hampshire and Lancashire, with Hampshire at 40 for 5. Jimmy Anderson, who played his first match last week of the summer, well, today he's bowled 6 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 6. Hassan Ali, 2 for 8 as he approaches the end of his second over. Look, that obviously is Division 1, but just a word from you, Sam, if I may, about the sort of quality all round, but certainly the bowlers that are on show in the early part of the season, whether it be England representatives or from elsewhere, as we see Patterson in bowls, and a lovely lifting delivery, and he's just bowled some beautiful balls this morning. He's into his 4th over, 2 for 13, but just generally, and if we can here, in the context of Division 2, just talk about the quality of bowling on show here. Well,
absolutely. We've got Patterson, Broad, Fletcher. I know Joe Leach is missing for Worcester, but they've got Barnard, Finch, and Morris. So I think there's some fantastic bowls on display. And then you've got Shane Sharafidi down at Middlesex, Harris Ralph at Yorkshire. I know Division 1. But
he's been taking wickets today. Patterson, meantime, here at Nottingham, and very nearly gets the neck. No. Very close. That may be off the pad in the end. But anyway, it's
testing length from Patterson. He's on a bit of a roll here. I think he's going to try and stay on till lunch the way he's bowling. I think that Patter's got a good engine. I think that doesn't take much out of his body to keep coming back. So he's gonna try and make hay when the sun shines, to be honest.
He turns again. He's bowling from the pavilion end here at Nottingham into the second hour of the game. Balls again on the full length. That's a lovely shot through extra cover from Haynes. Yeah. He can play some glorious strokes, can Haynes, and that's one of them. It's the shorter boundary out there, but still races over the rope, and he moves to 21 and takes Worcestershire up to 75 for 3.
Yeah, it's a lovely shot from Haynes. Exactly what we, as batters, we'd want to slur fuller on length, and we make them pay.
Patterson again turns to approach Haynes, who's now 21 not out. He's in, and pushed. He pushes that actually up through mid-off, and Nasib Hamid goes chasing. They'll go 2. I'm not too sure as he initially thought when he went to play that shot he intended it to go there, but he ended up playing a safe enough shot, taking that option. One other scored. I'll go through all the scores in a moment of time, but Kent at 57 for 3 in Division 1 against Yorkshire. Zach Crawley again, I'm afraid.
No runs for Zach, is it?
4 for him today. Ben Compton 3. But you mentioned Harris Ralph, 3 for 16 from 5 overs, which is why I made 1 maiden, which is why I just went on that score at that time there to back up what we were saying about the quality of bowling around the competition, both divisions. Patterson bowls full to the offside and no run, and yet we can
still go on. We've got Kyle Abbott.
Yeah.
There's Keith Walker down at Hampshire. You've got Mohammed Abbas, and I'm sure I'll be not mentioning people like Matt Fisher and
sadly
so many. Jimmy Anderson playing, Hassan Ali at Lancs.
But I can turn that around and say to you, but what do you make then of all the runs that still have been scored over the first 3 rounds of the competition?
There's plenty. Look, we're not going to be short of quality players. It's how we go about it and how we try and structure it.
Haynes on 23 works to the left-hand side on the onside of forward short leg, completes that over. So Patterson's now bowled 4 overs, 2 for 19, 1 maiden. Worcestershire at 77 for 3 with Haynes on 23 and D'Oliveira on 1.
I'm going to see a bowling change from this end. Stuart Broad is going to replace Luke Fletcher.
What did you make of Stuart's bowling first up this morning?
I thought Stuart Broad okay. He's another one that wants that run rate to come down, always looking at economy rates.
1 for 30 from his 4 overs.
Yeah, he'd probably say that he's gone for, say, 15, 16 too many, but he's picked up the wicket, and I think that, I'm sure as the day goes on, he'll try and drag it back and try and go at 2s. I think his goal is to go at 2 and over and obviously take wickets, but it doesn't always work like that. But Stuart's going to try and impress now, as I hear the selectors are in town. Not that he needs to impress. I think that he's had a pretty raw deal, if you ask me. Him and his mate up the road, Jimmy, should never have been left out in any test squad, in my opinion. So it's all to play for, and I'm sure Jimmy and Brody will be back taking that new ball in the summer.
It was Dave Bracegirdle who just mentioned just before I came on, talking about the Rob Key interviews he's given today. Rob is Managing Director of England's men's cricket, and saying that perhaps he'll be in touch with Stuart and Jimmy later. I would have guessed those conversations have already taken place somehow, and Ben Stokes as the captain, next delivery past the off stump and through to the keeper. You say that whatever happened in the past, and it probably is worth talking about from time to time, but let's just concentrate on the future. Both Jimmy and Stuart, it is almost now impossible. I would say even without a change of the guard, it would be nigh on impossible not to have seen them both figure prominently throughout this summer anyway.
Well, bearing in mind we had near enough 1,300 wickets sitting at home.
Yeah. So,
it was a little bit disappointing, to be honest.
Broad bowls again and goes back to D'Oliveira, back up to him and no run. So what I'm saying is, I'm sure that change would have come out regardless of the Rob Key appointment or the Ben Stokes, but clearly the noises are that both are keen to get both of those back in really quickly.
What I'd like to know is that who has made that decision, because clearly it's the wrong decision. These two blokes that have carried England's bowling attack for years are the first 2 on the team sheet after the captain, in my opinion. And I just don't get their process of how they go about it, to be honest.
3 slips going down. D'Oliveira's on 1 and pushes safely up towards mid-off and no run. Well, as I say, I'm sure that will be further discussed, but if we're looking to both Stuart and Jimmy, yes, wickets are important for their 2 respective teams, for Lancashire and, here in Stuart's case, for Nottinghamshire. However, it's about them feeling good, it's about the rhythm, it's about just getting themselves just right for the start of June and the international calendar as well.
Well, Jimmy and for Stuart, it's not the be and end all for them to take a lot of wickets. It's just the rhythm that they get back into.
Broad to D'Oliveira
and
it's full ball. But
it's the rhythm that they find for when they do go and play Test match cricket, and I think that is the bigger picture, and everyone should understand that. is that they're building up to an international summer. And obviously, yes, it's important that Notts win, and obviously it's important that they do well for Notts, but there are 10 other blokes that play for the other for the county as well. So it's not every time Stuart comes, it's over to him. As he comes in again to bowl to D'Oliveira.
And he bowls now.
Good length and well played.
Defensively pushed into the offside for no run. It was about 12 months ago when that dreadful run of results, defeats came to an end and things turned round for Nottinghamshire, and there were many reasons for that. But I thought an integral part of it was Stuart Broad busting an absolute gut out there for Nottinghamshire. In terms of consistency, I'd never seen him bowl for that period for Nottinghamshire like that before, really, over week in, week out. He was hard graft, and he was a leading part of it. What can he do today? He's got 1 wicket, looking for another here, and that's just past the off stump, taken low down by the keeper. At the end of the over, Worcestershire 77 for 3, Haynes on 23, D'Oliveira on 1. Sammy.
Yeah, no, you're right. I think that Broady with a point to prove is a very dangerous man, to be honest. And I think he's always played his cricket like that. He prides himself on performance and how he's judged, and that's rightly so, I think. But we always say the game will judge you, and there's no reason why they should be put in the spotlight ever, in my opinion. They're the best 2 England bowlers that we've ever had. Just look at their records, and I think that the way Stuart goes about his business is very important from now on.
And he's now bowled 5 overs. A maiden. It's 1 for 30. Patterson, meantime, start of his next over. In down the leg side. Keeper can't get hold of it. It's going to be 4 over the boundary rope, and it's been signalled as byes by umpire Bainton. And Worcestershire will move on. Has that scoreboard moved on there? Yes, to 81 for 3. It's Haynes who's facing at the moment. He's 23, not out of 28 balls.
It's really good to see that Ben Stokes has made his opinions very clear and said that he wants Jimmy and Broady back, and that is obviously the right thing to do, because the attack we took to the West Indies was not good enough, in my opinion.
And it's Haynes on 23, and again Patterson in bowls and past the off stump, very, very close. Ed Pollock then caught James Ball Patterson for 31. Jake Libby caught Moore's Bowl Broad for 15. Azhar Ali caught Moore's Bowl Patterson for 6, leaving us with Haynes and D'Oliveira to try and still battle their way through a very difficult session.
Well, absolutely. I think that if Haynes and D'Oliveira do get to lunch unscathed, I think that Worcester may be saying that is their session, because they'd have probably taken 3 down at lunch, and they've scored at a good rate so far.
Patterson again into Haynes. Oh, it's the pad, and well, what on earth was that finger raised? That was a half finger raised. That was I'm thinking about it, finger raised.
I thought what happened there.
Umpire Bainton looked, for all intents, he was about to raise the finger. We've got his back to us if we have a look at the screen here to see.
Wow,
that's close, and I think there was just
he's only hit it. He's hit it. He must have hit it. Otherwise, that's out.
There was a sort of a trigger movement from the umpire with the arm, and I think it's what he does when he's going to explain something.
May said he's hit it.
Yes, exactly. As opposed to giving out. A little nervous forward, a big stride from Haynes back up to the bowler, but he had me Fox for just a little while.
Me too, I reckon.
Yeah. It's not out, and it's still 81 for 3.
Pate's got a lovely length this morning. He really has. He's going to challenge every bit of the Worcestershire batsmen coming in.
Well, he's just bowled absolutely beautifully this morning. Nottinghamshire won the toss, elected to have a go bowling, and you can see why. Haynes is on 23. Patterson bowls to him now, and that's worked. No, nice looking shot actually, but straight to the fielder at short mid wicket. And there'll be no run. So I just want to run down these scores elsewhere. Northants versus Essex. That game being played at Chelmsford, but the visitors are 47 for 1 in that game. Surrey away to Gloucestershire at Bristol. They're 41 for 3. Hampshire at 43 for 5 against Lancashire. Somerset, who've struggled with their batting, but they're 70 for no wicket on the opening day at Taunton against Warwickshire. Haynes on 23. Patterson bowls to him. Oh, and a lovely delivery again. Lifting just past the off stump. Almost tempting Haynes forward into that one. Kent is 60 for 3 against Yorkshire. Derbyshire at 39 for 1 against Glamorgan. The two East Midlands counties at the early stages of the competition. Division 2 right at the top there. Nottinghamshire just ahead of Derbyshire, but Derbyshire at Derby taking on Glamorgan at 42 for 1. Talking of the East Midlands, Leicestershire at 41 for 4, but they're away to Middlesex. And Lords and Durham are 64 for 2 in their game against Sussex, so it's pretty packed set of fixtures today. Both divisions 1 and 2 of the LV County Championship, and it's Stuart Broad to continue, and he just has a little check. Just a little check around the square leg umpire to see where the fielder was out there behind square on the onside, and that delivery comes back up and in towards middle and leg, bowling to D'Oliveira, who fends it away onto the onside for no run. So the match has come thick and fast at the moment. I think for Nottinghamshire, a week off next week. I say it's a week off, a week without games. I'm sure there'll be a little bit of work still being done.
Absolutely, a bit of training. Ready for the proper cricket at the end of May.
Broad, I just want to touch base a little bit with your cheeky little comment there as Broad comes in and bowls and good and straight at D'Oliveira. Back up to the bowler. Can you believe, 2003 you played along with everybody else your first T20 match. It's still going strongly.
Exactly. Exactly.
End of May, what? Something like 24th, 25th?
27th we play.
27th you start, yeah.
Yeah.
And it's another season for you of T20. So just if you don't mind, I'd just like to just touch base with you on this one as to what you're doing as D'Oliveira. Plays a ball, just about gets it away there, and actually I say gets it away, finds a lovely gap down there, very fine. It's going to be 4 runs, so D'Oliveira moves on to 5, and Worcestershire up to 85 for 3. But what I mean, so you mentioned your weekend cricket you're playing in the leagues, whether it be down around here or up Lancashire way. But in terms of what you do during the week, how easy is it to focus on your cricket and what you need to be doing Monday to Friday?
Absolutely perfect. It's training with the S&C during the week and hitting during the week, and make
every day doing something every day.
No, I won't do every day. Before, I think 2 weeks out, I'll probably come in every day and do some work.
Yeah. Broad meantime coming into D'Oliveira defensively, no run.
Just starting to build up nicely at the minute, hitting balls with Pete, and we'll just start ramping it up week on week really, and then we're ready to go come that first game. Bring some energy to the boys in the dressing room, and hopefully play some good cricket.
How genuinely, how much fresher do you feel about your cricket than maybe you would have done under...
Look at me, I look perfect, I look really fresh.
Hey, Sam, you always look perfect to me, my friend, okay? So I can't noticeably see anything. Next ball is pushed back up to
it's a good length from Stuart.
No,
the body's so much fresher now. It's just the fielding in 4-day cricket and the whole... People don't realise, if you've not played it before, 4-day cricket is tough work, and I think that the whole strain on the body to play day in, day out, and don't get me wrong, I don't regret anything, and I miss it, to be honest. Warming up with the boys this morning, playing football, and you miss the whole banter in the dressing room.
Broad into D'Oliveira, and a ball just shapes away through to the keeper. The end of that over, it's 85 for 3 Worcestershire.
No, I definitely miss it. I miss the batting side of it. Scoring runs, nothing better than a bowler coming charging in from 30 yards, and then you just stroke it past him for 4. There's no better feeling really. It's so much easier at the minute though. I'm putting all my efforts in white ball cricket and smacking it hard and training and just being strong and powerful. So come that first game, we're ready to go.
And I mean this is a genuine question, but the weekend cricket you play, your motivation for that and what drives you on. Now, the cynic would say, I know you get a little bit of money for it, all that sort of stuff, but I'll come back to that. Patterson in bowls, and that's played square. Lovely little shot from Haynes. He'll finds the boundary, and he moves on to 27 with that, and the score up to 89 for 3. But your motivation to get yourself in the car, off to wherever it might be, is it just fun? Or a person of your, the standards that you have set, I can't imagine that actually you can just turn up and play. I mean, tell us a bit more about that.
I enjoy cricket, so I love cricket. Right. And I said I do love I love batting, and And I did it last year, and I said that, right, well, I'll not change the formula. So I'll do the first 7 weeks of the club season. And
Haynes on 27, and all very nearly gets a nick again from Patterson's bowling through to the keeper, but he doesn't, and therefore he remains 27 not out.
And it just keeps me in nick. I hit during the week, so I do all my prep 2 or 3 times a week, hit repeat, keep my match speedness up to scratch, and do first class practice during the week, just so I'm ready, not for the weekend, but I'm ready for when we come and play proper cricket. Just so I'm ball speeds up to scratch.
Haynes 27 not out, and drives, but straight to the fielder, takes recover, no run.
Yeah, so we'll start doing the S&C stuff with Liam, speed work, just ready for T20. So I just put all my eggs in there.
And what happens when you turn out at the club ground in the league cricket? Is there a bit given to you?
No, there's not really that much given, to be honest. No,
there's quite relaxed.
Very relaxed, to be honest. Yeah,
Patterson into Haynes in bowls and
bowled and well played.
A slower ball into the offside, pushed for no run.
Yeah, I don't work in the guys that work that 7 days a week or 5 days a week want to come and enjoy the cricket on Saturday. Yeah, so I presume it's played pretty nicely. Obviously competitive, but
yours is the wicket they want.
Well, I'm sure it is, but hopefully they don't get it that often.
Or if they do, it's 137 runs later.
Exactly. Hopefully, yeah.
Did I get that right?
136.
Beg your pardon. I gave you one.
Yeah.
Just for good measure. Meantime, here. 89 for 3, Worcestershire, Haynes and Oliveira. With Haynes facing, Patterson bowls now, up onto his toes and just turned away off his hip. And keeper Moores will go chasing after that one. And there will be 1 run. So
it's a nice quiet passage of play for Worcester.
I was just thinking.
Not so bowled okay, and they've kept it out. So it's been a good passage for Worcester. They've played it late before. I said it before. Played late and played straight. So they've done all right so far. Knox will be looking to make some inroads. I think if they can get Worcester 5 down to lunch, they'll be very happy.
Yeah, it's interesting you say it. 3 down. You think Worcester's will be?
It'll be Worcester's session, I reckon, if they're 3 down. Especially the way.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with this run rate. I mean, look.
No, the run rate's good. That's why.
On the board already. Yeah. Patterson should be the last ball of the over, and he's going to bowl it now to D'Oliveira. Bowls it. Ooh, well, I'm not too sure about that. That was very comfortable, almost too comfortable from the batter's point of view. 90 for 3. Haynes on 28. D'Oliveira on 1. And Patterson's bowled 6 overs, 2 for 24, 2 maidens. So yeah, just a little bit more about Patterson and the qualities that he brings. What makes him the dangerous bowler he is, especially in conditions like this. And then with Dave Bracegill to come and join us.
It's just because of the length he bowls. He's always up on your length, and he's skiddy. Brings all dismissals, caught, LB, bowled, all into play. And I think that's the excitement that you do get with an international standard class bowler. Always asking questions of the batsman's footwork, and I think Jack Haynes has played excellent this morning so far as Broad runs in.
Here he comes from the Radcliffe Road end, start a new over and worked away behind square on the leg side. 91 for 3. Haynes on to 29. I think the other thing with Dane Patterson last year, everything was brand new. He came here without a pre-season. He didn't know anybody here. He didn't know the opposition. He'd left behind his wife and young family in South Africa. And I know that was all part of it, and he was prepared to do it. But just talking to him, I think everything's more settled this year. He's had a winter back home with them, and he's come back, and like he said, he feels part of the furniture, part of the family once again. As Broad comes in, 3 slips. This is on the pads, and it's worked away through mid-wicket. That's a lovely looking shot indeed from Brett D'Oliveira, and he goes on to 5. He's got going. I think he's been waiting for that ball. He's faced 21 deliveries and now gets one that he can put away. And Worcestershire 95 for 3.
No, yeah, it's exactly right. You wait for the ball that's on the pads. This time of the year, I think you wait to let them bowl to you instead of you looking to take them on. I think you just wait and try and play late and play straight. Stuart will be disappointed with that delivery. I think that's probably one of his best.
I think he was hoping for it to do an awful lot, wasn't he, bowling that sort of line, hoping it would hoop away, but it didn't. This one is pushed to Liam Patterson wide, who's already executed 1 run out this season. Down at Hove, he threw down the stumps with a direct run out, couldn't pick it up this time. An update for Radio Nottingham in just a second, so we're on red alert. Got a bit of madness playing in our ears. 96 for 3. Bit of madness coming out of our mouths, and here is that update. Like what you did there, Mark. Nice link. Yes, Nottinghamshire 90... Worcestershire, I beg your pardon. See what you've done to me. Worcestershire 96 for 3. Notts won the toss, asked the visitors to bat first, and they've galloped along. They're going along at, between 4.5 and 5 runs and over, but they have lost 3 wickets. The first of them to Stuart Broad. He may well have had advance notice that Ben Stokes this morning has been announced as the New England Test captain. You'd imagine there'll be a phone conversation between the two of them a little later. He got the first wicket. That had former Notts player Jake Libby caught behind for 15, and then Dane Patterson, who just gets better and better and better, picked up 2 wickets in quick succession. That left Worcestershire 56 for 3, but a little bit of a fight back now, some boundaries coming. Haynes and D'Oliveira at the crease, really watchable cricket. Worcestershire 96 for 3. So that an update for Radio Nottingham. The last ball just drifted down the leg side. We'll say bye-bye to Samet in just a moment when Frank comes back. Just get one more out of him. I just wonder what sort of match length you're now playing then, Saturdays and Sundays, the 2 different leagues, as Broad bowls down the leg side, tickled away, and that's going to bring up 3 figures. It's going to be a leg by, I think, Samet. Yeah, 4 leg buys. So Worcestershire go to 100 at the end of the 21st over. 100 for 3. So Saturday, Derbyshire Premier League. Sunday, the Lancashire League?
Yeah, it's the Manchester League. They're both 50 overs, Dave. Yeah, it's intriguing stuff.
Red ball, white ball.
Red ball.
Red ball.
I would have white ball and don't play T20, but they don't want that, do they? So yeah.
Well, I did a little bit of almost touting for you last week at Durham, saying there must surely be a first-class county out there that could still use you.
Well,
you've had no offers since?
I haven't tried.
You've had no offers. You had nobody ring you up and say, I heard Dave Bracegirdle saying you're looking trim and going well.
No.
Just do this one ball and then we'll let Frank side slide in as Patterson again bowls an absolute beauty and finds the outside edge, and D'Oliveira nicks it through to Moores, who takes his 3rd catch of the morning. And well, the delivery after the 100 came up. It's 100 for 4. I guess the good news for Worcestershire is in this game last year they were bundled out for just 80. They've gone past that, but that 4th wicket going down is a key one. I think last time I spoke to you, Frank, you said Brett D'Oliveira hasn't been dismissed yet this season.
No, he's got an average now. Yeah, 300.
Out for 6, caught behind by Moores off Patterson, who's now got a 3 for.
Yeah, exactly 300 runs, I think, for his one set. But not much he could do about it again. I think it was a good partnership, I thought. They added 44 for that 4th wicket, and Jack Haynes in particular has played a couple of nice shots. But in these circumstances, as Samet was saying a few minutes ago, or half an hour or so ago, probably, if you're not really lucky, there's a ball with your name on it. And that looked a pretty good one to me. And Brett D'Oliveira, a bit like Azhar Ali before him, probably had to play it, or it would have been a really good leave if he hadn't, and he just got that nick through. I was saying earlier, Dave, I was a wicket keeper, and I love days like this when you're a keeper. Ball nipping around, good carry through, and Tom Moores has taken 3 catches this morning, and he probably fancies,
feel you're always in the
game, 5 or 6, I would think here. Yeah, really good. And they've bowled well. I mean, probably in these conditions, Fletcher, Broad, Patterson, not much better anywhere in the country, I wouldn't have thought.
Well, in that match last year where Worcestershire were bowled out for 80, they were the only 3 bowlers used.
Yeah.
I've seen Lyndon James warming up a couple of times, but not been used as yet. Paul Taylor, the first to respond to that dismissal, saying that was an absolute classic from the Great Dane.
Yeah.
It was. Well. Steve Kicks, good morning, Dave. Good start. 3 wickets so far for Notts. Well, obviously it's 4 now, Steve. Hoping they press home their advantage. We sort of never know, do we? Who's got the advantage? Go on, Frank.
Here's Patterson here again, bowls, and Ed Barnard's the new batsman, pushes this one out on the offside into the covers, fielded by Ben Slater.
He slid up the order a little bit. I mean, he was 8 for years and years, and then 7, and now finds himself at 6.
Yeah, made his first 100 last year in the first game of the season at Essex, followed it up with another 100, and genuinely has worked his way up through performance, really, and so far this season. He's looked the part, but not in conditions like this.
Beg your pardon, Frank.
That's all right.
Mark's just got in touch. We'll read his tweet in a second.
As Patterson again is in to Barnard, and Barnard is taking on the pad. That one dribbles out on the offside. No run. 100 for 4 it remains.
Yeah, Mark says, morning gents from a chilly Stamford in Lincolnshire. Nice to hear that you've got the headmaster with you this week. That's what he calls Kevin Howells. So everybody on your best behaviour. Yep, Kevin Howells will be with us back after lunch. So too Samit, if you've got any questions for Samit, please bang them through at Brace Cricket, at Frank Watson 58, and we'll put them to the great man.
And there's Dane Patterson again from the pavilion end, bowls to Barnard, who steers this one down behind square on the offside, and there's no run. Stamford in Lincolnshire, where Dean Headley, former pupil of mine and former adversary of Summit, I suppose, is running the cricket now at Stamford School, and doing a bit of match refereeing as well in the summer holidays as well. And good to see him last year down at New Road in his match referee's role. 100 for 4 here.
Is Barnard from Shrewsbury?
He is from Shrewsbury, yeah. His father ran the cricket at Shrewsbury School, and James Taylor knows him very well.
I just had this blast of Shrewsbury feeling.
Here comes Patterson, bowls to Barnard, who drops it out on the offside. Yeah, just been joined in the box by James Taylor, former not Leicestershire and Worcestershire player, of course, we should say, because that's where he started, of course. And
Sussex and England, he says.
Yeah.
Yeah, we played a game for Sussex, you know. We were talking about it last week as Hove, one of those occasions where England had a test match coming up and there was no first-class cricket, so Sussex were playing the Australians.
They wouldn't mind giving you a game now. I don't mean that disrespectfully, but they've got so many injuries, haven't they? Here comes Dane Patterson, and he bowls to Barnard outside the off stump, left alone by Barnard. That one just went the other way, seemed away a little bit, taken by Moores. End of another successful over for Dane Patterson, who's bowled beautifully this morning. 7 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 24. His figures now, and Worcestershire, after 22 overs put into bat, they've scored at a good rate, but they've lost 4 wickets. They're 100 for 4. Yeah,
you can only imagine the England scouts here to see the country's leading wicket taker, but he hasn't had a bowl yet. Liam Patterson White, wickets and wickets and wickets. We are going to get that bowling change, and here is another of the young guns, the young brigade for Nottinghamshire. Had such a proud moment for him and his family and his coaches and everybody that knows him. Another Oakham School product, Lyndon James, who got his maiden first-class 100 last week at Durham, and just couldn't have been more pleased for him. Shared in a big partnership with Ben Slater, and he's going to come into the attack about 20 minutes to go before the lunch break here at Trent Bridge. Worcestershire 100 for 4 with 3 of the wickets to Dane Patterson, the other one to Stuart Broad. And we've got Gavin Haynes. No, we haven't. We've got Jack Haynes on strike, showing my age, as Lyndon James is in and bowls, and this is nudged to backward point, and there's no run. Due in next, I guess, would be the wicket-keeper Ben Cox. Where would Adam Finch slot into the 11?
The other thing about Joe Leach missing is that that weakens lengthens the tail, doesn't it, slightly? Cox and Baker will definitely be the next 2 in that order, and thereafter probably, I'm guessing, Pennington, Finch, Morris, or Finch, Pennington, Morris. Not sure.
Lyndon James in bowls, and batsman being kept nice and honest here. First couple of deliveries from Lyndon James on or around off stump, and there's no run. One thing I have omitted to do, regular Nottinghamshire listeners will know, generally look at the cricket birthdays on this day, 28th of April. I found a Worcestershire one, former Worcestershire player who's celebrating his 34th birthday today. Didn't play too many games for them. Shannon Gabriel, the West Indies Test player.
Yeah, right.
Former Worcestershire man, he's 34 today. As James bowls and Haynes defends. It's Mike Brealey's 80th birthday. Former England skipper, of course, Middlesex opener. Andy Flower is 54 today. They're the principal cricketing birthdays. I haven't got a Nottinghamshire birthday today. But in 1994, the former West Indian skipper Jimmy Adams made his Nottinghamshire debut and scored 117. So he's one of a very elite list of Nottinghamshire players that have scored a century on debut. 100 for 4. Next ball just drifts in towards the pads of Jack Haynes, and he helps it onto the leg side to move on to 30. And they swap over. He's possibly... I know maybe the ball's got a little softer and he's facing Lyndon James, not Stuart Broad in the first over, but he's possibly looked the most at ease out there, if we dare say that without putting the mockers on him. Do you agree?
Yeah, I think so. I think Samit made the point earlier that he played the ball nice and late early on when it was really doing a bit, and what he has done is he's put the bad ones away, hasn't he? On the few occasions that Patterson's overpitched, he's driven him to the boundary. So yeah, famous last words.
So James, for the first time, to Ed Barnard, who's faced 5 deliveries. This would certainly have been a one-day wide. It drifted a long way down the leg side. And just to finish with the 28th of April, on this day 1923, so 99 years ago, and no, I wasn't there, Wembley Stadium opened. It was the cup final between Bolton and West Ham. You remember the old White Horse?
I do, yeah, I remember reading about it.
They reckon they got 200,000 in there that day, and they needed to get the policeman on a white horse to get them all off the pitch. So Wembley Stadium, the old Wembley, opened 99 years ago today. James bowls him on the pad. He was looking to work to leg, gets nothing on it. End of the over, 101 for 4. And just very quickly, the charts. 50 years ago today, the number 1, Amazing Grace, pipes and drums of the military band of the Royal Scots. 40 years ago today, the number 1 in your charts, Ebony and Ivory, Paul McCartney and Stevie Wonder.
Crikey.
And 30 years ago, Right Said Fred with Deeply Dippy.
Goodness
memories,
me.
Frank?
Ebony and Ivory, 40 years,
Yeah.
wow. 101 for 4 here at Trent Bridge, a cloudy, chilly Trent Bridge. And tough work for the batters this morning. Worcestershire should be pretty pleased to have got 100 on the board. Obviously not so pleased to have lost those 4 wickets. I'll run through the events of the morning in the next few minutes as Dane Patterson starts a new over from the pavilion end and bowls to Barnard, who pushes us out on the onside, wants to run, he's eager to get off the mark, but quite rightly sent back. Actually, it was Haynes, sorry, not eager to get off the mark, but eager to get to the other end, just as eager. But Barnard sent him back as Hamid came in from mid-wicket. First to go this morning was Jake Libby, caught behind by Tom Moores off the bowling of Stuart Broad for 15. That was 26 for 1. In the 6th over, Ed Pollock, who played well for his 31, had one loose flail outside the off stump, but also played a couple of cracking shots. Just break off as Patterson is in to Haynes again, who's beaten outside the off stump by a beauty taken by Moores. Do well to miss that. And Pollock had played one remarkable shot where he picked Luke Fletcher up over backward square leg for 6 off his toes. But he went to Dane Patterson's very first delivery. Patterson introduced into the attack in the 10th over at the pavilion end, and he's bowled unchanged since at that end, and he induced an outside edge from Ed Pollock, who was taken at 3rd slip by Lyndon James for 31. That was 49 for 2 in the 10th. Here's Patterson again, bowls, and Haynes drives and gets a run square on the offside, moves on to 31. 102 for 4. So 49 for 2 in the 10th, 56 for 3 in the 12th when Azhar Ali was caught behind by Moores off another beauty from Dane Patterson for 6. The Pakistani Test player finding life tough in the early season in the county championship. So far hasn't registered any really significant scores, but early days of course, and certainly very difficult conditions this morning. So that was 56 for 3 in the 12th. And Patterson bowls to Barnard, who drives beautifully through extra cover, over pitch that time, genuine half volley, and Barnard says thank you, I like to get off the mark, and he does. He drives it, punches it really through extra cover for 4 runs. So he's 4, 106 for 4.
One of the shots of the morning, that
yeah,
one.
Lovely shot. So 56 for 3 in the 12th, and then a good partnership of 44 between Brett D'Oliveira and Jack Haynes, before a couple of overs ago D'Oliveira gave Tom Moores his 3rd catch of the morning and Dane Patterson his 3rd wicket when he went for 6. There's Patterson in, gets his length right this time, and a little bit of away movement off the seam as well. Barnard played at it, I think. Might have taken his bat away, but taken by Moores. 106 for 4. D'Oliveira out for 6. First time he's been dismissed this season, as I said earlier, and I think I'm right in saying he's now got exactly 300 runs for once out, which, disappointed as he will be as he sits in that dressing room in the pavilion at the far end of the ground from us, if you'd have offered him that 3 weeks ago, I dare say he'd have taken it. 106 for 4. Patterson is in to complete his 8th over. He bowls, and Barnard is in behind that, pushes out on the offside. Ben Slater does the fielding, and that's the end of the over. A tidy over, 5 came off it. Very good shot from Barnard to get off the mark. Worcestershire 106 for 4 off 24.
It's funny, I went out for the toss and while they were just all waiting for the appropriate time, I had a little bit of a natter with Brett D'Oliveira out there and asked him if he remembered captaining here before Worcestershire, and he was a little glazed over, and Stephen Mullaney came on and said, go on, humour him, is referring to me. Mullaney calls me a cricket badger for stats and whatever. And he didn't remember and said pink ball game.
Yeah, I remember it.
He couldn't remember who the not skipper was. As Lyndon James bowls, and this is pushed into the offside, and there's no run. And he genuinely couldn't remember. He wondered if it was Mullaney, he wondered if it was Chris Reed, and it was neither of those.
Chris Nash.
It was Chris Nash, skippered knots a couple of times when Mullaney was injured. That was in 2018. The old pink ball
Jake
game.
Libby was playing for Notts, wasn't he?
Yeah, whatever happened to the pink ball matches? Crikey.
That was the game where I interviewed Dylan Pennington after the game, and he said
he made his debut, didn't he?
Batting against Stuart Broad. I've been watching him on the telly since I was 5.
Haynes has 31, equal top score with Pollock. James bowls to him and he defends. It just didn't work. Partly, I think, because we had the 2 pink ball games that we had here against Kent and against Worcestershire, similar conditions to this. So by the time it got to 8 or 9 o'clock at night, it was freezing cold. There was hardly anybody left in the ground, and no, I think the cricketing public up and down the country voted with their feet. They didn't want pink ball cricket. It might be interesting to get Samit's view when he's on this afternoon as to the pink ball matches we had here, but I don't think anybody enjoyed them at all. As Lyndon James bowls, and the next one's eased into the offside. Joe Clark might have enjoyed it because he got 170.
He played really well, didn't he?
Yeah.
Played really well.
Halfway through the 20th.
It wasn't a bad interview for Joe Clark, that was it?
No. No.
My interview innings.
He certainly knows he could score runs at Trent Bridge, I guess, from that particular innings. He's had a quiet morning, Joe Clark, at first slip, stood alongside his mate there, Ben Duckett. Nothing come their way as yet as Lyndon James bowls. And Haynes, he almost resembles Lyndon James, actually. He's getting very straight and playing in the V, getting behind it, trying to obviously eradicate any potential errors and just be aware of the swinging ball. He's played very nicely. 106 for 4. During the 40 minutes of lunch, for those of you listening on 5 Live Sports Extra, Kevin Howells will pick things up as once again James bowls and Haynes steers it into the offside. No run. Understand Nottinghamshire's Director of Cricket, Mick Newell, will be joining Kevin Howells, and he will also have an interview with Rob Key, which I would imagine, I don't know, but I would imagine will focus on today's news coming from ECB Towers, which, if you haven't heard it, Ben Stokes appointed the England captain, the successor, the 81st full-time England captain, succeeding Joe Root. Next ball is hit him on the pad. They're asking the umpire here and not given. Might have kept a whisker low, and all I can suspect was it was just outside the line, but Lyndon James running away almost Broad-like before he turned and looked at the umpire, but umpire Hartley kept his fingers in his pocket. End of the over, 106 for 4.
Maiden over from Lyndon James, tidy 2 overs, 1 maiden, no wickets for just that 1 run. And Dane Patterson to continue. 10 minutes to go to lunch. I reckon if Worcestershire were to get through this to lunch without losing another one, they would feel that they had a pretty decent morning, I think. They've certainly scored at a fair rate, but it's been a really, really testing 2 hours, or coming up to 2 hours. Dane Patterson from the pavilion end bowls to Barnard and just underlines my assessment there with a good one, which he had to play out just outside off stump. He's bowled absolutely beautifully this morning, the South African. He really has. He's hardly. I mean, if he's got anything wrong, he's just occasionally over-pitched and been driven down the ground. But generally speaking, his length's been excellent. He's had sideways movement both ways, picked up 3 wickets, and been a real handful. 3 for 29. He's in his 9th. Comes in now to bowl to Barnard. Bowls, and Barnard drives for 4 through the covers again. Beautiful shot. Elegant cover drive from Barnard. As I said, if Patterson's had any errors, they've just occasionally he's over-pitched, and that one was in the slot, and Barnard just stroked it through extra cover. Lovely shot, and his second boundary. He goes to 8, 110 for 4.
A fairly high percentage of his wickets that he's taken for Nottinghamshire has seen the batsman's off stump go cartwheeling out of the ground for the one that he sets him up with a couple outside the off stump and then jags one back.
Yeah, it's that wobble seam, isn't it? They don't know which way it's going to go. Bowler in again. And there you go, he's got one. Ed Barnard played it on. Patterson gets his 4th, tried to take his bat out of the way and ended up deflecting it down on to the stumps. So Worcestershire lose their 5th wicket just a few minutes before lunch, and there's Dave talking about Dane Patterson hitting the off stump. Well, he hit off and middle with that one, but via Ed Barnard's bat, and he'd be really disappointed. He hit 2 lovely cover drives, but he's gone for 8, and it's 110 for 5. And from being a morning where you might say they've done well to get through, it's now looking like very much the home side's morning, and if they were knocking another one over before lunch, then that would be absolutely the case. So Ed Barnard has gone for 8, and Dane Patterson picks up his 4th wicket. Outstanding performance from him this morning.
Well, just before he left the mic 20 minutes ago, Samit Patel said, if they can get through to lunch with only 3 wickets down, I'm giving it to Worcester's morning, but if Notts can get them 5 down at lunch, then it's definitely their day. And I thought, that's the ever optimistic Samit. 5 down, surely not, but it's happened. 2 wickets in quick succession.
Yeah, I must say I would have gone as far as to say if they were 4 down at lunch, they'd done pretty well. But Ben Cox coming out now, quite nervous, could easily get one that he has to play out and get a nick, and it could be 6 down at lunch, and then you're absolutely looking at
I'm not sure how recent
completely
that
on top
of him is. He's got bleach blonde hair up on
it's still like that.
Screen.
It's still like that, don't you worry. If he takes his helmet off, it's still very much like that. 110 for 5, or at least it was last week anyway. Ben Cox coming in, difficult circumstances. Dane Patterson with his tail up, bowling beautifully. 8.3 overs, 3 maidens, 4 for 33 for Patterson, and he's bowled perfectly for these conditions, really. 3 slips remain. Backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, long leg for Ben Cox, who will take his time, probably hoping they can get through with maybe just 1 more over, I would imagine, looking at the pavilion clock. 5-1. Patterson, half of this over to go. I would imagine Worcestershire will be very much hoping that there's 9 deliveries that they've got to survive to get through to the lunch interval. And here's Patterson to bowl. Cox's first ball from the pavilion end, over the wicket, bowls, and Cox just pushes up to Stuart Broad at mid-on. There's no run. The men out today then, Libby caught, Moores bowled, Broad 15, Pollock caught, Lyndon James at 3rd slip off Dane Patterson for 31, Azhar Ali caught behind for 6, Brett D'Oliveira caught behind for 6, and Ed Barnard bowled via the bat for 8. All of those wickets falling to Patterson. 4 for 33 to him. Outstanding effort. Cox just waits. Bat tapping now as Patterson moves in again and bowls to him, and taken on the pad by this one, covering up, nip back. I think it's got him on the inside thigh, I think, or maybe in the box. Yeah, looking at the way he's squatting down now and gulping for air. I think it was in the box. Jack Haynes just coming down from the non-striker's end to offer a little bit of sympathy, but I bet he's got a little grin on his face as well. You always have when it's not you that suffered that little blow. And Ben Cox, that would have hurt. Cold morning, and it's taken his breath away. He's down on his knees now.
Yeah, for anybody that thinks Dane Patterson is just sort of a fairly gentle, medium-paced trundler, I think Ben Cox would have a different assessment. It's, tell you what, you're absolutely right. It's completely knocked the wind out of him, and he might just be killing a few seconds here, but I don't think
it's a
so.
horrible feeling, horrible feeling, though, isn't it? And he's not only got the problem of coping with Dane Patterson's bowling, but he's got to just get his mind together and just checks with the umpire that there's one ball left. And
what did the umpire say?
And the umpire said, "Yeah, there's one ball left." He did. Anyway, here's Patterson, and Cox he's just taken his time, gone back in, removed a little bit of debris from the pitch, settles down over his bat again. Last ball of the over. Patterson is in, bowls, and he lets that go outside the off stump. Good leave. Very, very close to the off stump. End of the over from Patterson. Brilliant spell from him this morning. 4 for 33 in his 9 overs. He's been the star of the morning from Nott's point of view. And as the last over, what will almost certainly be the last over, begins, Lyndon Patterson to bowl it. Worcestershire are 110 for 5 with Jack Haynes on 31 and Ben Cox yet to score.
Yeah, Dane Patterson, he'll perhaps never have a better chance to better his Nottinghamshire best figures of last season. 5 for 90 against Warwickshire away. His only 5 wicket haul. He had lots of 3 and 4 wicket hauls, often coming on after Fletcher and Broad, when he played, had picked up a lot of wickets. 110 for 5. Lyndon James bowls, and Haynes, a little push and run and a slight mix up there, and Haynes holds his hands aloft to his partner to say sorry, but now goes on to the non-striker's end with 32 to his name, so he's the highest scorer in the innings. Jack Haynes, Ed Pollock 31, Jake Libby 15, and then 3 single-figure scores for Azhar Ali, Brett D'Oliveira and Ed Barnard. Last year Ben Cox, of course, was signed up for the 100 by the host club, if you like, here at Trent Bridge in the 100, the Trent Rockets, but didn't actually play a game, with Tom Moores the wicket-keeper for all the matches. So I guess that's a little frustrating. I know, perhaps a little bit of a bonus in the bank account as James comes in to bowl to him well wide of the off stump, but you probably don't get the full experience of participating in the 100 if you don't actually take to the field. Would have been a teammate of Samit, so again something we can perhaps touch on this afternoon. Ben Cox, a member of the Trent Rockets last year but didn't play, says Samit from the back of the box. Worcestershire supporters, those of you of a superstitious nature might want to lift your feet off the ground in the time-honoured tradition. Nelson on the board for 5 as Lyndon James bowls again, worked away nicely by Cox, and he's away for a single. And Dane Patterson says, who's backing up? He's got a bit of a rocket arm, and he was on the boundary at deep square, and he says, I didn't fire it in because there was nobody backing up. 112 for 5. Good work by our camera crew out and about this morning. Hope you've enjoyed the coverage, those of you watching the pictures on the live stream. 112 for 5 as Lyndon James, passed on by Hartley bowls, and once again a ball out to Patterson. This time he throws it to the non-striker's end because he's not sure that there was anybody ready at the batsman's end. 113 for 5. So Nott's a little down on the overs this morning, but I'm sure they'll be excused that because we've had 5 wickets go down. This is the 27th and final over of the session. Just 2 balls left. Lyndon James bowls, and Cox again works it on the leg side. We've had 3 clipped out there to Patterson in this over. So Pollock 31, Libby 15, Azhar Ali 6, D'Oliveira 6 and Barnard 8. The 5 batsmen out in scorecard order. And Worcestershire still have Josh Baker, Adam Finch, Charlie Morris and Dylan Pennington to come. Maybe we'll see some, if not all of those this afternoon. 4 wickets to Dane Patterson, 1 to Stuart Broad this morning, after Stephen Mullaney won the toss. And this should be the final delivery of the session, with Worcestershire 114 for 5. Way down the leg side, and might have brushed something, but it clearly wasn't bat. And with that they turn and head for the pavilion, and I'm sure they'll get a warm round of applause collectively for what's been a very watchable morning's cricket here at Trent Bridge on the opening day of this match between 2 traditional rivals and by and large good friends, Nottinghamshire and Worcestershire. The visitors put in 114 for 5 at lunch. Jack Hames is 33 not out with him. The wicketkeeper Ben Cox is 2 not out. Very much enjoyed your company this morning, and that with that of my co-commentators Frank Watson, Samit Patel and Kevin Howells. Dane Patterson's figures, 9 overs, 3 maidens, 4 for 33. He's leading Nottinghamshire off. In just a moment we'll be updating BBC Radio Nottingham, because play will restart at 20 to 2, and we will pick up just then. There'll be an update for Radio Nottingham in just a second, so we'll do that. A reminder, of course, that Kevin Howells will be with all our listeners on 5 Live Sports Extra through the luncheon interval. 114 for 5. Just waiting to do this update. I'm sure Kevin will again bring you up to speed with what's happening around the country.
exactly the same again as this morning in a moment, isn't it? You're every half an hour all the way through. Yeah. That's all right. That's all right. Yeah, great. Yeah, really good. Yeah, I'll tell you what, it's embarrassing what we get. I just got Worcestershire perfection bag just looking more at it. Yeah. Very good.
Well, hello everybody, welcome back to Trent Bridge. Dave Bracegirdle here from BBC Radio Nottingham, alongside Frank Watson from BBC Hereford and Worcester, and you'll also hear in this session from Samit Patel, the former England and Nottinghamshire all-rounder, and also Kevin Howells is here with us, the voice of 5 Sports Extra. So we'll bring Samit in 20 minutes time at 2 o'clock. The players are out on the field, 114 for 5. We've had 27 overs in the innings. As I say, Frank alongside me. I'm very impressed with Jack Haynes. He's played very nicely.
Yeah, he's played well, hasn't he? Samit was saying this morning when he first started his innings how late he was playing and how he lined things up nicely. And the other thing he did, which is important on a day like this, is when he did get a bad ball, he put it away effectively. So he's played well, but they've got to start again, these two. So easy in these conditions to
What's the hold-up? Has somebody forgotten
make
the ball?
a mistake. Dane Patterson's going to carry on. Yeah, there's a bit of a hold-up. I think they're just sorting out a bit of movement behind the bowler's arm by the look of it.
Haynes.
Cox on strike.
That's Samit you can hear broadcasting to the world. You've got what have you got? Have you got some inside information, Samit, that you want to share with one of the players?
Just telling Luke Fletcher how to get a wicket. Patterson from the pavilion end then. Ben Cox on strike has 2. And there are 3 slips. Patterson had a little breather after that excellent spell this morning. About to start his 10th over. Comes in now. First ball of the afternoon session. Bowls, and Cox taken on the pad. It runs away behind square. Cox thinks there might be a leg by and sets off, but Haynes sends him back as Tom Morse moves smartly across to his left and prevents the leg by. 114 for 5.
Just nipped downstairs to get a cuppa. I've not seen the press boxes full for a long time, except when England are playing here. It must be the Broad factor.
Yeah, and maybe because it's so cold they don't want to be outside anybody. Here's Patterson again in bowls, and Cox leaves it, but I tell you what, it was past him before he left it, I reckon, that one. It went past him and then he sort of gestured as if to leave it, didn't he? It was an odd one. Skidded through quite quickly. As you said when he hit Cox in the box just before lunch, Patterson, when you compare him to Broad maybe, he doesn't look as quick and possibly doesn't hit the deck as hard as Luke Fletcher, but he skids on, doesn't he? And he's not slow.
And it's the late movement that does
Yeah, absolutely. And he's hit the seam consistently this morning. Bowled really well. Comes in again now, bowls, and Cox is taken on the pad and he's gone. LBW, back leg, I think. We might have to have a look at the replay, but umpire Neil Bainton, in no doubt whatsoever, gave that away, gave that out very, very quickly. Just having a look at it now, and yeah, back leg right in front. That's a good shout, and well, there you go. Patterson's got his 5th. Ben Cox is the first man to go in this afternoon session. LBW to the South African for 2, and Worcestershire, well, they really are staring down the barrel now, aren't they? At 114 for 6. Excellent bowling once again by Patterson.
Only taken him 3 balls to get right back on it.
Just nipped back, didn't it? And did enough, didn't
You're right. I mean, I know they've had a 40-minute breather to get their lunch, a break, if you like. But he bowled 9 overs off the reel before lunch. I just wonder if they might just have changed things round a little bit. So whoever, whether it's Mulaney, the coach, the skipper, or a combination, to decide to go with Dane, been validated already, and congratulations to Dane. Second time in Nottinghamshire colours. He's picked up what they call a 5-wicket bag, and his best so far 5 for 90. Wouldn't be the biggest surprise in the world if he managed to get at least one more in this innings, would it, to go on and get his first 6 for knots?
It wouldn't be a surprise if he picked up 2 or 3 more. The Worcester tail is longer than usual today. Josh Baker coming in now, definitely the most capable of the remaining batsmen, but an absolute rookie, still only 18 years old. Left arm spinner, good prospect, has a first class 50 made at Lord's last year, but I doubt he will have ever faced this kind of bowling in these sorts of conditions. It's a real test for him. Patterson is in and bowls to him, and he plays a beautiful shot first ball, absolutely times the pants off it really, and hits it straight to Hasib Hamid at mid-wicket, who dives and stops. But it's a great shot, lovely clipped on drive from Baker, who does like to put bat to ball. He's a tall boy, 6'4" or so, I think, but didn't get off the mark because he picked the fielder out. But Patterson will be thinking, yeah, okay, well, you can play shots if you want to, as he comes in now and bowls to Baker, who's forward defending up to mid-on, and there's no run. So, as Dave Bracegirdle alongside me was saying, didn't take Dane Patterson long to get back amongst the wickets in this very first over after the interval. 5 for 33, but I maintain difficult conditions here at Trent Bridge. Absolutely tough, you have to earn every run. In comes Patterson once again from the pavilion end. He bowls and Baker drives beautifully straight down the ground. Again a lovely shot, and again he doesn't get off the mark because it hits the stumps at the far end of the ground. He'll feel a bit disgruntled that he hasn't got off the mark. 2 great shots in those first 3 balls, but the end of a wicket maiden for Dane Patterson. 10 overs, 4 maidens, 5 for 33, and Luke Fletcher to take up the attack from this Radcliffe Road end.
The last match here against Glamorgan a fortnight ago, we had a wicket like that. Ben Duckett straight drove the bowler, Glamorgan's James Wheel, straight back, and it just flicked him on the way onto the stumps, and Hasib Hamid was run out, going along very nicely on 34, but was seen off. So Luke Fletcher to bowl the first over of the afternoon from the Radcliffe Road end, armed with a little bit of knowledge from Samit Patel, shouting down to him before the session started. Haynes on strike on 33, the leading scorer in this Worcestershire innings. Fletcher, unusually for him, without a wicket. A 4 left though. He bowls, and nicely played by Haynes. He just rocked forward, didn't he? Just almost a defensive block, but he steered it away square of the wicket on the offside for a run. So that will bring the new batsman on to strike. We've had a little bit of a swapping over this morning when Ed Pollock was in the middle, but right-handers dominating now. Paul Barnes, good listening on the train today from Edinburgh down to Nottingham. Hard to believe Samit can't get a county slot. He looks fit. Next ball is through him, and a good take by Tom Moores. This one's gone down the leg side. I think Paul's looking at that photo I put on Twitter. I think that was might have been a last season one of Samit, but it does look fit nonetheless. And as he said to Kevin Howells this morning, he's really felt fitter or better at this stage of the season, which is testimony to the work he's been putting in. 115 for 6. What a brute of a ball that was from Fletcher. Shares a quit with Stuart Broad and then comes in again. Bowles, strikes Baker on the pad above the knee roll. So yeah, Paul just wondering if Samit could get a county slot. I don't think he wants one, is what he's been telling us, Paul, but lovely to have you on. At Brace Cricket, at Frank Watson 58, at Samit Patel 21 if you want to get in touch directly with the great man. I was watching from the back of the box, and he'll be back with us at 2 o'clock. This one is a play and a miss outside the off stump. And extra little bit of bounce there from Fletcher, just short of a length, and it got up and went over the shoulder on its way through to those bright yellow gloves that Tom Moores is wearing. Chilly, stuck my head outside and stuck it back in again during the luncheon interval. A lot of people wrapping up warm on this middle tier. Don't think anybody's going to need to be slopping the sunscreen on today as Fletcher bowls again. This has been a really good over from Fletcher. This one just shapes away now from Baker, who managed to play a couple of crisp looking shots in the previous over without getting off the mark, and he's found life a little bit more troublesome since going down to face Fletcher. Let's have a couple of bowling points then, with Worcestershire 6 down, but they are -2 on the over 8. There's Luke Fletcher in again. Bowls whipped away, and doesn't matter what age you are in this game, it's always nice to get that first run, and Josh Baker is away. A single from the final ball of that Luke Fletcher come back over, and it's 116 for 6. Fletcher now 9 overs, 2 maidens, none for 29. And just quickly, Frank, before we pass things over to you, Ellie says, is it just me that hopes that Worcestershire's number 6 has his middle stump knocked out in the second innings so Brace can call Barnard castled? Come on, Notts. I bet that's been done, hasn't it?
It's been done. John Gwynn came up with that at Old Trafford a couple of years ago, I remember. Here's Dane Patterson in to bowl to Baker. He's in, he bowls, and Baker on the back foot pushes out on the offside. Wants a single, but perhaps not realising that Ben Slater is left-handed. Yeah. Which Jack Haynes did realise, and he sent him back.
Yeah, I missed the moment this morning. I know he played on, but if you'd prompted me, Ellie, at the start of play, I might have had that one in reserve.
Anyway, 116 for 6. Ellie got in touch, probably on the email, was that, Dave, or via Twitter?
On the old tweet. Are you doing the email?
No, I don't do an email, but Dave is on Twitter, so am I. You can get in touch if you'd like to. Here's Patterson again, bangs this one in short, and Baker on the back foot. Tall man, as I say, just sort of fends it off in front of his chest. So Dave is at Brace Cricket, BRACE Cricket, and I'm at Frank Watson 58 on Twitter. If you'd like to get in touch, tell us what you think. I think Worcestershire fans might be thinking, here we go again, another, dismal batting performance. They didn't start well at Leicester on the first day, although they recovered very well. But in fairness, they've found themselves in really, really difficult conditions this morning. I wouldn't really fault anybody. I don't think any of the dismissals have been terribly blameworthy. In comes Patterson again, pushes out on the offside. Baker, no run. Barnard played on, as you were saying, and was probably trying to get his bat out of the way. But other than that, I think we've seen the dismissals that we've witnessed have all been balls that batsmen wouldn't lose too much sleep over. As Samit said earlier, you're not going to walk off when you've got a nick to a ball from Patterson such as he's picked up wickets with this morning and blame yourself terribly, I don't think. Anyway, in he comes again, bowls to Baker, who drives at this and kind of gets squared up, thickish outside edge, flies uppishly square on the offside. They pick up 2 runs, but it was a false stroke from Baker. But you're entitled to make those sort of errors, I think, on this pitch. It's just a case of battling on, hoping that when you nick one it doesn't go to hand, and when you hit one it does go through a gap, and just working at it and battling through. And if you can do that, and maybe things ease, ball gets a bit softer, pitch maybe dries a little bit. It's just a little bit brighter, isn't it, as we speak. Here's Patterson again in, bowls, and Baker gets some width, and that's a good shot. Throws his hands at it, hits it on the up. That's what you've got to do, I think, in these circumstances. You don't want to miss out when you do get the opportunity. And he's whacked that away for 4 just in front of square, his first boundary. And he goes on to 7. It's 122 for 6. Yeah. And as I said, that's what Haynes has done as well. In these circumstances, when you get one to hit, I think it's important that you give it a go, because otherwise you could just get completely stuck, I think. And the fact that Worcestershire have scored their 122 at the rate they have, we're only in the 30th over, so it's 4 and over, shows that they've done that. There's Patterson in again, bowls, Baker drives again, lovely shot, wide of Stuart Broad at mid-on. Broad is in pursuit, they've taken 2 and they'll come back for 3. Baker says yep, he's a big lad with long strides, and he gets back for 3 and he keeps the strike, so a good over for young Josh Baker. 9 coming off it, he's on 10. Haynes has 34, 125 for 6.
Yep, played very nicely there. Dane Patterson now with 13 wickets this season. Didn't play in the first match, had 1 or 2 visa problems to get back into the country, somewhat bizarrely. But was back in time for the last home game against Glamorgan, where he picked up 3 wickets in the match, got 5 wickets at Durham and 5 already in this particular innings. 125 for 6. Now, I know my good friend here is too modest to mention it himself, so I'll do it on his behalf in just a second as Fletcher bowls. This one's clipped to mid-on. Frank has collaborated, I think is the word, with former Worcestershire opener Daryl Mitchell on Daryl Mitchell's autobiography over the winter, and it's just been released, Frank. Once a Pair, My Cricket Journey, and I've got it, and you can testify to the listeners. I've not got a freebie from you.
No,
I have purchased this, and we've got a week off, or Notts have got a week off next week, so I'm going to have a little bit of a read next week. This is worked away behind square on the leg side by Baker for a single, 126 for 6. So I've flicked through the pictures. I've looked at your bit on the back page, which says all about you, your bits and pieces, but the rest I'm saving until my week off next week. But good luck with it.
Thanks very much, Dave. I don't feel too guilty because I purchased your book with Luke Fletcher as well, and I haven't brought it with me, but I will bring it later in the game. But yeah, it's come out this week, and both Daryl and I are pretty pleased with it, so I'm hoping Worcestershire supporters will find it interesting.
Fletcher bowls, nicely defended by Haynes. Looks very straight, very organised, technically gifted.
Did talk about it when we were on air last week, so forgive me, Worcestershire listeners, but if people are interested, it's called Once a Pair, and if you don't, I mean, it's on Amazon, it's on various platforms. If you Google Once a Pair, then lots of purchasing options come up, and there are some good offers on at the moment, I've noticed.
Yeah, I'll give it a good plug when I've read it, rest assured. 126 for 6, Fletcher is in. This one's cut away nicely. It was fairly close to him, but he just arched his back, Haynes, to get into a good position to cut it down to third man, and they take a couple of runs. 128 for 6, and that's the Daryl Mitchell book. What's Daryl doing now?
Daryl is the cricket operations manager for the PCA, so he's gone straight into a full-time and very busy job. He was involved at ECB Towers yesterday and all those meetings and so on, and very, very busy man. Spends half his time in London really at the moment.
Luke Fletcher coming in to bowl to Haynes, who's on 36, goes deep into his crease, a little push and run into the gap. Yeah is the cry. 129 for 6. He kindly came along to the last cricket writers' lunch we went to together, didn't he? And,
he did, yeah.
We had a natter about it.
I think he's going to talk to Kevin Howells in the lunch interval tomorrow about the book and about the PCA and their work and his role and so on 5 Live Sports Extra. That's the plan, I think, anyway. One
for you to look out for then tomorrow as Fletcher, squad number 19, turns and runs away from us. Bowls nice and full, and that's a false shot from Baker. He drove down the Baker loo line when it was going down the Waterloo line, missed it completely, and it goes through to Moores. 129 for 6. Worcestershire, they galloped along in the early stages. They were 49 for 1 after 9, but then lost Ed Pollock, who'd hit a 6 in the opening skirmishes. He went for 31, 49 for 1, became 100 for 3, but then 100 for 4, 110 for 5. 114 for 6.
Yeah, 100 for 4, 100 for 3 at one stage. Looked a decent effort, didn't it? But it quickly can change, can't it? 129 for 6. Joe Leach not in the side as well, which doesn't help the batting. Patterson in to bowl to Haynes, who lets that go outside the off stump. A lot of responsibility on the shoulders of Jack Haynes now. 37 not out. Pair of youngsters really out there at the moment, both academy products, both Malvern College educated. Jack Haynes of Ombersley Cricket Club in the Birmingham League, where he's grown up really, played for them from early teens. And Josh Baker from Astwood Bank Cricket Club in north of the county, near Redditch. Here's Patterson in again, bowls, and Haynes is out. Caught behind by Tom Moores. A nice easy catch again for Moores, just fending at it outside off stump. Not a lot he could do about it, just watching a replay just to make my mind up about that. But another good delivery, just left him off the pitch. He maybe could have left it, but he just got a little outside edge. Just very comfortable catch for Tom Moores. And Dane Patterson has a 6 foot, and he is absolutely running through the Worcestershire batting. And Tom Moores has 4 catches. And I said it was a lovely day to be a keeper. And it wouldn't surprise me if he picked up a couple more. It really wouldn't. Jack Haynes gone for 37. Played really well, I think. He won't get many better 37s than that. He faced 64 balls and he hit 4 fours. But as Samit said this morning, you get the feeling when you're batting out there that sooner or later there's one coming along that's got your name on it. And Dane Patterson is hitting his lengths, he's hitting the seam, and at the moment the Worcestershire batsmen have no real answers. So 2 wickets down to Inchunge. Cox LBW to Patterson for 2, and now Jack Haynes caught behind by Tom Moores off the bowling of Patterson again for 37, and Dane Patterson has the excellent figures at the moment of 11.2 overs, 4 maidens, 6 for 42. Adam Finch is the new batsman. And, well, it must have been a toss-up whether he came in ahead of Pennington. I'm not sure exactly how they rank them in the dressing room, but it's a tough ask for the young man. 21 years old, pace bowler, and it's his first game of the season. 129 for 7.
Quite extraordinary performance this from Dane Patterson. There will be members of the written press downstairs who came along to write up Stuart Broad's performance that might just be getting a different agenda from their editors. Right all about this Patterson fella.
Here he is, in from the pavilion end bowls, and Finch lets that go outside the off stump, and it's taken low down by Tom Moores. I'm going to leave you in Dave's capable hands while I go and relay the bad news to Worcester.
More from Frank Watson before too long. Mike Brown is here at Trent Bridge for this game. Normally gets in touch, corresponds from Guernsey. Long distance, if you can call the Channel Islands long distance. It is quite a long distance, especially if you've got to swim it. But he's here at Trent Bridge for this game, so it's been well worth the trip. Next one is defended by Finch, who has got an unenviable task here of keeping out Dane Patterson. This is terrific. Either side of lunch is now into his 12th over, 6 for 42. He has had a couple of career 7-fers, so we'll keep an eye on that as the innings proceeds. Here he comes again from the pavilion end. Finch is the batsman, pushes this to backward point, and there's no addition to the total. 129 for 7. Dave Palmer says, "Hi Dave, I'm joining you from a week's break at Centre Parks. Can you advise if the live stream is working?" It is. It is. Frank will be back in just a moment to join me when I've done an update for Radio Nottingham, and Samit's slid in alongside as Patterson comes in again and bowls and just pushed into the offside, and there's no run. 129 for 7 at the end of the over. 12 overs, 4 maidens, 6 for 42. This has been threatening to happen, shall we say, since Dane came to Trent Bridge. Just 1-5 for last year. That was in the losing course Summit at Edgbaston, 5 for 90, but he's been threatening to run through sides once or twice, and it's not quite happened.
Absolutely, he's bowled outstandingly well, especially in this fixture so far, and throughout of last year where we went on that mad run, where we just couldn't stop taking any wickets. And I think that testament to Dane, the length he's bowled has been fantastic.
There's Luke Fletcher bowling to Josh Baker, who pushes to mid-off, and there's no run. I know he's got 6 wickets in a spell from that end. Broad got the first one. All 7 wickets from the other end is what I'm saying, but I still think it's doing a little bit from this end as well. It's just one of those days, isn't it, where sometimes it happens like that.
Absolutely, I don't think Luke's bowled badly at all. I think he's done a really good job from this end, and we say bowling in partnerships is key, and that's how we should operate.
There'll be an update for Radio Nottingham in just a second. As Fletcher bowls, good delivery, goes through to Moores. Just beat him outside off stump. Where Worcestershire are now 129 for 7 here at Trent Bridge. I think a lot of people have come along to see Stuart Broad's return to first-class cricket with Notts this week. Broad got the first wicket of the day, but since then slightly overshadowed by Dane Patterson, the South African quick. Best figures since he joined Nottinghamshire at the start of last year. 6 of the 7 wickets he's got now, 6 for 42. A couple since lunch, really good delivery just to get rid of Jack Haynes, who top scored with 37. Worcestershire in a whole heap of trouble here. 6 of the wickets to Patterson. Worcestershire 129 for 7. Latest delivery was just played out on the onside. Dave Bracegirdle and Samit Patel in the commentary box. We'll have Frank back in a moment or two. It's just all about and bear in mind we do have Worcestershire supporters listening in as well, Samit, but from the Notts perspective it's just all about knocking over the tail now.
Absolutely, we've done the hard work. I think sometimes you can get carried away, but knocking these 3 last wickets very, very crucial.
Fletcher bowls to Baker, who defends. Jack Haynes, I thought, played nicely for his 37, and I made 1 or 2 comparisons with Lyndon James. Plays in the V, plays very straight, technically organised.
Yeah, I said on commentary that he looked pretty impressive. Played the ball late, which often you need to do at Trent Bridge, and anywhere else really. I think that, yeah, he's probably a bright prospect for Worcestershire cricket.
There's Luke Fletcher. Sets off from the green mark, the green spray paint at the end of his mark. Oh, a bit of an agricultural swish to leg there. It's effective because it's got Baker a run, his 12th run. What do you make of that?
Yeah, very agricultural. But as a tail-ender batsman, he's obviously there to play some shots. I think that it's important to keep the scoreboard moving, and Worcestershire don't need to get caught in a rut.
I had a little look, trying to find a Samit Patel century against Worcestershire. The best I can find is 95 here.
Run out Vikram Solanki, I want to say.
Well, that's a while ago then, isn't it?
It is.
130 for 7. Next ball is pushed into the offside. There's no run. That's the end of the over. If you might like to reminisce about that and any other fond memories of playing against Worcestershire, I'll make way for Frank.
Yeah, I think it's one of the, when you go to Worcester, it's a very picturesque ground, a cathedral in the background. Yeah, Worcester's a nice place. I think that they're always at your team. They don't let you settle, and that's exactly what they did that day actually. Playing here against them in that championship game where I did get run out eventually. Vikram probably not the one to run to. Dane runs in
from the pavilion end, and he bowls to
finds
Adam
the edge.
Finch.
It's
Yeah,
gonna be 4, I think.
Yep. Just got there.
Trickled over the line. Probably not the men to run to is Vikram Solanki. Obviously a good fielder back in the day. Took him on just before lunch and got run out.
For how many was that?
95.
95, oh well. Yeah, he was a good player, wasn't he, Vikram? It was interesting. I was just talking about, Dave was just very kindly drawing attention to this book that I've just done with Daryl Mitchell over the winter.
He was a good player, wasn't he, Daryl?
On Daryl's career, just sort of collaborated with him on it. Dane Patterson just comes in now and bowls to Finch, who lets that go outside the off stump. And Darryl says in the book, when he talks about the players he's played with, obviously Graham Hick, and he grew up as a sort of, a child worshipping Graham and was delighted to play with him. But he says that he thinks Vikram probably the most elegant player that he ever watched, and would always come out and sit on the balcony and watch when Vikram was batting. It wasn't just power; it was a joy to watch as well. Here's Patterson from the pavilion end in and bowls to Finch, who's forward nicely, gets over that, plays it down into the gully.
Yeah, Vikram was pleasing on the eye, let's just say that. Not that Graham Hick wasn't.
No, but a different kind of domination at times. Vikram was quite an elegant player, wasn't he? Whereas Graham, it was more just power, wasn't it, really?
Yeah, Hickey, I actually never copped it off Hickey. He never stood in the field for long hours. But yeah, we've copped it off Vikram. Vikram's got a 200 here once.
Here's Patterson in again, bowling to Finch. Nice shot from Finch as Patterson just errs in line slightly there onto his legs, and he just tickles it down to long leg for a single. Fletcher the fielder. So Finch goes to 6, Baker for 12, 136 for 7. I think one thing that might trouble Worcestershire a little bit, Samit, looking at what's happened today, and this is maybe me just being a bit pessimistic, is that obviously, pretty seamer-friendly conditions, beautifully used by Dane Patterson, who comes in now and bowls to Baker.
Shot.
Who hits that firmly off the back foot, straight to Ben Slater at short extra. But that illustrates the point I was going to make, which is that almost everybody who's batted has at some stage timed the ball really well. It's coming on really nicely, isn't it? And that suggests to me that if somebody gets in, or if the ball gets a bit softer and maybe it just dries out a little bit, it's going to be a decent pitch to bat on.
Absolutely, the ball always comes on at Trent Bridge, and obviously the outfield, you get a value for shots. You're scoring at a high rate.
Here's Patterson again. He comes in, and Baker is out. Caught at mid-on, just chips a catch up to mid-on. Not the way you want to go out on this sort of pitch, unfortunately. But Baker goes, Broad the catcher, and it's 136 for 8. Oh, it's not Baker, it's Finch. I beg your pardon. Or is it? No, it's Baker. It's Baker. Yeah. Baker's gone. It's just because the thing changed on the scoreboard. I thought I know who Baker is. Yeah, he's gone for 12. Caught by Broad off Patterson, and Dane Patterson. Well, he's having the day of his life. Career best for him for Notts, and at the moment he's taken 7 for 47, which is remarkable effort by him, and Worcestershire in real trouble now at 136 for 8. You don't want to get out like that, do you, in these circumstances, really?
Try and make the bowler work for his wickets, and
just chip to catch up to mid-on.
Probably just handed one to Notts there. I think that I was just about to mention that could you eke out one batting point if you got a little bit of a partnership with a tail wag a little bit. It's probably safe to say no now. But you never know, funny things have happened.
Yeah, Charlie Morris is the new batsman, and although I dare say you could say he's justifiably at number 10 with Dylan Pennington to come. Pennington's got first class 50, to be fair, at number 11. I'm surprised that Morris has come in ahead of him, but there's not much to pick between these last three, to be fair, in the Worcestershire batting lineup. They're missing Joe Leach, obviously. But Patterson, let's just reiterate, 13 overs, 5 maiden, 7 for 47. Career best for him, a really, really good effort. And Worcester 136 for 8. As you said, Sam, at one batting point would be quite an effort now. You just get the feeling there's a wicket almost every ball, don't you?
You do, especially with the lengths these two guys bowl. And I know Fletcher's not got any wickets, but he's doing a great job at the other end.
He is. He's coming in now to start his 12th over. No wicket for 35. Bowls to Finch, and he nearly gets one as Finch feels for that outside the off stump, full of length. Possibly could have left that one, but just reached for it. He overbalanced a little bit as well, didn't he? Can't
be too hypercritical of the tail enders, can we? If the top order's not done the job, then
absolutely.
I think the tail enders are a bit more leeway.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. Especially a rookie like Finch, probably only his 4th or 5th game for Worcestershire. Went on loan to Surrey a couple of years ago and played 2 or 3 games for them. Did quite well. Fletcher in again to him now, bowls, and he might just have pulled his bat away from that one. Good shape again from Luke Fletcher. He leaned into it. You think I'm being generous?
I think it's a play and a miss, if I'm honest.
He maybe pulled his bat away after it had gone. That's what he might have done.
We should have the replay soon, I think. Should we not?
There are some, aren't there? They don't show all the replays if it's not a sort of significant event. There are some batters, aren't there, that completely do you, like Alistair Cook, who often do the little curtain rail, and you think he's played and he hasn't. And
well, but the ideal conditions now would be the sun to come out in about 20 minutes.
Well, it would for you. Yeah. Fletcher moving away from us, 19 on his back as he bowls to Finch. He gets a run this time, just turning this one. Thickish inside edge, really. It goes out square on the leg side, and they get a single. 137 for 8. Yeah, you got to remember, Samit, that some of the people listening to this probably don't want the sun to come out.
Yeah. Definitely from a Nottinghamshire point of view, the sun needs to come out.
Yeah, absolutely. And from the Worcestershire point of view, it needs to start raining.
Well, it's a bit early for the rain call, but
yeah, it is. But no, I'm only joking. It's not a day they would want to be without Joe Leach, though. That's for sure. Fletcher bowls, and forward comes Charlie Morris, and plays back up the pitch to the bowler. And there's no run. Morris's first ball. 137 for 8. 3 men out since lunch, all falling to Dane Patterson, who's having a great day. Cox out for 2, Haynes for a top score of 37, and Baker for 12.
Played well, Haynes, I thought.
Yeah, he did play well, didn't he? Standout batsman probably so far, I think. Yeah, played very well. It was good innings.
I think you do. You're obviously, I know it's hard to replace Mitch, but someone of that calibre of player.
Is Fletcher again? He's in and bowls, and nicely played by Charlie Morris.
Fielder by Ben Slater.
Towards mid-wicket, might have gone. Slater, good diving stop. If he hadn't got a hand on it, would have probably raced away to the boundary. He's quite short on that side. As it is, Morris gets off the mark, 138 for 8. And it's also, you mentioned about Luke Fletcher bowling really well. He's beaten the bat quite consistently, and yet he hasn't got a wicket. And on another day, he might have got 3 or 4, and they would have been a bit more shared around. Note from Dave Bracegirdle, which I'll read out in a minute, as Fletcher comes in and bowls outside the off stump, left alone, and that's the end of the over. Just to say, Dane Patterson, career best, 7 for 20 for Western Province in January. Also has a 7 for 25 for South Africa race. So this is currently his 3rd best, but 1 more wicket and it will be a career best, 7 for 47. Pretty impressive. Very impressive. And he's not having a bad year by the look of it.
He's having a very good year. I think he'll get it. I think he'll get 8.
I think he'll get 8.
He might even get 9.
Yeah, he could. He's I was going to say, he might not have thought at lunch when he'd got 4 or 5 or whatever he got. Oh, this is going to be the day of my life. But he's just got to keep doing what he's been doing, hasn't he? Stands at the end of his mark now, tosses the ball from hand to hand, and moves in to bowl. Bowls to Morris, who's forward, pushing out on the offside. Slater comes into field. No run. I reckon there's a decent crowd in here, given the weather.
It's a very good crowd.
This end where we're sitting is
you won't see the guys
very
down
well populated.
Ruddy Road.
Yeah, and in a big ground like Trent Bridge, you can have spectators dotted around, and actually amounts to quite a significant crowd. On a day like this, they're all wrapped up warm, to be fair.
Bitterly cold out there.
Yeah, it is. It's cold.
Best seat in the house, some might say. We have.
Yeah, definitely. Slater in to bowl to Morris, who's beaten by that one, which nipped back, I think, and he's sort of flat-footed on the crease, didn't really go anywhere, and then it moved back in towards him, and he just jammed his bat down at the last minute. Rehearses a much better looking backward defensive shot now.
As a tail ender should.
Yeah. As the ball scooted through to Tom Moores, bounced twice before it reached him. He's had a good day, Tom Moores, picked up 4 catches so far. In with a chance all the time behind the stumps. And a good slip catch as well this morning to get Ed Pollock from Lyndon James at 3rd slip. Here's Slater in again to Morris, who waits and turns this on the leg side. Yeah, straight to Hamid at mid-wicket. Hamid, who's probably standing there, as you do, as an opening batter. Him and Ben Slater on the other side will be thinking, won't be long now. before we're strapping them on.
Halfway through the second session, having the pads on, I reckon.
Yeah, I reckon so, and they'll start to a few little nerves. Even though Slater's off the back of a double 100, you're only as good as the next ball, aren't you, Samit?
Exactly, only as good as your next arc.
Yeah, in comes Patterson again from the from the pavilion, and he bowls, and Morris on the back foot played that nicely, pushed it out into the covers. And Dave gives me another note. Says if Dane Patterson gets another wicket, it'll be the first 8 for Notts since Stuart Broad against Warwickshire Edgbaston 12 years ago.
Correct.
Yeah.
Lucky enough
in that one?
I was playing in that one. Yeah.
Yeah.
I was opening the batting in that fixture.
Were you really?
Yeah.
With joy?
Well, opening the batting has never been my joy, but yeah.
Yeah. Here's Patterson from the pavilion end. Bowls to Morris, who pushes back up the pitch to the bowler. No run, 138 for 8. Good ground for you, Edgbaston, in terms of championship cricket?
Not really. I don't think I've not scored many championship runs there, to be honest. More productive in white ball cricket, but not as much in much in red ball cricket.
Yeah.
I played well here against Warwickshire.
Yeah.
In a few championship games, but no, nothing at Edgbaston.
I always think Edgbaston's a very different ground when it's full to when it's empty.
Yeah.
If you know what I mean. It's a bit of a concrete bowl, isn't it? Here's Patterson in. Ball. Morris
he's
gone.
got
There's his 8
foot.
Might have kept it a little bit low, but that would be probably being a bit harsh. It nipped back. It uprooted the middle stump. And Charlie Morris is on his way. Just watching the replay now. 8 for Dane Patterson. Yeah, did keep low actually. That one, so kept low, nipped back, and I think Charlie Morris will probably feel that there wasn't a lot he could have done about that. But Dane Patterson picks up his 8th, and Charlie Morris is out for 1, and Worcestershire are 138 for 9. And he might well get that 9 for now, with the new batsman coming in, Dylan Pennington, at number 11. So there we go, the first 8 for Notts for 12 years.
I love him to get 9.
I wonder how many really 9s for. Dave's rapidly working through the record books.
He's on the laptop now as we speak.
Cricket Archives
there
getting some hits.
Yeah. Last person to get 9.
Dylan Pennington is the new batsman. Dane Patterson getting a round of applause because that was the last ball of the over. So really good effort, and Notts have really pressed home this advantage after lunch. I mean, goodness me.
Did Andre Adams to get 9, was it?
Oh, good knowledge, if that's right. Hadley?
Hadley, yeah, it would have been a Hadley.
Hadley or Rice? Hadley, I reckon. So, Luke Fletcher. I wonder if he could spoil the party and pick up a wicket here. With Adam Finch is on 7. It's 138 for 9. Worcestershire have collapsed a bit since lunch, really. Well, when you think they were 100 for 2, 100 for 3, weren't they, when D'Oliveira and Haynes were in? 100 for 3. But in these conditions and with a fairly long tail, this is the sort of thing that can happen. Fletcher now to Finch. He's in, he bowls, and Finch gets slightly turned around, looking to play it up towards mid-on, really, and he sort of squirts it up to Mullaney at mid-off. Fletcher just getting a little bit of shape all the time, really.
He's always going to be there and thereabouts.
Yeah.
He's always be there.
And these two batters out there will be out there with the ball in their hand fairly shortly. I'm not sure whether they'll share the new ball. It's possible they might. Morris might take it. Pennington, I think, will take it. Whether Finch will be first change or not, I don't know. These two young local lads. In comes Fletcher and bowls, and Finch is forward, pushing out on the offside. And Slater does the fielding, 138 for 9. So since lunch, if you're just tuning in, Ben Cox LBW for 2, Jack Haynes caught behind for 37, Josh Baker caught at mid-on for 12, and Charlie Morris bowled for 1. All 4 falling to Dane Patterson, who now has career best figures of 14 overs, 6 maidens, 8 for 47. And we have some information about records. In comes Fletcher, bowls, Finch is
very
forward,
well
defending.
played by Finch.
Yeah. Last 9 for Notts, goodness me, there's a name. It was here at Trent Bridge, it was against Kent. He got 9 for 41, It was in 1931, and it was the great Harold Larwood. So that's quite a name to follow. And there's a 1-10 for 10 for 66. Ken Smales against Gloucestershire at Stroud. They don't play there anymore.
No.
In 1956. So there you go, Harold Larwood. What a name to join that would be for Dane Patterson. In comes Fletcher and bowls to Finch, who plays defensively out on the offside. Played nice. He's looking in good shape, but we won't say too much because we'll talk him out if we do. They might still be thinking they might nick another 12 to get that batting that first point. But yeah, great day for Dane Patterson. He won't forget this one in a while.
Yeah.
He'll have walked out this morning, won't he, thinking, yeah,
another 62.
Conditions are good, and I reckon I might pick a couple up. He won't have been thinking, I'm going to have a career best in about 2.5 hours' time.
No, you need 62 for a batting point, though.
Ah, yeah, sorry, yeah. Yeah, of course you do. There's Fletcher. You need more than 12, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Finch gets a single, gets one of them. I did know that. I'm not. I don't know why.
Did you think you were playing three-day cricket?
Mental block. Yeah, 139 for 9. Apologies if you're listening, thinking Worcestershire are 12 away from 200. 139 for 9. Pennington on strike for the first time. Finch has 8 with that single. He has shaped up quite well out there, Adam Finch.
Yes.
But we keep saying it. Everybody's shaped up well at some stage, really, and then they've just got one that they couldn't handle, possibly with the exception of Baker. Here's Fletcher, and he bowls to Pennington, who chucks that away off middle to deep backward square and gets a single. Fletcher finishes as over, still hasn't got a wicket, but he's bowled really well. 13 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 39. The other bowler used that we haven't mentioned much, just chipping in, Stuart Broad, 7 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 40. But the star, and Lyndon James, 3 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 5. But the star of the day is about to bowl again now, Dane Patterson, 8 for 47. Have you ever got a 7 or an 8 for something?
I have. I got a 7 for Hampshire at the Rose Bowl.
Was that on a turn, or were you just?
No, it was on a turner. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
That was your best.
Oh yeah, 7 for down Hampshire is my best.
Patterson from the pavilion end bowls to Pennington. He plays back up the pitch to the bowler. I don't know if you know Dylan Pennington, Summit, but he's an amusing character.
He played in the 100, didn't he?
He did play a little bit in the 100. He made his debut in that day-nighter here, with the orange ball,
the
pink
ball.
Yeah, and it was. I had great fun. Interviewed him afterwards, and he was just full of it. He was buzzing, and he said, I've been watching Stuart Broad on television for years, and they're always facing him. He said, I just can't believe it. But he's good fun to be around. In comes Patterson bowls, and that's a lovely shot from Dylan Pennington. Half volley on off stump, and he's driven it nicely through extra cover for 4, his first boundary. He goes to 5. 144 for 9. He got a 50 in the first championship game of the season last year at Chelmsford. Batting at 10 or 11, I think. So he's capable of holding an end up, but it's just keeping out those really good deliveries that are so difficult to do here today. And Patterson, sooner or later, has basically got everybody that he's bowled at, really. Stuart Broad's picked up 1. Patterson 8 for 51. 144 for 9. 3 slips waiting. In he comes. Bowls to Pennington, who uses his feet a little bit here, Dylan Pennington. Just moving down the pitch a little bit in an attempt to disturb Patterson's length, and then just pushing the ball back to the bowler.
Azarelli like.
Yeah. Well, maybe he's had a little chat.
Yeah.
Or maybe just thought, I might as well. Nobody else has found a method, really.
He's being
today,
proactive, which is good to see.
Yeah, good to see. He's a tall man. Here's Patterson again. He's in. He bowls, bangs one in short, and he's trapped him there, I think, but he's got away with it.
Into the gap.
Banged it in short, having seen him come to the previous ball, and Pennington just sort of pulled at it, but he was never going to get onto it quickly enough. Hit the splice, lobbed up in the air, and as Stuart Broad ran from mid-on and Hasib Hamid ran from backward square, it lobbed up and landed in between the two of them, and they get a single. And then he gets down the other end, Pennington, and plays a much better looking pull shot or mimes it, thinking that's what I should have done, but it got a bit big on him, and he probably wasn't expecting it. Good bit of sensible bit of bowling.
He's got a good bounce actually, Dane. It skids at you.
Yeah, he's skiddy, isn't he? 145 for 9. He comes in and bowls and
well played.
Pushed out nicely on the offside by Finch. I tell you, he reminds me of a little bit, and it's before your time, Sam. I'm showing my age, but there'll be Worcester listeners who remember. But Neil Radford used to bowl that sort of pace, and that came similar sort of height and skiddy sort of action, and yeah, it really does remind me of him. Every now and again, like I said about Mushtats, when you see somebody and you just think, yeah, that just makes me think of him. Do you do that? You must do a bit.
Yeah, I do.
You played against so many people, you must do.
Yeah.
Here comes Patterson. Bowls again, and Finch looking to turn this on the leg side, taking on the pad. End of the over. 15 overs, 6 maidens, 8 for 52. Patterson's career best figures. 145 for 9. And when you're bowling at people, you must see batters do resemble the way other people play, and it makes you think, I got him out like that, so maybe I'll try it.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you and often the more batters you bowl at, you know exactly what scoring shots they're going to play, and where they're going to play them. So it's obviously keeping ideas fresh in your mind for all formats of cricket, really. Fletcher is at the end of his mark. Just gone a bit gloomy. Maybe the lights. Dave will been itching for the lights to come on all morning, Dave. Fletcher comes in.
Here he is then and bowls to Dylan Pennington, who pushes this into the offside. Stuart Broad looks as if he's either joining the Monty Python Ministry of Silly Walks, or he's going to come on and have a bit of a bowl. That's rather a unique way to prepare yourself, but it was a little bit John Cleese-like, wasn't he?
I think Broady is going to have a go. I think Patterson has put on his long sleeve jumper.
Stephen Mullane, who ran over at the end of the last over and had a word with him. Do you want to keep going, fella? I think he's had 6 since lunch, hasn't he? Is Fletcher in bowls. This one driven to mid-off, no run. Was a nice looking shot. Yeah, Broad getting himself ready.
Well, winning the toss and bowling them out, Dave, will be. I'm sure the skipper and the backroom staff will be more than happy. Give the bowlers time to stick their feet up. Hopefully for a day and a half of good batting.
You have to bear in mind, Sam,
and a day off.
You are strictly neutral in this.
And a day off.
In this
day off is
particular setup as Fletcher comes in and bowls worked away for runs.
Lovely shot.
It was indeed. Clipped through mid-wicket for 4. Nice bit of timing from Dylan Pennington. I'm going to do an update for BBC Radio Nottingham. Yes, good afternoon. 149 for 9 Worcestershire, and it's not Stuart Broad that's going to grab all the headlines. He's taken one of the wickets to fall, the first one of the morning, and then after 9 overs he made way for Dane Patterson. And since then, Dane Patterson has taken 8 wickets for 52 runs. Career best performance from Patterson. He's been absolutely terrific. The Worcestershire batsman unable really to get a hold on him, whether he's nipped it away and found the edge or brought one back and hit the stumps. He has been absolutely superb. This performance has been on the horizon, I think, since he joined Notts. So Broad with the first wicket. Another 8 has gone down, all to Dane Patterson. Worcestershire applause in the background as they reach 150, but put in by Stephen Mullane. They've pretty much struggled all day. Worcestershire 151 for 9. Yeah, there's quite a lot of people here. Again, you know, the chance to see some Championship cricket at Trent Bridge, yes, but the Stuart Broad factor, you know, you can't deny when he's in the team, he comes along and, you know, the fans want to see him. He is... I just thought there was a wicket there, but didn't quite get an edge. Yeah, when he's in the side, people just want to come along and, you know, see him while he's still around. 151 for 9. The last ball went through to the keeper. Sam, it's suggesting off mic that they might have come along just to see him. Is that right?
Come to listen to me, Dave. Yes.
151 for 9. Unfortunately, those that have been unable to make it to the ground today, Sammy, to get in the benefit of your wisdom.
Correct.
The lorry drivers up and down the country and people in the cars on the motorways. Next one is steered to backward point, fielded by a Seba Mead. 151 for 9. Is Broad going to come on? Let's have a look. Not going to be easy when Nottinghamshire take their turn. You know, Worcestershire have got to learn a little bit from what they will have seen from the Nottinghamshire attack, put the ball in good areas, and they've got players who can do that.
I think we might be seeing a little bit of Liam Patterson-White maybe from this end. Or Lyndon James, I'm not sure, one of them.
Are you guessing, or have you spotted something? The protective gear's been brought out for
is that
for
Stuart
Slater.
Broad? Yeah, it might be for Broad, it might be for Patterson-White.
Well, I'll tell you what, as it's Ben Slater that's padding up, it'll be for Stuart Broad, 'cause it seems as if a Mead goes in there for the spinner. Is
that right?
It's a little bit like with the slips. You'll see Joe Clark and Ben Duckett stand there all day, except when the spinner comes on, and then Stephen Mullaney goes in the slip cordon. And Patterson holding his cap aloft. Now that's nice. That's very, very nice to see. He's been moved in the field. He's been in front of the Smith Cooper stand on the Bridgeford Road side of the ground. He's been brought down. If you know where we are, in the Radcliffe Road stand, down below us, and the spectators down here all applauded him as he walked towards them, and he held his cap aloft, and that obviously increased the applause. Now, can Broad top and tail the innings? He got the first wicket of the day. He'll be looking to finish it off with Adam Finch on strike. First ball wide of the off peg, and it goes through to the keeper. 151 for 9. This is the 40th over, Samet.
Yeah, it's been a productive afternoon session, Dave. I think we'll be, as a Notts fan, I think that the guys will be really happy in that dressing room at the minute. Just trying to get this last wicket and get batting.
151 for 9. Short leg out and helmet behind the keeper. This one through to the keeper. In the interests of balance and fair play, and as I keep saying, Sam, we have to bear in mind that you're not just talking to the Nottinghamshire supporters. We do have Worcestershire supporters. I guess perhaps there's been one or two low days of your career against the pairs, and I'm thinking finals day 2019.
Yeah.
Worcestershire going on to the final and winning it as Broad comes in. This one has struck him on his back, and shall we, shan't we, shall we, shan't we? They don't take a run. Wasn't very well played, that, in truth, by Adam Finch. He went to duck, but if you're going to duck, then duck and go down. He just almost thought about bobbing down, turned his back, and it struck him round about the number, I think, 151 for 9. Yeah,
Stuart Broad's bouncer is always good. It's always on the money.
Would he give you one in the nets? I guess over the years you've had a few off him. Yeah,
we would have had many battles in the nets, but Broadie actually is one of the best ones, one of the good ones in the nets that doesn't really go full tilt. But going back to Worcestershire, so that 19th finals day was one of the worst days of my career.
That was Wayne Parnell bowling the final ball to
Ben Duckett.
Ben Duckett. Notts needed a run and it didn't happen. Next ball steered into the offside by Finch. He's played that nicely and he'll be pleased to get down the other end, and he moves on to 9. Pennington has 12, and not quite the length or depth of partnership that you'd say is particularly troubling to Notts, but they've added 14 so far, and there's potential.
Well, as Frank said, Pennington's had a 50 and Finch is obviously going to hang around, so I think we might see some short stuff here from Nasty Stuart.
I heard him asking you if you'd had a 6 or a 7 or 8. Was it down at Hampshire?
Yeah.
Was that the game where Adam Finch needed to hit the last ball for 6 to win it?
Adam Vogers,
I beg your pardon, and it didn't happen. It was a draw.
No, it wasn't that one. No. Nope.
152 for 9.
You wouldn't want to pitch this ball up, Stuart, because I think Dylan might have a whack at it.
It's got protection out on the leg side. Ooh, squared him up, and this time strikes him in the strikes Pennington in the chest. It was Finchy hitting the numbers, and now Pennington in the chest. But that leg side fence, there's a long, well, there's a fine leg, there's a long leg, and there's a deep square. Yeah, just in front of the umpire, just to make sure that they've only got 2 behind square. There's Broad in again and bowls, and this one's deflected down below us to Patterson.
Single, yeah.
They do take the single. Can't get rid of this cough, Samit. Can't get rid of the cough. 153 for 9. Speaking to Kevin Howells off air, and he was, quite interested in those stats that I just managed to pull up while you and Frank were talking, and it seems a long time ago, and obviously is a long time ago. The last 9 for Notts, Harold Larwood in 1931. It doesn't look like Dane Patterson's going to match that now, as he's out of the attack with 8 for his name, but it's a long old time, isn't it?
It is a long old time. It just shows you how much hard work and how long it's taken someone to get close to Harold Larwood. I think getting five wickets is hard enough, but getting 9 is unbelievable.
There's Fletcher into bowl, worked away, and there'll be a run. And this game last year, of course, was Fletcher's game, where he did something similar, 7 for 37. He can't buy a wicket today, but it's just the way it goes. Yeah. Somebody tweeted yesterday, just sort of a follow up to the Ben Slater 225 at Durham, about the fact that in 150 years of cricket history here at Trent Bridge, no Nottinghamshire batsman has ever scored a 300 here. That's a little strange. You're one of the few to get a 250.
Yeah.
154 for 9 as Fletcher bowls. Hit the pad there. I think it was angling down the leg side, and they scramble a leg by as Tom Moores throws it down at the non-striker's end, but Finch had got home. 155
Very
for 9.
rarely do you get a chance to score a 300. It's gone out the game, hasn't it? 300. You just don't see those scores around.
Well, James Taylor stuck his head in.
You score a double 100,
he
you don't score a 300.
He got a 291 against Sussex at Horsham, you may remember, and that's the 4th highest score of all time by a Nottinghamshire batsman. 155 for 9. Fletcher in again, and Tom Moores throws it skywards. Wonder if that's flicked the top of the pad.
Yeah.
Didn't look right, did it? Tom Moores threw it up in the air, and Fletcher ran down celebrating. 155 for 9. Pennington 14. Frank just showing me. We've got a copy of the Daryl Mitchell book we've been talking about, Once a Pair, in the box. And he was just flicking through the his career stats, and Daryl Mitchell a 298 at Taunton against Somerset, a ground that's changed a lot in character over the years, hasn't it?
Absolutely.
155 for 9.
Take your bucket and spade when you go there.
From Featherbed to Hyderabad, they say. Next ball is pulled away in the air, and that will go for a boundary.
That is a lovely shot from Dylan Pennington. A flat battered pull, who timed the pants off it.
Moves on to 18. 159 for 9.
See Liam Patterson White waving his arms about. He'll be itching to get into the game.
Captain Patel might go in that direction.
Yeah. I don't know. I think I'd give Lyndon the ball. I think.
How many times did he skip a Notts? Was it just the once at Surrey? Didn't we won't dwell on that.
No, we won't. No,
that
wasn't our best performance, Dave.
59 for 9 as Fletcher comes in and bowls, and this one just shapes away nicely. If the players had all gone up, you'd have assumed he'd pushed at it and nicked it, because there was prodigious movement. Yeah, without dwelling on it, it was the year Surrey won the title 4, 5, 6 years ago, something like that. Craig Brathwaite played for Notts, and he was hit on the helmet twice. Had to change helmets, and I interviewed him afterwards. I think it was his Notts debut, wasn't it? And he said, "In all my years of playing cricket, I've never been hit on the helmet." And Morney Morkel and was it Conor McCurr? Was at the other end. He said it happened twice in the same innings. 159 for 9. Pennington. Now then, this time he has nicked it, and Fletcher does get one. Big swish from Pennington, inside edge, a fancy and a good catch from Tom Moores. He's got 5, Tom Moores. Luke Fletcher's got a wicket, Stuart Broad's got a wicket, but there'll be no justice in the world if Trent Bridge doesn't rise for the performance of Dane Patterson when he makes his way down there. Terrific stuff from the South African, and Worcestershire are all out for 159. Last man Dylan Pennington caught by Tom Moores from the bowling of Luke Fletcher for 18. Tail wagged a little bit there, 21 put on for the last wicket. But we'll just have a little bit of a look now. Those of you watching the live stream will see Dane Patterson getting a big hug from Stuart Broad. We'll just watch things unfold here for those of you just with audio. They're all just making their way towards the pavilion now. The 2 Worcestershire players, of course, they're both bowlers. They've gone sprinting off to get changed, ready for their bowling stint. The umpires are in front of the Notts team, who are understandably just pushing Patterson to the front. 15 overs, 6 maidens, 8 for 52 his figures, and it was a spell broken only by lunch. And that, the first time in 12 years a Nottinghamshire bowler has left the field with 8 wickets, and he just seems, and he's just such a humble fella. It seemed that everyone that clapped him, he was acknowledging and thanking on his way up the steps. Terrific stuff from Dane Patterson. That's up there, isn't it? One of the performances of recent years.
Absolutely. We've seen some quality bowlers here at Trent Bridge, but he's ranking us right up there. I think that Andre Adams in the past has blown teams away, and that's one of the best performances I've seen from an overseas bowler that have come in and made a real impact in the game.
We're only just about at the halfway stage of day one. This game could be very advanced this evening, and you wonder how Nottinghamshire are going to cope against the swinging ball. We've got the roller on there now. That's not the heaviest of the rollers, is it? That one out there, or is it?
That will be the heavy. Well, it will be the heavy roller, I think.
Just getting, what is it, 7 minutes or something?
You can just see the colour of the pitch. Look, it's just rolling there now, and the shade of the pitch is getting different.
It is indeed. So Worcestershire have been bowled out for 159. If you've only recently joined us or had to leave us for a while, Stephen Mullaney won the toss. Well, he flicked it up in the air, and I think Brett D'Oliveira called tails, and it came down ahead. Match referee Peter Such went over, gathered the coin, and said it's Nottinghamshire, and Stephen Mullaney said we'll have a bowl. And from the start, it seemed very much as if Ed Pollock and Jake Libby wanted to get on with things, take Stuart Broad and Luke Fletcher down, and for a while the runs flowed. But in the 6th over with 26 on the board, Jake Libby nicked one behind. That was Stuart Broad's only wicket. Libby caught Moores, bowled Broad for 15. Pollock then, opening batsman inside the first half an hour on County Championship morning number 1, hit Luke Fletcher for a big 6. You don't often see that. And then he was dismissed when Dane Patterson came into the attack. And if you're going to look at a bowler when he comes on, is it going to be his day or is it not going to be his day? Well, he got a wicket first ball, so that sort of pointed us in the right direction. Pollock caught by Lyndon James. Good catch at 3rd slip off the bowling of Patterson for 31. And then it was a little bit of a Pato procession. He was the only Pato bowling because James Pattinson isn't playing in this game, and Liam Patterson-White didn't turn his arm over, so the only Nottinghamshire Pato that bowled. Then dismissed Azhar Ali, caught behind for 6. Brett D'Oliveira caught behind for 10. Ed Barnard chopped on for 8. Ben Cox LBW for 2. Jack Haynes was top scorer with 37, but he was caught behind. Josh Baker tamely chipped one up to mid-on to Stuart Broad for 12. Charlie Morris was bowled for 1, and that left Dylan Pennington, who was caught behind, giving Luke Fletcher his only wicket, out for 18. Adam Finch 9 not out. 9 of the wickets going down from the pavilion end. That last one from Fletcher from the Radcliffe Road end. Fletcher 15 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 50. Stuart Broad 8 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 42. I'm going to miss the next fella for a second. Lyndon James, 3 overs, 1 maiden, none for 5. Just had those 3 before lunch. But Samet, Dane Patterson, 15 overs, 6 maidens, 8 for 52. A day you'll remember forever.
Absolutely. I think all the bowlers will remember it forever because they'll be off the park and with their feet up. So they'll be more than happy with that. But Dane, as I said this morning, he's been a standout for our seam attack this season, and following up his success of last season. I think 50 wickets last year, and he's started off fantastically well this year. It's just his length that he's bowled, and consistency-wise, he's been outstanding.
Bella's gone. They'll be back with us before too long. Some of the Worcestershire players out there just turning their arms over with Alan Richardson, the bowling coach. Good to see him back at Trent Bridge. He has links to these parts, of course, because he's one of the Worcestershire backroom staff, and of course Paul Franks, Nottinghamshire assistant head coach. They're brothers-in-law, aren't they, Sam?
They are, yeah. They certainly are.
So good to see Alan here. Just quickly around the country, the events here at Trent Bridge have sort of surpassed anything anywhere else. In Division 1 at Chelmsford, Northants the visitors, 117 for 3. At Bristol, similar story there. Surrey the visitors, 118 for 3. Hampshire 120 for 5 at home to Lancashire, 2 wickets to Jimmy Anderson. Somerset 161 for 1 at home to Warwickshire. Matt Renshaw, the Australian, 91 not out. And at Headingley, Kent to the visitors, 153 for 3. So that's Division 1. In Division 2, Derbyshire playing Glamorgan, and Shan Massoud, well, a failure today for him. He only made 60. Derbyshire 136 for 2 against Glamorgan. He's made some start, hasn't he? Middlesex might be the side that Notts and 1 or 2 others might want to look out for, because Leicestershire 114 for 9 at Lords, and the wickets have been shared. 3 to Tom Helm, 3 to Shaheen Shah Afridi, 2 for Bamber and 1 for Roland Jones. So Leicestershire 114 for 9 against Middlesex. Durham 139 for 7. Is that the wooden spoon game? I've teased 1 or 2 of my fellow commentators. That might be the wooden spoon game. You can guess who I'm talking about. Durham. Sean Dixon 34. Liam Travaskis, who of course was effectively knocked out of the game last week against Nottinghamshire. He didn't lose concussion, but he had to he didn't lose consciousness, but he had to retire with concussion, didn't he? Travaskis out of the game. Good to see him back, and he's 36 not out. So there you are, up to speed with events from elsewhere, and it is around about 10 to 3 as the players come back. Are you all right, Samet, or are you ready for a little break?
I'm all right.
You're all right.
I'm good for a bit.
We'll have a rotate after 3 o'clock, but we're going to have an outbreak of cricket again. You always look out for distinguishing marks, don't you, as players take the field, and we've got a white floppy sun hat out there with Jack Haynes. So he'll be easy to identify. In fact, there's 2 floppy sun hats. Ben Cox is the other one, the wicket keeper. Ben Slater and Asiba Mead then on their way out to the middle. Slater, well, they say you're only as good as your last innings, don't they? 225 not out. You were at Durham the other day, Samet. That was, we've seen a terrific bowling performance, but that was as good a batting performance as you could wish to see.
Absolutely. I think we went to Durham on who would have thought it was a nice sporting wicket, but it actually wasn't. And Slats played a fantastic knock, 225 not out. Benchmark, just setting the benchmark. They're going a bit higher now, so hopefully he can carry on that form into this innings as well. Probably a big knock for Hasib actually. This plenty of starts and then not going on, hopefully we can get a nice solid platform and kick on.
Him and Joe Clark, really, the 2 that have only got into the 30s, but we've had that double 100 from Ben Slater. We've had a century and Was it a 95 from Ben Duckett? We've had 192 from Mulaney. Lyndon James has had 100. Joey Everson, who's not playing in this game, has had 100. So it's just really Asib and Joe Clark to sort of complete the set of those that have battered in the top order. Tom Moores was another one, not yet really. He had a bright and breezy 40 odd down at Hove, which really did alter the complexion on that third morning. But here we go. It's Charlie Morris bowling to Slater, left alone. It goes through to the keeper, and I'm sure, as you can tell from the reaction out there by the Worcestershire players, they've had a bit of a huddle, and you'll have heard it all before, Sam. All the captains saying, let's get out there and support the bowlers, get behind them, energy, and all that sort of stuff. Because to a man, they all applauded him for a delivery 9 inches outside off stump.
Absolutely, I think that Worcester now, to try and get back in the game, are going to have to try and bowl knocks out under 200. And
hold up here. Is there somebody again behind the arm? I'm not sure what that is. Ben Slater, they've
been there the whole game, though.
Yeah, the former Derbyshire man. Oh, there's somebody on the Worcestershire balcony that's catching the eye line of Ben Slater. Were you one of those that affected or noted or saw things happening behind their sight screen or over the sight screen or whatever?
Not particularly, Dave, no.
As Morris comes in and this one goes through to the keeper. As you know, we often have Paul Johnson up here as doing what you're doing as a co-commentator and a summariser. And Jono said if somebody slightly moved, he would pick it up, whatever. He was one of those that noted and noticed all the external things.
I'd probably pick it up, but probably wouldn't move them, really. A man that's just popped in to have a look at this man bat, I reckon.
Slater on strike as Charlie Morris bowls, and this wide of the off stump goes through to Ben Cox. Mentioned Cox this morning when you were sat at the back, so he had a different experience of the 100 to most people. People were either for it or against it, etc., etc. We're not going down that route. You were a participant. He was a non-playing member of the squad in that he got picked up, 2 wicket keepers in each team, and he didn't play a game. That must be a tough gig, really.
It was pretty frustrating. I'm sure Ben was frustrated that he wasn't playing, but hey.
There's Morris in, wide of the off peg, through to Cox.
He's a lovely keeper, is Cox. He's a really good man, and he was good for the team. So it was fantastic to have Coxie around, and obviously it's great having people around that you don't always see. Play for different counties, going around the business, doing different stuff. So it was a good eye opener for everybody, really. But yeah, great team man is Coxie. And he's got his own sock company. Did you know that?
I didn't know that.
He's got his own sock company.
Is Charlie Morris sports socks or
sports socks?
Golfing socks or whatever is played on the leg side?
Cricket socks.
Ben Cox socks, says Frank from the back of the box.
There you go. We had some bright yellow Trent Rocket socks.
Did you, by Joe?
We did.
We seem to get all the words in the world there ending in ox, didn't we? Socks and cocks and box. You little fox. Got a former fox at the back of the box looking on. Ben Slater, terrific last week. It was it was faultless, wasn't it? It was certainly chanceless. Next ball, he leaves that alone, and that's good judgment, Ben Slater. It was indeed a good leave. Goes through to Cox, end of the over, and Nottinghamshire replying to Worcestershire 159 all out, a 0 for 0. Nottinghamshire's over 8 at the end of the Worcestershire innings was -1, but I'm sure they'll have an opportunity to tidy that up.
Swing that one back round, Dave, back to level. Dylan Pennington. Dylan Pennington from the Ratcliffe Road end.
Yeah, made his first class debut here. Talking about the pink ball games earlier, that pink ball game against Worcestershire was an opportunity for Dylan Pennington to get in the game. I think most people would have gauged what I felt about them. It was just so cold.
Bring them back.
Why did you enjoy them?
That just means if you batted in the middle order, you get some runs.
You could have a bit of a lie-in as well, I guess.
That's it. 2 o'clock start. It's perfect.
Be your cup of tea, that one.
Yeah. Well, later the
You're not
better.
though. You're an
Later-
early bird.
I am, but
You're an early bird.
later the better.
The more you look, the more you see. And over the years, I've seen you up for breakfast before anybody else has dropped on the leg side, and you were always first in the nets. 0 for 0. That's true, isn't it? Always an early riser, Samet.
We'd always have a competition who's hit more balls, me or Titch. Oh, I'm not quite so sure. Depends if I was playing well or not.
0 for 0. Whoa! The poor old bowler's getting bombed there by his skipper. He was bending down, moving his mark as Brett D'Oliveira lobbed the ball to him, and clearly somebody yelled, "Look out!" And I think the ball hit him on the head, but he's okay. Here's Pennington in. Struck a Seba Mead on the pad, presumably drifting down the leg side. Mead had to be careful he didn't kick the ball onto his stumps there, because it had stopped. And now he's going off for that familiar little walk towards square leg. We seem to have lost our live stream pictures here in the commentary booth. If Kirsty's listening and has pulled the wrong plug out, or I've pulled the wrong plug out, but we can't see the replays at the moment, Samet, so we'll just have to.
It was not out anyway.
We'll just have to wing it.
That's fine. Talk of the devil,
Well,
David.
Proves she listens. Next ball is played by a Seba Mead out onto the offside, and there's no run. Not still looking for their first run in response to 5-9 wickets going to Dane Patterson.
It's crucial that Worcester start well.
Yeah, they're putting it in good areas, aren't they? They're asking questions. A couple of LBW shouts already, and 1 or 2 plays and misses. Pennington wears 22, 2 little ducks on his back, bowls, and this is deflected to long leg, and
still not off the mark.
Not so away, but individually a Seba Mead still on 0 with the ball ballooning away there off the pad, a leg by. Right hand, left hand. An old frustration, isn't it? Especially if you're a long leg fielder and have to trot from one side of Trent Bridge to the other.
Also, from bowlers where they have to adjust the line, it's good to have right and left hand in.
There's Pennington now to Slater. This is pushed into the offside. Don't mean to put the mockers on him, but we've all seen enough cricket to know it sometimes happens. 225 out, 1 innings. It can, can't it? It can go the other way in the next innings.
It could go the other way, or you could go get another double, Dave.
Well,
not many have done that. Not many have done that.
There's
Dave.
not many people who have done that for Nottinghamshire. Offhand, I can't think of anybody that's done that for Nottinghamshire. Can you?
Yes.
Yeah, in 2017 against Gloucestershire and Leicestershire, as this is
that's a lovely
punched through
shot.
the offside by Slater. Very impressive, really is. 30 years of age now, and probably he would agree playing his best cricket over the last 2 years, 5 without loss.
I think I said that last week. I think he slides under the radar quite so often, especially in our team where we have got stroke makers and guys that have played higher honours, but he definitely slides wrongly under the radar, and I think that he scores a lot of runs in all forms of cricket, really. If you look at his list A form and stats, is outstanding. He's averaged close to 50.
Yep. Well, it was bizarre that year of the Bob Willis Trophy, the COVID summer where we didn't start till August because he couldn't get in the Notts squad. The first match of the season, as Charlie Morris, who began with a maiden, comes in and bowls, and Mead defends. He was allowed to go. Where did he go? Leicestershire on loan, and got a career best 172 against Lancashire. They brought him back here and he got 140 odd against Lancashire for Notts, and he's not really looked back since then.
Safe to say Lancs are sick of the sight of him.
Yep. They were indeed. 3 slips. Had Pollock at first. Jack Haynes, who played nicely and top scored with 37, is at second. And at third it's Ed Barnard as Mead cuts this to backward point. It's been stopped by Jake Libby. He didn't know too much about it, but
I think that's a catch, Dave. It's a drop catch.
well, I'll have to take your word for it. I wasn't entirely sure it had carried on the full. The reaction of the players didn't necessarily suggest that they'd spurned an opportunity.
That's a chance, I reckon, that, Dave. who will be disappointed.
You're probably judging everybody by your high standard of fielding, Samit.
Correct.
5 without loss. Next ball is defended by Hamid. Just waiting to update BBC Radio Nottingham listeners. And
we wouldn't have dropped that one, would we, James? That point.
5 without loss. Hamid yet to score. Slater has 4.
Is there any rain forecasted for this week?
Sunday's a little iffy if we get to a 4th day.
Well, we should be done by then, dear. Day 3 finish, I'm saying.
Here is that update for Radio Nottingham. Oh, we began on time at 11 o'clock this morning with Worcestershire batting. It tells you what sort of a day Notts have had, because already their openers are out there. Ben Slater and Asib Hamid, 6 runs on the board so far. No real hiccups as far as Nottinghamshire are concerned. But with the ball, the star of the day, undoubtedly, Dane Patterson. A lot of people have come across to watch Stuart Broad for this one. Broad getting the first wicket of the day, that of Jake Libby. But then Dane Patterson took over, bowling from the pavilion end, either side of lunch. Figures of 8 for 52 to bowl Worcestershire out for 159. Not 6 without loss in reply. Here comes Morris. Bowls and Slater leaves it alone. Dave Bradley, who we often do the Worcestershire commentaries with him, and Frank share them. Dave Bradley always calls him cheerful Charlie Morris, and I can't say Charlie Morris without thinking of dear old Bradders, if you're listening out there. Cheerful Charlie Morris. Seems a jovial sort of fella.
Yeah. I think he's changed his action a bit since I had to remodel it. I think he went to the ECB for a bit of reaction modelling.
Slater has 4. Next ball left alone, and it's just shaped away. It kept low. Ben Cox dived across there, managed to get a glove on it, and it very nearly escaped underneath him, but Ed Pollock pounced on it before a bye could be taken. End of the over, 6 without loss. Sort of teased you in this morning about your Ed Pollock moment. We ought to mention it. We'll pop you in the highlights again. Finals day 2017. I can't remember seeing you with a direct hit running somebody out before Finals Day 2017.
Twice.
And you did it twice.
Correct.
Carberry and Pollock.
Fastest man on the planet, poor Michael Carberry. And then Ed Pollock, who was dawdling while I was at the edge of the circle, which was thankful.
There's Pennington in. That one shapes away, goes through to the keeper. Right, again, your choice. Don't say I'm overworking you. You can either have a break now or in half an hour. He's taking the headphones off, folks. So if you have any more questions for Samit, bang them through. The great man will be back with us in half an hour. In fact, the great man is with us right now, because Frank comes back to join in. 6 without loss in the 4th over. He's full of it today. Frank is.
You're feeding him. You're feeding him.
Samit, yeah. Next ball. This one goes through to the keeper. No, we have, to be fair, for the interest of balance, we have talked about the Worcestershire win in the semi-final at Edgbaston, when him and Ben Duckett were.
That was a remarkable game.
That they concocted not to get 10 off 3 overs with 8 wickets in hand. Floodlights are coming on. Samit backs away and the floodlights come on, just to help us see a little bit better.
I found that game I was talking about in 1988. I know it's a long time ago, but we have been talking about Larwood. But on the first day there was some really interesting scores.
6 without loss. Next ball is angled down to third man for a boundary, nicely played, and Hamid is away.
So Worcestershire, with a strong side obviously in those days, championship winning side, put into bat 39 for 8 they were on the first morning, went on to get 159, and then Notts in reply, Broad, Newell, Robinson, Johnson, Randall, Franklin, Stevenson, 47 for 8 in reply, went on to get 135. Then Worcester 199, then Notts knocked them off 226 for 4 in the last innings, with Tim Robinson getting 100 on out. But yeah, just like it was like this. Imagine if they got rolled over now, it would be just the same.
10 without loss as Pennington comes into Hamid, and this goes through to the keeper. Now, was that 1988?
88, yeah.
Right, well, the notes I've got for 1988 said that Graham Hick in that match scored 86 and 14, and that took is total to 410 first-class runs by the end of April, which at the time was a record. It just shows how late the season started then.
This was in July, this game.
Ah, well, the Trent Bridge one in '88 was... Oh, no, I beg your pardon, no, this was at Worcester.
Yeah,
this was at Worcester in '88.
I remember this one, I was here.
Next ball is edge short of first slip. Didn't quite carry. 10 without loss. But it just shows how late the season started, that the record at the time was 410 runs by the end of April.
Well, 1,000 by the end of May was the thing, wasn't it? And Graham did that in 1988 on the last day, I think.
That was the year he got his 400 and whatever at Taunton, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was May the 20th. But yeah, I commentated on that one in July here with John Salisbury up at in the pavilion, the far end. Cricket cool days.
Final ball of the 4th over. It's Pennington again, bowling with no little pace actually, is in good rhythm. Bowls it steered to backward point, 4 without loss. We're not yet at the halfway stage of the day, Frank. 49 still to go.
Yeah, 49 still to go. As you said, this game's moved on a pace, hasn't it? And you can't... when a game starts like this and so many wickets fall so early, you do wonder about whether we'll be here on Sunday, don't you? 10 without loss. Charlie Morris to continue.
Samit says we won't be here on Sunday. You say you were here in '88. Would you have been here in '93 for the tied game, the only tied match in Nottinghamshire's history? Nottinghamshire against Worcestershire.
Morris over the wicket, bowls to Slater. Did he play at that? Did he pull his bat away? I think he might have played at it. 10 without loss. No, I wasn't here for that one. No, 88 to 92, I saw every game, home and away. But then the landscape changed a bit, and that was when I went back into my educational coaching career after 4 years of doing this full time. Morris turns at the pavilion end, floodlights on. It is pretty gloomy, and he bowls now to Slater, who did play at that one, I think, outside the off stump, taken by Cox. Interesting to ask Samit what he thinks about this, but I've always felt that with floodlights, that unless it's really dark during the daylight hours, they don't have that much effect, and then when it, you know, in a day-nighter or in a T20, when they come on when it's actually properly going dark, then they make a real difference. Do you agree with that? Samit's nodding at the back of the box. Sometimes see them come on a gloomy day and it doesn't really appear to make that much difference. Here's Morris in, bowls. Slater beats him again outside the off stump 3 times in this over. This time he's on the back foot to one that's a little bit shorter, but Charlie Morris's line and length is good at the moment. Bowling with nice rhythm. You mentioned Pennington looking quite pacey, but he dismissed Cheteshwar Pujara twice on the same day last week, and after Pujara had played really, really well for Sussex in the first innings.
I tell you what, look at the shadows around the players now.
Yeah,
it shows how dark it is.
Yeah. Morris in again, bowls to Slater, and he gets a run. No, he doesn't, but he gets a bat on it anyway, squeezes it out on the leg side, and Azhar Ali comes in from mid-wicket to field.
I think I'm right in saying that Notts so far are the only side that haven't lost a single over for bad light or rain or anything. They've played all 3 of their matches so far without any interruptions. But it was very noticeable then as the intensity of the lights increased, that so did the shadows around the players.
Morris in again, bowls. Slater on the back foot, steers this down on the offside. Jake Libby slides around from gully to field and shies at the stumps at the striker's end as Hamid comes through for a single, but it was reasonably well judged and he made it. So Slater goes on to 5, 11 without loss. This in reply, remember, to Worcestershire's 159, in which Dane Patterson took career best figures of 8 for 52, bowled superbly from the pavilion end here at Trent Bridge. Picked up a wicket with his first ball and he never really looked back, to be honest. Here's Morris again into Hamid, bowls. Hamid pushes up to mid-on. Pennington fields, he'll keep the ball because he's going to bowl the next over. Slater 5, Hamid 4, and in the Trent Bridge gloom with the floodlights on, Notts 11 without loss.
I found the note here from that 1993 game here. As I say, I don't know if Worcestershire have had any ties, any other ties in their history, but Notts have only ever had one in their 60 years, and that was 1993 Notts against Worcestershire. And Wisden says Andy Pick of Nottinghamshire was right at the heart of the drama. Pick suffering from a badly bruised foot. As Pennington comes in to bowl to Slater, I thought I could get the anecdote in, but Pick, suffering from a badly bruised foot, missed the third day's play as he became the father of a son. He returned to be at the centre of the drama. He was beaten by Adam Seymour's accurate throw from the square leg boundary, just failed to complete the second run that would have given Notts victory off the last ball of the match. The last pair, Andy Pick and Andy Afford, had needed 5 when Phil Newport began the final over. Next ball wide of the off stump goes through to the keeper. So Andy Pick run out off the last ball of the match by a throw from Adam Seymour. Don't remember Adam Seymour.
Adam Seymour didn't play many games for Worcester. Came from Essex. Just played half a dozen games, I think, over a couple of years, maybe a few more.
Decent arm if he threw it in from the square leg boundary to run him out.
Yeah. Just looking at the Worcestershire bowling, Phil Newport played a bit of a Luke Fletcher in that. He didn't take a wicket.
Slater has 5. Works this up to mid-on. There's no run. Luke did get a wicket though.
No, I know. Yeah, no, but you know what I mean. In the '88 game when the wickets were tumbling, so they were shared around. Franklin Stevenson 3, Kevin Cooper 2, David Milnes 3, Kevin Evans 2, and then in the Worcestershire. In Notts' first innings, it was 5 for Dillian, 5 for Radford, none for Newport. Some good bowlers there in those conditions.
Very much so, yeah.
But nobody's. Even then, they wouldn't have bowled better than Slater than Patterson did today. He was spot on, wasn't he? Really.
Pennington round the wicket to Slater, works it square off his hip for a single, 12 without loss.
And he did remind me of Neil Radford, as I said this morning, in his sort of skiddy, bustling style, length that he bowled, pitched it up, nipped it around.
Wicket with your first ball, you sometimes know it's going to be your day, don't you?
It's never happened to me.
No, but
I know what you mean.
When you're watching,
yeah. He
just comes on and
he was just on it. Samet called it actually when he came on. He said he'll be the man in these conditions, and it was absolutely right.
There's Pennington bowling, and Mead, he's looking at the toe end of his bat, tries to cut it away on the offside, no run. Mandy Clark says, didn't the Great Dane do well? Love the man. Every delivery today looked like taking a wicket. He's beginning on that journey to overseas legend status.
Steady on.
A handy pick up, certainly.
Yeah, he bowled really well.
Next ball cut away by Hamid for a boundary. 16 without loss. Nice looking shot from Hamid, doubles his total from 4 to 8. Last year, of course, Alzari Joseph played in this game for Worcestershire as the overseas player.
Yeah, watched Alzari. It's interesting you mention him because I watched him in the Test series recently. He bowled well, didn't he? And he was threatening, and he looked a completely different bowler from the one that we saw. Not because he wasn't putting it in or anything. In fact, everybody's very impressed with his effort, but it was sub-zero almost, wasn't it, at the start of last year? I don't think he could quite believe that he could play cricket in the conditions that we had last year, and he just never really got his length right for English conditions. But I thought he bowled really well in the Test series. Alzari Joseph. Charlie Morris from the pavilion end into the left-handed Slater. He beats him again. Done him about 4 or 5 times in the last half a dozen deliveries he's bowled. But Slater just goes for a little walk, has a little prod at the pitch, checks the line where that one pitched. That shot from Hamid, good shot, eased the pressure, didn't it, Pennington? Yeah. There haven't been many really ranked bad deliveries in this game, have there? We saw Pollock cut one away early on, and there might have been 1 or 2 others, and we saw Patterson over pitch a few times and get driven, but nothing really like that. Was a proper loose one. Morris in, bowls. Slater on the back foot, this time gets a bat on it, plays it back to the bowler, who throws it to the keeper.
Yeah. Is that
He
20?
throws it to slip and then it'll go all the way
Yeah,
round to the
that's-
bowler and you say, well, you had it anyway.
20 balls he's bowled and he's only gone for 1 run so far.
Yeah. That tends to be the Morris method. Just repeat, repeat, repeat. Try and keep it in the right areas. And he comes again. From the pavilion end in, bowls, and Slater just pushes out on the offside. Slightly uncertain, just sort of on the walk a little bit. Thickish outside edge, runs out into the covers. Just Baker does the fielding. I think it's fair, you know, it's a test. It's a test for these guys as well, just because it's perhaps not an international attack. It's not Patterson and Broad, but county seamers in these conditions with a new ball, in this light, etc. It's going to be hard work, even if you did get 200 last week, as Ben Slater did. The left-hander from Chesterfield waits, bat raised as Morris is in, bowls to him. He lets that go. Good leave outside the off stump. Came back a little bit after it passed him. Cox took it moving slightly to his right behind the stumps, but good judgment from Slater. 16 without loss.
Apologies again for the cough, just can't shake it off. Richard Ashmore's been in touch, says greetings from Wimborne in Dorset.
Lovely.
Worcestershire County Championships. In 1988 I was working in Reading and I went to a pub for a Christmas do in a Berkshire pub. There's more in a second.
Here's Morris again. He's in and he bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Slater.
It's the only time I went to that pub and I bought a raffle ticket. 18 months later, I got a phone call. I'd won a cricket bat signed by the Worcestershire and the Australia team from the pre-season game.
Right.
And he says, my son, Alex, is supposedly studying Spanish in Santiago de Compostela, and he's a Somerset fan, but he's also watching the Notts match today. Regards to all. Thanks very much, Richard. Wonder if you've still got the bat. 18
Morris
months.
has gone round the wicket, which is interesting since he's been doing so well over the wicket. Bowls and he gets driven down the ground by Slater, so he might regret that. He was just nagging away, decided to make a change, and he concedes runs as Slater just punches him down the ground for 2. D'Oliveira does the fielding. End of the over from Morris, so 4 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 3 his figures, and Notts replying to Worcestershire's first innings 159 are 18 without loss.
I wonder why a pub in Reading was running a raffle.
No, very strange, with a Worcestershire bat.
Worcestershire, signed by the Worcestershire and Australia team. That was always the
opener.
Yeah.
I'm not sure it was that year though. I'm not sure. I think they might have played a bit later, but it might have been. I'd have to check. They didn't. They played the West Indies in '88, so it must have been '89 they played the Australians, I think, because the West Indies scored in '88.
Yeah.
But anyway, that was a game which Phil Newport got Alan Border LBW twice, not playing a shot.
Very nice.
Thought it was going the other way, and it came back in.
There's Pennington. We can see his shadow. So again, indications it's pretty dark out there. Bowls and Mead solidly behind it. So the openers have put 18 on.
And they picked him in the Ashes, and he got absolutely murdered at Headingley when they scored 300 on the opening day and didn't lose a wicket, didn't they? Australia, I think, at Headingley in '89. Boone and Marsh, I think. Was that the year England used 25 players in the Ashes?
Something like that, wasn't it?
3 captains or something.
18 without loss. That's Dylan Pennington beginning his 4th over. Comes in again, and Mead takes his right hand off the bat handle as he plays this with a little bit of control away on the leg side. There's no run.
And no doubt there were calls for county cricket to be scrapped and restructured and everything else.
That 89 summer, I was that's when I was living and working with the Air Force in Italy, but I came back for a cricket tour. Went with the team to Cromer in Norfolk.
Ah, wonderful.
Played, let's get the days right then, probably played the first day. Next ball goes through to the keeper. Good pace again past Slater, so probably started on the Tuesday and played. The Wednesday morning I woke up and everybody's looking at me, and as if I'd developed an extra head. Well, in fact, I hadn't developed an extra head. I'd developed chicken pox. I was absolutely covered in spots. Found a doctor. I mean, can you imagine that happening today, finding a doctor in Cromer who would see me straight away. You've got chicken pox, I would suggest you get yourself home straight away. Next ball is work to mid-on. There's no run. 19 without loss it remains. So I came straight from the cricket tour back home to my mum and dad's on the Wednesday, and on the Thursday I sat there feeling sorry for myself, and that was the first day of the Trent Bridge test here. Watched it on telly when Marsh and Taylor batted from 11 o'clock till 6 o'clock.
Yeah, formidable side, weren't they?
Covered in spots, absolutely covered head to toe.
Did you play at Cromer Cricket Club?
I can't remember where. No, obviously I only played one day of the week. Next ball is worked away by Slater, with 2 or 3 of the Worcestershire players already with their hands in the air. I think they thought it was through him then. Slater very late on it.
Played it late, yeah.
Both batsmen on 9. Pint for the marker, 20 without loss.
Yeah, nice. Like Cromer's one of my favourite places. I love Norfolk. Chris Sutton country, of course, Cromer.
The Cromer Crab.
Cromer Crab, very good. Yeah. Famous old pier. Still got a theatre at the end, I think.
Still 13 overs to go until the tea break. Next ball pushed by Hamid into the offside. And that's the end of the over. 20 without loss. Just quickly then at Chelmsford, Northants 147 for 3. Just by the fact that Nottinghamshire are already batting here, just compare it to some of these other scores where the game hardly seems to have got going in comparison. Northants 147 for 3 at Chelmsford, Surrey 151 for 3 at Bristol against Gloucestershire, Hampshire 138 for 6 at home to Lancashire, Somerset 198 for 1 against Warwickshire, with a century there for Matt Renshaw, the Australian, and the other score in Division 1, Kent 178 for 4 at Headingley. Just give you the Division 2 after this next delivery.
As Charlie Morris comes in from the pavilion end and bowls to Slater outside the off stump, left alone. He's gone back over the wicket, notably, having conceded the runs off that last ball of the previous over, left alone.
So in Division 2, Sham Massoud out for 60 today, Derbyshire 172 for 2 at home to Glamorgan. Leicestershire's last pair still at the crease, they're 134 for 9 at Lords against Middlesex. And at Hove, Durham, the visitors, they're batting 168 for 7. So far and away, well, no, we've had 10 wickets here. I guess they've had 9 at Lords.
Here's Morris from the pavilion end again. Bowls to Slater, who works this one up to mid-on, Pennington Fields, and there's no run. Not the day that Worcestershire would have chosen to be without Joe Leach, their sort of main spearhead bowling. He's suffering with illness and unable to make it for this one, and also probably not the day they would have chosen to lose the toss. But as Samit said, the ball's come onto the back quite well, and had the conditions been just slightly different, it might well have been one where you would win the toss and bat, because although the ball seemed around, I've said all through the day, it's not a terror pitch, this, and the batsmen have been able to play shots, haven't they? Here's Morris in, bowls to Slater, good leave, left alone outside off stump, taken by Cox.
Richard Ashmore's been back in touch, Frank. He says, yes Dave, I've still got that bat. Yeah. I've told my son he'll inherit it if he puts me in a decent care home when I get to that age. And his son has come in on it. It's time to start looking already then. He's
It'll only pay for a couple of days, I would imagine.
I wonder who's on that then, the 1989 Aussies.
Yeah.
Obviously we've said it's Border's team, wasn't it? Taylor and Marsh and Cope.
Here comes Morris, bowls, Slater whips this bottom-handed up to mid-on, timed it well, but straight to Pennington.
Boone, Haldeman.
Yeah. Yeah.
McDermott probably.
Yeah, just trying to think. McDermott might have finished by then. Greg Matthews finished by then, didn't he? Who I played with at Old Hill. I've got a bat that I won in a raffle for John Jameson's benefit.
Crikey.
That really is going back. It's one of those grey nickels with a red stripe down the back, and I've talked about it a couple of times before. Signed by lots of players on the front. Or break off as Morris comes in. He's gone round the wicket again, and he beats Slater outside the off stump. Good delivery. Still 20 without loss. And it's signed by lots of internationals on the front, England, various Australians, Indians. But interestingly, it's signed on the back by all of the journalists and broadcasters from the time, and every single one of them has passed away now. So there's Arlott, Swanton, Laker, Peter West, etc. all the way. Richie Benno, some great names on it. It's in the wardrobe somewhere. But I asked somebody who values these things, and they said it's not really worth that much. Sentimental value. Morris again, round the wicket, bowls. Slater pushes out on the offside. Good tidy over from Charlie Morris. Slater on 9, Hamid on 9. Morris now 5 overs, 3 maidens, no wicket for 3. And the Notts reply, patient, to Worcester's 159 is 20 without loss after 9 overs.
Mate of mine from years gone by says, read chickenpox story, Dave. This is Andy. Don't forget to tell the listeners, when you went back having got chickenpox, you left a hardly touched tray of 24 cans of beer under your bed. Needless to say, we didn't return them to you when you came home. When we came home. Next ball, well, that's a bit of a loose flail at it from Hamid. And he's got a boundary down to third man. He says he's enjoying the coverage. Loves to hear from you. Andy, drop me a fixture card if you will. We'll get together as and when we can. 24 without loss in the 10th over here on BBC Hereford and Worcester, BBC Radio Nottingham. And, well, all the usual sources, the live streams. You've got links to both counties. And I think for the time being, I think Radio 5 Sports Extra are with the IPL, but this is the featured game this week. So the morning sessions, at least up until the IPL starts, I think on all 4 days. You might want to check that, but I think we've got the cricket from Trent Bridge. Brett D'Oliveira is just showing the ball to the umpire here. It might just have clattered into something hard as it went over the boundary rope, and it's clattered hard enough for the two umpires to get together and discuss the condition of the ball.
This happened last week in the game against Sussex at New Road, and they did change it 2 or 3 times because it had gone into the season. Whether there's a bad batch going around the country at the moment from Dukes, I don't know, but they are. They're gonna go and get the box that they leave at the side of the boundary, and I think it might well get changed. And we're having a change here because I've got to shoot off and do an update.
Okay.
I think I'll leave you with Dave.
Yeah, have a breather if you want to breathe. Come back if you want to come back. It's a little bit like that at the moment. We're still probably 45 minutes, aren't we, away from tea. 12.5 overs, 24 without loss, Nottinghamshire. Just beginning the 10th over here when we get a ball change. Dane Patterson then with a day he'll never forget. Figures of 8 for 52. 15 overs, 6 maidens. Well, 9 overs before lunch and then carried on. And it was success after success as far as he is concerned. 5 catches today for Tom Moores. Nottingham shall be very, very pleased, as Samit said, to get back in the dressing room. The bowlers get their feet up. Not that any of them, I suppose, even remotely felt that they were in need of a lengthy break, but they'll be ready to go again at some stage. Mead shoulders arms. So they've changed the ball. Sometimes you just wonder the wisdom of a batsman shouldering arms to the first ball when they've been changed. It might just do a little bit more than the one that they replaced. But that one went harmlessly through. 24 without loss. It's the 2 bowlers used so far. Morris, who's only gone for 3 runs. Pennington, who's leaked a few more, and on for 19. Bowls a quickish delivery which absolutely smacks into the green gloves of Ben Cox. Plenty of pace behind that delivery. Adam Finch and Ed Barnard, I would imagine, might get a chance to turn their arm over before tea. Of course, spin options with Josh Baker and Brett D'Oliveira. Next ball is defended. Can include Jake Libby in that as well, I guess, but very much doubt we'll see Jake Libby certainly for a while. 24 without loss, Nottinghamshire. In fact, Barnard has just bowled a ball from his position at third slip, getting the ball back round the ring. So maybe that he's got the call to start loosening up. Over of the innings. Next delivery on its way. That's a good delivery. Mead beaten, you suspect, just outside the off stump, and the fact that he rehearsed the shot again straight away perhaps adds a little more credence to that. 24 without loss. Goes Pennington again. Long straight approach, bowls. Hamid cuts it. He'll get runs here to the left of the diving Libby. They've run 2 and they may settle for 2. Yeah, Libby quickly made up ground and got the ball in the air. So a couple to Hamid. He's gone past his partner. He's on 15. Ben Slater on 9. 26 without loss. The Nottinghamshire reply to Worcestershire's all-out score of 159. That's with the full complement of bowling points nicely secured, and we do have that change now with Ed Barnard coming into the attack. From the pavilion end, skipper D'Oliveira down there with him, just having a double check on what sort of field he wants, staying with the 3 slips. Barnard has been at third slip, but no, he's not able to stand there. Of course, Josh Baker's gone in at third, so here's Barnard into Slater, wide of the off peg, and it goes through to the wicket keeper. Jack Haynes made 37 for Worcestershire, the top scorer. Ed Pollock 31. And then Dylan Pennington at the bottom of the card made 18. Libby 15, Baker 12, and that was it into double figures. Barnard bowls down the leg side. Slater angry with himself that he's missed out on attempted pull. It was a good stop from the diving Ben Cox. Ed Barnard once more. Bowls. Slater push into the covers. No run. Skipper doing the fielding. Nottinghamshire very much with the upper hand so far. Worcestershire going to lunch at 114 for 5 and were polished off within the first hour of the afternoon session. Now Knott's backing it up with the bat as Slater lets it go through to wicketkeeper Cox once again. Ben Duckett scheduled to come in at 3, and Joe Clark, Lyndon James, Stephen Mullaney. They comprise the top 6. Tom Moores, Liam Patterson White, Stuart Broad will probably bat 9, Luke Fletcher and Dane Patterson. Sure, he'll be desperately hoping that he's not required with bat in hand for a while. Slater on strike. Barnard bowls. Ooh, it's a no ball, and Slater had a bit of a flash at that one. Don't suppose for 1 second that he heard the call. I think he was drawn into the shot, the aggressive looking shot in any case, but didn't get anything on it. 28 without loss, Nottinghamshire. So they trail by 131. Frank back alongside me as we come towards the back end of the 11th over. 2 balls left. Barnard's first, and Slater will pull that one towards that shorter side, and straight away the umpire signalling 4. Lost the flight of it, and then 1 bounce into the advertising boards. That was nicely out of the middle. Slater on to 13. 32 without loss. Barnard just blotting his copybook a little bit, just banging it in short. Is the final ball of the over, and this one swings away from Slater's shouldering arms, and it goes through to the keeper. End of the over, 32 without loss. Here on BBC Hereford and Worcester, BBC Radio Nottingham, and via the county live streams.
They've done well, these two. I think they've Slater's played and missed a few times, but put the bad ball away when it has come along, and they haven't had too many scares. There was that one edge from Hamid that dropped short of Ed Pollock at first slip, but they've negotiated these first few overs with the new ball pretty well. Pennington is in, bowls to Hamid, full. Hamid is well forward, plays that sort of very low forward defensive shot, his head right over it, big bend of the front knee, pushes it back up the pitch to Pennington. 32 without loss. The lights are shining quite brightly now, and I think the light, well, I don't know whether it's a combination of that and the cloud lifting or whatever, but the light to my eyes looks just a little bit better than it was about half an hour ago. Pennington in, bowls, half volley to Hamid, who drives beautifully through the covers. Meat and drink, really, that to a top-class opening batsman. Full length delivery, plenty of room for him to get his arms away, and he just strokes it out to extra cover on the Fox Road side of the ground. Loose delivery from Pennington, and knots go to 36 without loss. 159 was the Worcestershire total. Hamid moves on to 19. These two, of course, both made hundreds, didn't they, at New Road last year, and that the day with no end, where they just battered and battered and battered. As Pennington moves in again, balls to Hamid, who tucks this away on the leg side, and they pick up a single as Azhar Ali does the fielding. He goes to 20, 37 without loss. They both batted all day on the last day of that game, both got hundreds, and no wickets fell at all. One chap told Dave Bradley he went home, came out the next morning to cut his lawn, and Hasib Hamid was standing in the middle of the lawn. He just couldn't get him out of his head. He said he watched him bat for so long. And they've made a good start here. I've been quite impressed with this. I think it's been pretty solid. Done what they needed to do. Pennington round the wicket to the left-handed Slater, and he's on his toes and forcing this away behind square on the offside. Jake Libby in his customary position. Backward point does the fielding.
Of course, in that game at New Road last year, Hamid got a century in both innings, but knots were made to follow on, and remember, that was just about when they were at their lowest ebb, and you wondered if they'd be rolled over for a second time, but then there was that staunch resistance from Slater and Hamid, and from then on, well, they won their next match, and they've won they've won 9 of 14 since then, the best record in the country.
Here's Pennington round the wicket, bowls to Slater, who clips this on the onside this time, but straight to Josh Baker at mid-wicket. And there's no run. Yeah, it's funny how things change. But those pitches early last season at New Road, there'd been a late flood, and they were as dead as you can possibly imagine. Later in the season, they were better. The one we had last week against Sussex was a good pitch, which offered a bit for everybody. Pennington over the wicket again now to the left-hander, decides on a change of line, bowls and angles this one across. Good delivery and a good leave by Ben Slater. 37 without loss at the end of that over. Pennington's figures 6 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 26. Barnard has bowled just the 1 over and he went for 6. But the standout bowler of the day, sitting at the moment with his feet up, Dane Patterson, 15 overs, 6 maidens, 8 for 52, a career best, and the first 8 for by a Nottinghamshire bowler since Stuart Broad in 2010 against Warwickshire at Edgbaston,
when he also got 8 for 52 apparently.
Right, and we thought that we might have a 9 for, but that would have been equalling Harold Larwood's effort back in 1931. Here's Barnard.
Went for 6 from his first over, bowling to Hamid, who cuts this away for 4. Just starting to flow a little bit now. Hamid, the runs just coming a little quicker. Moves on to 24, and the score is 41 without loss. Notts trail by 118. This rate of progress, the deficit could even be wiped out by stumps tonight, you'd imagine. That is, if Light Holes doesn't get any worse and forces them off. But generally, you're looking at round about 100 in a session, aren't you? So it may well be that Notts, with the following wind, can reach parity by the close of play. So really incumbent upon Worcestershire to break this partnership and then make some inroads. Next ball, whoa, left alone by Hamid. He bailed out at the very last second there, didn't he? Right. Choice, I think. It was wide enough to leave.
It was a good leave in the end, but it's close, isn't it? I mean, sometimes they leave them and people make a fuss behind the stumps and you don't think it's that close, but I actually think that one really did shave top of off. But he got it right. Still there. Only 2 sorts of leave, they say, don't they, as the next one on its way, and that's a good delivery. My word, it was indeed. Again, he's holding the pose and having a little bit of a look before he takes those 3 or 4 steps towards the square leg umpire, which he does every single ball. Must be difficult for Hamid. He had plenty of incentive last year. It seemed like he was getting better performance upon performance, and more people were talking up his England chances. Got in against India, went to Australia for the Ashes, but the runs dried up. Next one is worked onto the leg side, as they did in truth with everybody bar Joe Root, and he was one of the scapegoats left out of the West Indies tour. So almost back where he was a year ago, with everything to prove and everything to fight for if he wishes to have a third stint in international cricket. 41 without loss. Hamid has 24. That's a lovely looking drive, and Ed Barnard tried to drop on it. He realised he was going to be struggling, I think, straight away, and tried almost a belly flop on the ball. Couldn't get down quickly enough, and Hamid drives it underneath him and away for 4. 45 without loss, and Hamid on 28. And I would say he's probably hit 4 or 5 boundaries in the last 2 or 3 overs here. Hamid is just starting to really get going now. I think the worrying thing from a Worcestershire point of view now is that there are too many 4 balls around. Yeah. It's, you know, they're still beating the bat with the odd one. They're still finding help in the pitch, but in between, the pressure is eased.
In comes Barnard. What's he got by way of a response? And it's a good response. And by and large, that was a good over, Frank, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's what I mean.
But he could have picked up a couple of wickets, soft as anything, but didn't.
I suppose you could say that when Patterson was bowling, it didn't worry him when he got the odd one got driven for 4 or something. But that was it is just a little bit frustrating, isn't it? From the bowler's point of view, if you bowl 5 good ones but the 6th one goes for 4. Pennington's been replaced by Adam Finch, so it's a big moment for young Adam Finch. It's his first outing of the season, and he hasn't got a great deal of experience. Right arm seamer, lively pace, and here in helpful conditions with Worcestershire pretty much, I think it's fair to say, pretty much in need of a wicket. When you've only got 159 on the board, you don't want the opposition to go past 50 without losing a wicket.
Tall, well built young man.
Yeah, he's got a bit of pace. And he comes in now, very straight approach. Number 61 on his back. He moves away from us. In and bowls full of length to Slater, who greets a full half volley with a square drive for 4. Thank you very much. Bit of a loosener, and Slater, a more experienced, not hugely experienced, but much more experienced than Finch, and may well have been thinking, could well get a loosener here for early on and make sure I put it away, and they have put it away. And it's those constant 4 balls that are, emphasising the strength of their position now at 49 without loss. Slater goes on to 17. And waits now as Finch comes in again, and again he bowls very full. Slater this time drives up to mid-off where the captain D'Oliveira does the fielding, and there's no run.
So this will be the highest partnership of the day. We had 44 for the 4th wicket between Hames and D'Oliveira, but already the highest partnership, and that tells stories. Fine response by Slater and Hamid.
Finch again in over the wicket to the left-handed Slater, bowls, and Slater smashes this away on the offside again. It was full and wide-ish, and he's got Jake Libby out there on the boundary in front of the Smith-Cooper stand, who dives to his left, and means they only get one. But it was another shot with some authority from Ben Slater. He goes to 18, Hamid has 28, and the 50 partnership is up from just 82 balls, which in these conditions is a good effort. And when you think that Charlie Morris bowled pretty meanly from the pavilion end, 5 overs, 3 maidens, no wicket for 3, that's it, it's fairly quick scoring rate. Hamid takes a new guard against Finch, 50 without loss. And Finch, past umpire Hartley, in again, bowls to Hamid, full again, 2 full, half volley, driven through extra cover, 4 more runs. So not the start that Adam Finch would have wanted here. It's been expensive so far. He's gone for 9, 2 boundaries in his first 4 balls, and the pressure, you can almost feel it, can't you?
Yeah.
Easing on this pair out there. Just exactly the sort of start that Notts would have wanted when they came out, having dismissed Worcestershire for 159, very much going the way of the home side at the moment. Finch, pull your length back a bit. He's in, he bowls, he does pull his length back a bit. Good pace, good carry through to Cox, but wide of the off stump and left alone.
I guess the endorsement from the skipper there was that he left the same field. It could so easily have been, bring one of the slips out, let's try and plug the gap, and 2 boundaries already conceded in this over. Let's make sure he doesn't get another one. But
it's difficult. I mean, the thing is, they've got to get wickets. They've got to get wickets. He's just bowled too full. Really, that was a better one. But be a lot of nerves. First game of the season. He's in. He bowls, and again, a little bit wide, but again, quite good pace. Left alone by Hamid. The end of the over. So 54 without loss. Slater 18, Hamid 32, and the bowling figures for Worcestershire, as I say, Charlie Morris 5 overs, 3 maidens, no wickets, 3 runs. Pennington 6 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 26. Barnard 2 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 14, and Finch 1 over, which has cost 9 runs.
Had a second centurion of the day, Daniel Bell Drummond of Kent up at Headingley. He's just reached 100. Matt Renshaw of Somerset earlier down at Taunton against Warwickshire, he reached 3 figures. I always thought it would sort of be a natural progression for Daniel Bell Drummond to get an England go, but it didn't really happen for him once he'd reached Lion status. Round the wicket comes Barnard, and now it's Slater forcing it into the offside, but straight to the skipper. Seen him play 1 or 2 very nice innings, Daniel Bell Drummond, but I suspect any opportunities now of playing Test cricket have probably gone. 54 on the board means that Notts are 105 behind, and another boundary here by Slater, just punching this out towards the Fox Road side of the ground for 4 more, and the deficit 101 at 58 without loss.
10 boundaries in this innings so far. 10 boundaries in the first 58 runs.
It's a high percentage, isn't it?
Yeah, it's just too many bad balls. Too many bad balls in these conditions. The only bowler that's really not bowled loose deliveries is Charlie Morris, isn't it? Shouldn't really be having a sweeper in these conditions, should you?
That's what's been put in, an offside sweeper. As Barnard bowls and Slater again drives. That's a decent stop at wideish mid-off. Who's that?
Morris.
Good stop, diving down to his right by Cheerful Charlie, as Brad as always calls him.
The world's nicest man.
58 without loss. Floodlights still on here at Trent Bridge if you're not watching the stream, just listening to the audio content. It's been a fairly grey, chilly, gloomy sort of day as Barnard is in again. Cut away by Slater, but there is that protection out there. Jake Libby in 20 or 25 paces from the Fox Road side of the ground, and a single taken, and that means Nottinghamshire have wiped out the 59 bit. They now just trail by exactly 100. 1-2, 1-2, they keep saying. We all are very familiar with the cricket terminology. 1 wicket brings 2 and all the rest of it. Add 2 wickets and that's probably a truer reflection. And Hamid has just cut this away for 4, and that boundary takes Asib Hamid to 36, and the only significance really of that is that, well, the 2 things, it means that Notts only trail by double digits now. They're 96 behind, but that's Asib Hamid's highest score of the season. He's had a 34 and a 33, but now he's moved on to 36. I did say when the innings started, it's just him really and Joe Clark that Notts would like to see turn a moderate start into a really big score, because it's happened with 5 of the other players so far. 5 different centurions for Nottinghamshire in the first 3 matches. The Worcestershire think tank getting together at the other end, the far end. Words of comfort and encouragement for Ed Barnard. 63 without loss. Next ball is defended by Hamid, who I'm sure will feel that he's right on top of Ed Barnard at the moment. 3 overs, none for 23 for the Shrewsbury-born all-rounder, who had just a brief stay with the bat. He was one of the Patterson victims, who wasn't. Inside edge onto his sticks, made just 8.
Yeah, there was only that one and the Baker dismissal, weren't there? Wasn't it, where he chipped a catch up to mid-on, where you thought that perhaps the batsman had contributed to his own downfall, shall we say. So well did Dane Patterson bowl that we didn't really attach a lot of blame to those that were getting nicked and getting nicks and being caught behind, etc. But the Worcestershire bowlers so far haven't matched that sort of standard, and it's probably the sort of response that you fear when you get bowled out cheaply on the first day, that the other team comes out and makes things look a lot easier, and these 2 have done that. Here's Adam Finch from the Radcliffe Road end. He's in and he bowls to Slater, who turns this on the leg side for a single. Baker, the fielder, coming off the boundary. Worcestershire without Joe Leach, the main strike bowler, really, the spearhead of their attack. And Morris bowled tidily, 5 overs, 3 maidens, no wicket for 3. But the other 3 that have been used, Pennington, Finch and Barnard, so far have struggled to make the best use of helpful conditions. Hamid bat tapping, just 2 slips now as Finch moves in and bowls, and that again is a little bit wide, full, and he went to drive it, didn't really time it, just sort of got it low down on the bat into the ground, and it runs out to Jake Libby at extra cover. So earlier today, if you're just joining us, Notts winning the toss and reducing Worcestershire to 114 for 5 at lunch. At one stage they were 100 for 3 and going reasonably well, but Patterson, the man doing the damage. Finch in. Good pace. That's really gone through and climbed quite high, and Cox takes it above his head, but left alone by Hamid. But a little bit of a collapse before lunch, with Patterson picking up D'Oliveira and Barnard in fairly quick succession. So the men out in the morning session. Libby 15 fell to Stuart Broad, and then Patterson taking over, dismissing Pollock for 31, Azza Ali for 6, D'Oliveira for 6 and Barnard for 8. So lunch 114 for 5 Worcestershire. As Finch is in and bowls, and Hamid drives up to mid-off, no run. And at lunch they might have been thinking, well, if we can dig in and get through the first hour or so, only lose maybe one more wicket, still in with a chance. But it was a procession after the interval. Cox LBW to Patterson for 2, then Haynes, who top scored with 37, caught behind by Tom Moores, again off Patterson, 37 as I say. Baker then chipping a catch up to mid-on, out for 12, and Morris then bowled by one that kept low from Patterson for 1 as Finch bowls, and Hamid cuts down to third man for a single. And then Pennington, the last man out, caught behind by Tom Moores, 4th catch for him off the persevering Luke Fletcher, who at least deserved 1 wicket. He got 18, Pennington. Finch was 9 not out. Worcestershire 159 all out, 8 for 52 Dane Patterson. And in reply with that single, Hamid goes to 37, Slater is 24, and Notts are 65 without loss, and very much on top. 2 slips, the only close catches, as Finch moves in and bowls short bouncer to Slater, who, well, to say he was untroubled by it would be almost an understatement. He just sort of swayed inside it, didn't even pay it any attention whatsoever as it went through to Ben Cox behind the stumps. End of the over. Finch 2 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 11, and it's 65 without loss.
4 o'clock. Still got 5 overs to go until the tea break. So we've lost our way a little bit with the timings today. Often happens when there's a cluster of wickets goes down in the first half of the day. No signs of spin from either side. Bowling change. Charlie Morris, I think, has been brought back out of necessity here. Ed Barnard has gone round the park over the last 3 or 4 overs that he sent down. Morris will be looking to try and tighten things up again. 5 overs, 3 maidens, none for 3. So we've only had 16 overs. 5 of them very cheap overs from Morris, so the others have gone for a few. There's Hamid, he'll get a single there, pushing it square of the wicket on the offside. And there's no run. 66 without loss. Means that Notts 93 runs behind. Samit comes back in for the last knockings of this afternoon session. Just got a little chilly now, hasn't it? We'll have a fiddle with the overhead heater during the tea interval. See if we can get a bit of warmth in here. Different.
Perfect start, David.
Yeah, different day almost out there in the middle, and with a wicket seemingly going down. There's an LBW shout. Fancied it was doing too much. Almost seemed as if every delivery this morning might bring a wicket into play, but Hamid in particular has just been picking the bowlers off over the last 20 minutes.
Yeah, they've both played nicely actually. Just picked off the bad ball, as they say. Played up and down the ground and protected the stumps, and it's not been the best of days to Worcester so far. Too many loose balls if they're going to be critical for Hamid to cut. If you look at the cut and dry balls that we've had, it's been astonishing.
Leg by was taken from the previous delivery, then 67 without loss. Hamid on 38. Next ball is pushed to backward point, and there's no run. I was talking about Asib Hamid. You know, you during your career, I'm sure, can sort of imagine it. You know, you work hard to try and get that England call up. You get that England call up, and then the next minute you're on the outside looking in again, and you've sort of got to go again.
Yeah, I think that Haas is he obviously knows his game a lot better now. He had a good start to international cricket, and then unfortunately got an injury, and then Keating went in and got 100, so it kind of kept him out the loop for a little bit.
Here comes Morris, bowls, and Mead will take another single, just dropping it on the leg side. 68 without loss. Sort of half across the fact that Radio Nottingham's 4 o'clock news has been started.
He just lost his way a little bit, and then went back to county cricket and didn't start very well, and then started a little bit of a rut, and couldn't get himself out of it. And we've all been there before, so it's been a World War.
But it must have been a dream to be selected for an Ashes trip, and I guess that dream maybe turned into a little bit of a nightmare. And he wasn't the only one, but he was one that was jettisoned for the West Indies trip.
Yeah, no, he wasn't the only one. It's a tough trip, that Ashes trip.
Morris to the left-handed Slater, past the outside edge through to Cox.
It's a tough trip, like the Ashes. It's funny that everyone gets judged on an Ashes trip, and people that have not been there will realise that it's a tough place to go and play cricket. And I think that Here's that update then for BBC Radio Nottingham. We're still 4 overs away from the tea break. It's been a gloomy, cold old sort of day, and the floodlights are now on here at Trent Bridge, but Nottinghamshire's openers making the most of these conditions. 68 without loss. Ben Slater 24, Asiba Mead 39, and this in reply to one of Nottinghamshire's better bowling performances in recent times, as Worcestershire were bowled out for just 159 earlier. No doubt about the star of the show today, Dane Patterson, with 8 wickets. In reply to Worcestershire's 159, Notts are 68 without loss. So there's that update for the local radio listeners. We're 4 overs away from the tea break here at Trent Bridge. And talk about winning sessions, don't they? I think this is clearly a second one that's got to go down for Nottinghamshire. I know Worcestershire scored quickly this morning, didn't they? 114 runs in the morning session, but 114 for 5. I think the fact that it was 5 top order batsmen as well would have sort of brought the session to Nottinghamshire. As Finch bowls, and again Mead will drive it away. Libby's got his work cut out here. He's quick over the ground. I think he'll stop it, and he will. That's really good. But these two are quick, and they've. Oh dear!
In comes the throw. Now then, there's a run out. Oh, Jake Libby's brilliant. Out in the deep, he has run out. Ben Slater with a magnificent throw. Ben Cox did really well to gather it and then dive back and break the stumps as Ben Slater dived for his ground. Asiba Mead sunk to his haunches at the other end. He didn't want to look, but Slater run out for 24. They'll sort this out. I think it'll be 70 for 1, won't it? Because they ran 2 runs. And coming back for a third, a risky third. You said, oh dear. I felt it was one of those.
Libs is fast across the ground, and he stopped it. It's probably the only way Ben Slater's going to get out at this point. The boys are going ticking along nicely, but now it's just left Ben Duckett to come in a real sticky situation of just before tea. It's going to be an important little passage. I just thought if we could get through to tea non-down, it would be our session. Well, I'm sure it's still our session, but it's going to open things right up now.
So an opening partnership of 70 is broken in really strange circumstances. We were talking earlier about that game back in 1993, an Adam Seymour throw from the boundary edge, running out Andy Pick to bring home a tied game. That was a great bit of work, and Worcestershire were absolutely desperate for it, weren't they? They all ran to Libby. Good work, I thought, as well, by the keeper. Really was. He had to come in front of the stumps to take it and then dive back.
Yeah, great piece of work from both Jake Libby and Ben Cox. They always say take the ball in front of the stumps and take some inches off. That's what they say. Desperately need a wicket for Worcester there.
Yep. Now we've talked about 1 brings 2, another left-hander out there in the middle. Ben Duckett, last home game against Glamorgan, 120 22 and 95. Interviewed him afterwards, and he absolutely choked to get out for 95. Always wanted to get a century in each innings, hasn't done it yet. Here's Finch then in, and Duckett clips up to mid-on, and there's no run.
Yeah. We said last week that Ben Duckett looked in good nick, didn't we?
Yep.
He started the season very well as Ben. Pennington at the end of his mark. Just about receiving it from Brett D'Oliveira. He turns in and runs in from the Radcliffe Road end. In he comes, and forward defence from Ben Duckett, solidly played, and no run.
That's the voice of Samit Patel, former Nottinghamshire all-rounder, now treading the boards at Clitheroe. My word.
Yes.
Have you played a home game for Clitheroe yet?
I have, actually. We beat...
Nice little village ground.
Lovely ground, actually, yeah. Well, it takes a long time to get there, though. 2 hours, 40 minutes every Sunday.
Your choice.
I know.
Here's Adam Finch. Bowling to Duckett. Who gets solidly behind it.
Yeah.
They used to take a bucket round the ground, didn't they, in the Lancashire League for the
Still,
pros?
you still get
They
the
still
bucket.
do it?
Yeah, still get it.
You're still sniffing after a bucket collection, are you?
No, I kind of... It's not even... I don't think... Pros don't get it anymore. I think it's just for the amateurs.
For the amateurs?
Mm.
Not for a round of beers at the end.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah. All very good.
Goes into their end-of-season trip away, Dave.
Duckett has now defended 4 deliveries. Looks a different game all of a sudden.
I don't think it does. Every ball's at the middle of the Ben's bat at the minute. Started off nicely. But you're right, it could change. I think this little period before tea and after tea could shape the way of the fixture. I said before, Worcester to bowl, knocks out for around 200. And hopefully bat better second innings.
There's Finch, bowls and... Oh, there's another. Oh. Another slight harum-scarum moment there, wasn't there? Shall we, shan't we, shall we, shan't we? But they're away. Duckett's another of these that likes to get up and running straight away.
Off the mark, Ben Duckett.
The Kevin Peterson Red Bull run, or whatever they used to call it, didn't they? 71 for 1. 3 overs to go until tea. Still going to be Morris from the pavilion end. 6 overs, none for 5.
He's played well, Charlie Morris, hasn't he?
Yeah, if you take those figures away, there's a lot of runs come from the other 12 overs.
Can fly here at Trent Bridge though if you get on one.
There's Morris in again, bowls, and
it's a lovely
just
bit of
clips
timing
it away for 4.
Lovely shot. Really good. Lovely piece of timing there from Ben Duckett.
I was saying to Frank, the temptation there would be, I think with a lot of club skippers certainly, let's try and plug the gap, let's put somebody by the square leg umpire, but I guess you leave it down to a bowler of this experience to know that you shouldn't put it on Ben Duckett's legs.
No, you shouldn't. Not on anybody's legs.
Here he comes. Maybe the first boundary that Morris has gone for,
he's
and
gone
this
there
might be
again,
the second one.
Yeah.
Exact carbon copy. If you didn't see the first one, that was it. Back to back boundaries through square leg.
Yeah, we talk about balance at the crease, and that's exactly what you want as an incoming batsman is a few freebies.
And now the protection is out there, look. So what do you do now as the batsman? Just drop it on the leg side? There's a single anywhere on the leg side? Because
I'd be very amazed if he bowled this ball anywhere near the stumps.
You mean outside off?
Yeah.
Let's have a look.
Oh,
it was.
Jesus.
Same spot, but there is protection out there. Was that a triple bluff?
Shouldn't have been a bluff.
80 for 1.
Can get to tee rate 1 down, it'd be perfect. As a Notts fan, so I forget that there are Worcester listeners.
There are indeed, Samit.
I don't want to put the mockers on, but Hasib has looked very good.
He's on strike again, on 41. Next ball is driven. Oh, that's a good stop
shot
by Morris. Did one of those earlier that Ed Barnard, he just dropped down and couldn't get anything on it. Went underneath him and raced away for 4.
Yeah, lovely shot. Lovely straight drive, showing the maker's name.
Yep. Nineteenth over. Nottinghamshire 80 for 1, so they only trail by 79. They're just over halfway then into the Worcestershire score. And 1 wicket to fall was a run out. Morris bowls, and Mead again happy to just defend. The running, from what you saw of it, I think they were both looking for 3. It just seemed that Hamid was quicker coming to this end than Slater. Maybe it was only late on that Slater felt.
Hamid is obviously.
Hamid has called 3 and he wants to come for 3, so.
He's the fastest of the 2 runners, I think that. And Haas was going to the danger end.
Next ball is driven through the offside for 4 more.
Shot.
Well, they've gone early on that one,
It's
hasn't it?
a
The
lovely
ball.
shot
Yeah,
for
it is going to
4,
reach the ropes. No, you can't say Haas was running to the danger end because Slater was run out at the keeper's end.
Should have been running to the danger end. We might. A tactical over a spin before tea? I don't think so.
No, well, if there is, it'll only be 1 over because Adam Finch has already peeled off his sweater and handed it to umpire Hartley. Here are Samit, umpire Hartley, umpire Bainton. Which famous Notts game were these two, the 2 umpires?
Hartley and Bainton.
There you go. 84 for 1. Two slips only.
Good question, Dave. I think you caught me out. I'm not quite sure.
There comes Adam Finch. In to duck it down the leg side. Duckett clips it away out to Libby. There'll only be a single. 85 for 1. Or have I got it wrong? 16th of September 2010, Old Trafford.
Oh, were they the 2 umpires, were they?
Well, you played in it.
I know. Well, I can't remember that far.
That's winning the championship. I think it was. I think it was those 2. Pretty sure it was.
Nice. That was a good day, wasn't it?
The last time Notts won the championship. 3 frustrating days as it either rained or sunlight kept the players from the field. It was the last match before the Old Trafford square was turned as Finch comes in and this goes through to the keeper. You remember? And they took you off because of sunlight reflecting.
Yeah, I did remember that. We thought at that stage it wasn't meant to be, but thankfully we found a way after a nice team meal in the teppanyaki. Dave, were you there?
I was back in the
where were we? The Worsley Marriott.
That's it.
Is that where we were?
That's it. With
drinking in the bar.
Several members of the committee, all with various thoughts on what might happen the next day and whether it would be advantageous to be Somerset's in Somerset's position or Yorkshire's. There's a thickish outside edge from Hamid down to the 3rd man fence. Went along the ground, went very quickly. He was playing away from his body then, but gets 4 runs to take him to 49. It's 89 for 1. We're just reminiscing here about the last time Nottinghamshire won the county championship. These 2 umpires, pretty sure Bainton and Hartley, 12 years ago, were standing together. I think we've had them a few times over the years. I think by law of averages, you're bound to get the same couple every now and again. Not yet had Sue Redfern. I don't know if she's got a game in this round of matches, but
Just do the twos.
next one is punched away, and that's Hamid's 50, and he gets there in glorious style with a textbook extra cover drive. And Asiba Mead, perhaps a little slow to the party so far this season with regards to his run scoring, has played terrifically well. 54 balls and 11 fours, and he's got there from 84 minutes. It's been Ramadan, hasn't it? Through the season so far, and no, it's I don't know. I can't imagine. But next ball is allowed to go through to the keeper, but he has his very religious young man, and would have observed Ramadan, and
Carrying around a microwave last time I saw him through Durham.
A microwave?
Carried a microwave at the hotel.
Does he?
Yeah.
93 for 1. Taps his bat. It was a glorious shot. He's on 53, Hamid. Finch bowls to him. Wide of the off stump, and he's nicked it. Good catch from Cox, who's had a good couple of minutes here. And Hamid has chased a wide one and nicked it through to the keeper. And he has to go. 93 for 2 is the score, and Hamid out for 53. And Finch gets a wicket, but it was chasing a wide one there from Asiba Mead. Very bottom edge, I fancy. And the goalkeeper, the wicket keeper, had to dive a long way, but scooped it up inches from the ground. 93 for 2. Hamid out for 53, 56 balls, 11 fours.
Yeah, lovely catch from Ben Cox. Obviously a good gloveman, been around for years, and Hasselfield unlucky there. It was a short and wide one there for the cut, and it probably stayed a bit low, and it's caught the bottom of the edge. Right on the stroke of tee, Dave.
Yes, there's one over after this one. Should be Joe Clark to come out and face his former side. Here he comes. Seen Asiba Mead get to a half century. It's a mean and moody looking picture of the former Worcestershire man.
Here we go. A tactical over a spin before tee, Dave. That surprised me a little bit after they'd just got this wicket.
There'll be a word or two probably in his direction from some of his former teammates.
I'm sure there will.
It's been just the same this morning, won't it, when Jake Libby came out against Notts?
Yeah, it will be.
So here's Josh Baker, slow left-arm spinner, tall young man, getting a lot of raps down at New Road. A lot of people enjoying what they're seeing from him.
Is he an all-format bowler? He's an all-format bowler. Perfect. Let's have a look.
Here is Baker. He's going to be bowling to Duckett. Floodlights are on at Headingley, and they've taken them off because it's too bright for the players. Reports Frank from the back. 93 for 2. Somebody has commented there. Cricket shoots itself in the foot yet again. 20 for 1. Next ball. Oh, he's edged and dropped.
Oh dear.
Duckett went to swish it away on the leg side. He's got an edge. Flew past the keeper, and the fingertips of Ed Barnard unable to hang on to it. He's the sole slipper. He's reaching up into the sky now just to tell all his teammates how high it was, but I think he got a hand to it.
Yeah, it did. That'll go down. It's a big chance in this game, I reckon. So that would have just gifted Worcester a wicket just before tea.
He's taken a couple of runs, so Duckett was on 11. He's now gone to 13. Last over before the break, and Duckett keeps this one out. You'd imagine he'll just block everything, block these last three now. Could have been...
It's not the modern way, Dave.
Last over before tea. I'm sure it is. Baker. Bowles. No, he's gone for a scoop.
I did tell you it's not the modern way. There's no
Down to
defensive.
long leg for a couple of runs. We talked about...
know your players.
Well,
Ben Duckett, left
yes.
on spin. He's not patting that back, is he?
I think
That's like me facing off spinner.
I think I called that at Durham, actually, that he'd been in about 2 minutes, and I said there's a reverse sweep coming any second now, and he did it. Wasn't anticipating it there, having just been dropped. This time it's defended. There's one ball left, and then it will be the tea break. And
He landed him pretty nicely.
certainly enough encouragement for Brett D'Oliveira to give him another go when they return in 20 minutes' time.
I don't think it'll be from that end, though.
Duckett's worked this one away into the leg side, so he'll keep strike. Good counter as always. 98 for 2 Nottinghamshire. This game has really galloped along in the first 2 sessions. At lunch, Worcestershire were 114 for 5 with 4 wickets to Dane Patterson. He got another 4 in the first hour after lunch as Worcestershire were bowled out for 159, and since then Notts have lost. Ben Slater run out for 24, Seba Mead, Cox bowled Finch for 53, and at the interval they're 98 for 2, trailing by 61. We'll be back with you in about 20 minutes' time.
nip in with Kev for a minute. Yeah. He wants somebody just sit with him during dinner. I'll send Samit in as soon as he comes. Okay. You're not on for a minute, are you? No. It's the 10-minute interval. He's got the phone. He just wants to talk to somebody. I've sent Samit a message, but he hasn't responded. I was going to get in it. No, it's fine.
Well, hello everybody, welcome back to Trent Bridge. The players are out on the field. Dylan Pennington is going to bowl the first over after tea from this Radcliffe Road end. Earlier he went for a few, 6 overs, none for 26. So here goes Pennington. First ball then of the session. Oh, that's going to leak 4 runs down the leg side. Races away. And 4, I think, let's have a look. Yep, there was bat involved. So 4 runs. And that takes Notts up to 3 figures. 102 for 2. Duckett on to 20. There's Pennington in again, bowls a ball of fullish length on the off stump, pushed into that gap on the offside, and there's no run. 102 for 2. We're in the 22nd over of the innings, so Notts trail by 57. The current run rate 4.8 and over or thereabouts. It's Pennington in again. Duckett works it to mid-on. There's no run. So keep going at this rate. Could have a lead of around about 50 by the close. So Worcestershire desperately need to have a good session. They need to win this session. These 4, if not 5 wickets. Pennington into Ben Duckett. Drives through the offside. Second boundary of the over. Figures not flattering Dylan Pennington at the moment. None for 34. He's got from 6.4 overs. Duckett on to 24. Only faced 19 balls. Next delivery wide of the off stump, cut away, and that'll be another one. Just to backward of point where Ed Barnard was fielding. Morris down on the fence, no chance of getting there. Is it Morris? May well be. It's Josh Baker. Down there on the rope, and a third boundary in the over, 110 for 2. Here's Pennington in again and bowls, and this time it's pushed to mid-on, end of the over, 110 for 2. Joe Clark yet to get going. Will now be facing his former teammate Ed Barnard. Barnard, another one that was hit around the park in those early overs. 3 overs, none for 23. Joe Clark actually hasn't faced a ball yet, which one reason why he hasn't got going. And here comes Barnard in bowls and played up to mid-on by Joe Clark. So he has now faced a delivery. 110 for 2.
Yeah, that's the longest one delivery of his life, I think, isn't it? It's been 35 minutes.
Frank Watson back alongside me. You've been doing errands and you've been helping Kev out on 5 Sports Extra. As Barnard comes in to Joe Clark, he defends this one. You can imagine all the things that have said about keeping it tight at the start of the session, trying to build up pressure, and first ball down the leg side tickled away, and then 2 more outside off, punched away for 4.
Well, I've been saying it for a while, Dave, and I said it down in the press box at tea. 20 boundaries now in this innings. 20 boundaries, and in these conditions, that's really where it's slipped away. They've bowled some good balls, they've beaten the bat a few times, but just too many boundaries.
Barnard in again to Joe Clark, and understandably watchful here at the start of his innings. Again, just dropped it in front of him, really. No run. Made a duck in this game last year. Sort of got forgotten by the fact that Notts won by an innings and whatever. 110 for 2. Richard Ashmore says reference the raffle ticket signed back prize. I've sent you the score. Well, he sent me a link, but thanks, Richard. I've sent you the scorecard of the Worcestershire Australians match. This was banged in short.
Well, I'd be interested to see if my memory's right that Phil Newport got Border twice. Might have been once bowled, once LB, and
have a look then.
He left them both alone. He could swing it both ways, and he picked it wrong, I think.
Border.
Is that the one?
Caught Hick bowled Newport 8.
Okay, didn't leave that one.
And Border bowled Newport
he left
48.
He left that one alone. But I knew he got him twice.
110 for 2. Next ball is pushed to mid-on by Clark. No run, so 5/6 of the way through a maiden here for Ed Barnard. That Worcestershire side in 89 against the Aussies. Curtis Lord, Gordon Lord, Hick, Damien D'Oliveira, Botham captain, O'Shaughnessy, Rhodes, Newport, Illingworth, Radford and Pridgeon. Just tell you the Aussies in a second as Ed Barnard turns. Can he complete a maiden? Balls to Clark, who drives past him for 4 straight down the ground, so it won't be a maiden. Instead, it'll be Nottinghamshire 114 for 2. Joe Clark off the mark, and the deficit is 45. The Australian side: Mark Taylor, Jeff Marsh, Tom Moody, Alan Border, Mike Valletta, Steve Waugh, Ian Healy, Trevor Hones, Jeff Lawson, Merv Hughes and Terry Alderman. I think Mike Valletta might have been one that
we'd
have struggled to remember.
He was my lodger then, Gordon Lord. At that time, when I had my first house in Worcester, and he was my lodger for a few months.
I've half a mind, and I wouldn't know where to start looking it up, but I've half a mind that Valletta actually might have played 1 or 2 second 11 games for Nottinghamshire early in his career, but maybe I've dreamt that.
Somewhere.
Anyway, 14 for 2.
Dylan Pennington to bowl to Ben Duckett, who's on 28 off just 21 balls. And he lets that one go outside the off stump. 114 for 2. The truth is that the Worcestershire seamers just haven't got enough balls in the right place. I think that will be what they'll have talked about at tea. You can't argue with it, really. They bowled some good deliveries. Still a bit in the pitch. Finch and Pennington have both bowled with a bit of pace. Both too full, in my opinion. And there's just been too many 4 balls, which relieves so much pressure. Here's Pennington round the wicket to the left-handed Duckett bowls, and he just steers that one down. It's like a little one-day shot, wasn't it? Just steered down to the shortest boundary on the ground down there at third man. Didn't go for 4 because there's a man down there, Baker. Straight into his hands. 115 for 2. They got a single. Duckett nearly perished in the last over before tea when he had a bit of a swing at Josh Baker, who bowled just 1 over, and got a top edge, and it flew high and hard and quick to first slip, where Ed Barnard was unable to hold on to a pretty difficult sort of half chance really, but would have been a real bonus. But other than that, Duckett's been very, very positive. Pennington over the wicket to Clark, who gets one just over pitched on middle and leg, clips it away through mid wicket, and they take a single. Clark moves on to 5. Duckett has 29. 116 for 2 here at Trent Bridge. The lights are on. If you're just joining us, earlier today Worcestershire inserted, bowled out for 159, mainly, almost single-handedly, thanks to Dane Patterson. 15 overs, 6 maidens, 8 for 52. And he may have over-pitched a few times, but I think his length was the key, the absolute key aspect of that performance. As Pennington is in a bowls and Duckett pushes up to mid-on where Finch fields. It was Patterson's length which was caused so many problems for the Worcestershire batsmen, and we saw a couple, Azhar Ali in particular, trying to disturb his length by using their feet, but he just stuck to it and he bowled beautifully for a career best 8 for 52.
If you can nip it both ways, I mean,
yeah.
You know, you've really got a chance.
Yeah, absolutely. Pennington striding in, long strides, bowls. Duckett drives through, extra cover. That's going to gather pace as it goes over the turf, pursued by D'Oliveira. Sliding stop, and they come back for 3, and again they had to hurry for 3. Good throw from D'Oliveira, which flicked Pennington's hands and went onto the stumps at the non-striker's end, but Duckett was home, goes on to 32, 119 for 2. The first wicket to go down in this innings was a run out. Apparently no problems at all as Hasib Hamid drove the ball from Adam Finch through the covers, and Jake Libby pursued it, slid to the boundary at extra cover, flicked the ball back and then jumped to his feet. Batsman turned for what always looked a bit of an unlikely third, and a good throw back in, and Cox took the bails off, and Slater was run out, and that was 70 for 1. And Worcestershire, did they ever need a breakthrough? Got one at that point. Here's Pennington again in bowls, and Clark again repeats his shot of earlier in the over, just works that through mid wicket for a single, and he goes to 6.
I think we both almost went
ooh
at the same time as they turned for the third.
Yeah, that's right, just couldn't believe it. 120 for 2 at the end of that over, and the other wicket that went down before tea, Hasib Hamid, who brought up a lovely 50 and had hit 11 fours. He was on 53 and he chased a wide one really from Finch and was really well caught. It was a top wicketkeeper's catch by Ben Cox, down towards the sort of bootlaces of first slip, diving away to his right. Really, really good one-handed grab by the Worcestershire keeper. But other than that, it's been all knots.
I would imagine Hamid will still be sat in a corner on his own though, reflecting on it. As Pennington, no it's not, it's Ed Barnard, it was the board showing, it's still showing, look, Pennington.
Yeah, it is.
Don't believe everything you read, Bracegirdle. Now it's changed to Ed Barnard as the bowler. Clark defended that one, 120 for 2, so Notts are only 39 behind. And if I can have a really good session here, I'm going to be in a strong position when we start day 2 tomorrow. One major obstacle to that, as this is dropped on the leg side, might not be Worcestershire, it might be the weather. But you never know, do you? Sometimes it just develops into a nice evening, but sometimes it does go the other way, and it does have all the feeling of an early finish due to bad light. But let's have a look and see what happens.
Forecast decent for tomorrow though, isn't it? Better, and Saturday.
Yeah,
so
it's just Sunday there's supposed to be a little bit of rain blowing across, but
well, the way this game's going, we might not need Sunday.
12 wickets have gone down already as Clark again defends. He started here, Joe Clark, with very watchful, almost determination to just play himself in, give himself time, give himself a chance. 20 minutes, half an hour at the crease before you do anything other than look to play straight or push in the V. A lot of bright and breezy, very attractive 20s and 30s in his time at Trent Bridge. Of course, he's gone on and got a handful of centuries. Works this on the leg side, but not so far yet this season. Just the one of the
hugely talented, hugely talented player. I think Joe Clark. I always thought it when he was at Worcester as well. I mean, just a wonderful player to watch. A victim of overconfidence, perhaps at times, because he's just so fluent. But in terms of ability, as good as anybody I've seen. A young English batsman for a long time, I think.
He's on strike. Ed Barnard, who knows him as well as anybody, bowls, and Clark leaves his crease, gets forward and pushes it out onto the offside. Yeah, Clark this season 6 against Sussex, 35 and 30 here against Glamorgan. I mean, they're the ones that hurt when you get to 35 and 30, and then just 1 last week in the big win at Durham. So he's hardly played a part really in the 2 big away wins at Sussex and Durham, 6 and 1, and in the match that Notts lost here against Glamorgan a fortnight ago, 35 and 30. Next ball, again sees him push it back to the bowler. Looks almost doubly resolute, doesn't he, not to get out or to make a mistake.
Maiden for Barnard, first one he's bowled. 5 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 27, a bit expensive before tea. Looks a bit more settled since the break. 120 for 2. We often say get in touch. We're always interested to hear. We've heard a lot from Notts fans today. Wonder whether Worcestershire supporters who've been watching the stream or listening have been thinking that it was a 150 wicket. Did Patterson bowl that well, or should Worcestershire actually have perhaps, got up to 200, 250? It's not a minefield, not by any means, is it? Here's Pennington in to bowl to Duckett. He punches that one. That's a great shot. Timed beautifully. Hardly hit it really. He's going to get 3 for it out to the mid-wicket boundary. Just a slight error in length, not really short from Pennington, and just forced away by the left-hander. Duckett looks in good touch. He goes to 35, 123 for 2. When he was missed before tea, Samit Patel, who was with us, did say I think that could turn out to be a crucial moment. He's aware of the form that Duckett's in. I was saying you can get in touch. Please do so. Twitter is the best way. I'm at Frank Watson 58, and Dave is at Brace Cricket, BRACE Cricket, and always interested to hear what people think if they've been watching the stream. My feeling is that it looks a bit green, this pitch, but it's not actually that bad a pitch. It's offered a bit of help, but we've seen batsmen able to play shots all day. Clark gets another single here, just running this one down. Edge, really, but he just dropped it down. Soft hands on the offside, past second slip, down to third man, goes to 7. Duckett has 35. 124 for 2 in the 26th over.
It's interesting that you talked about that drop. That came in the last over of the pre-lunch or the afternoon session, but just before tea, and it certainly wasn't enough for them to go again with Baker straight afterwards.
No, indeed. Yeah, here's Pennington in, bowls, Duckett drives 4, through extra cover, long half volley, and the story of Worcestershire's woes with the ball continues here. Just too many loose deliveries, and that is Duckett's 6th boundary. Hamid hit 11, Slater hit 4, so that's 17, 18, 22 boundaries in this innings so far.
Well, in the previous over, you may remember, Brett D'Oliveira chased it down, and they got 3, and it was almost this time a case of
down there.
It was almost a case this time of let's see you chase that one down, because he hit that one just a little bit harder.
Yeah, just a good shot. He looks in great touch, Ben Duckett. He really does. He's on 39 off 27 deliveries. Pennington bangs one in at him, and he just gets his bat on top of it, just sort of rolls it round, almost like a little tennis shot, down on the onside for a single. Goes through to 40, 129 for 2. The deficit now just 30. and it's looking a bit grim now for the pairs. They need to break this partnership, that's for sure.
In all the stats and studies that's ever been done in this game, I don't think anybody has ever come out and said what is the perfect height. Because when you see somebody like Alex Hales at 6'5", you say he's got such reach, he can play it anywhere.
And then you see Sunil Gavaskar at 5'4". This one is on the hip of Clark. He looked to turn it on the leg side but missed it, and he just takes his thigh pad and fizzes away down to fine leg where it's fielded by Barnard.
Yeah, I was actually going to say
3-4 2-leg buys.
I was actually going to say Tendulkar. I mean, they call him the little master, but you know, you see people of Duckett's stature, and you think, has he got an advantage because he's, you know, he's of the sort of height where he can play some shots that the big tall men can't. So I don't know if it's better to be somebody of Hale's stature or Ben Duckett's.
Last ball of the over, and then I'll be off to do an update. As Pennington bowls, and a big shout for LBW against Clark. Looked reasonably straight, might have been a bit too high. No concern really from Clark, no interest from the umpire. End of the over, 131 for 2.
Thanks, Frank. They'll be back with us before too long. 11 from that over, 9 from the bat, and 2 leg buys have taken Nottinghamshire to 131 for 2. 28 runs between the two sides, so Notts have had a terrific start to this match on the opening day. Bowling Worcestershire out for 159. Just have a little look at what's happening elsewhere. Division 1 at Chelmsford at Essex Northants. Northants 205 for 5. Bristol, Gloucestershire, Surrey batting 201 for 4. Still going to be Barnard. At the Aegeus Bowl, Hampshire 230 for 9 against Lancashire. As Barnard comes in to bowl to Duckett, and he's punched this one through the offside for 4. Terrific shot from Ben Duckett to take him to 44. At Taunton, Somerset 265 for 2. 129 there for Renshaw. And they're off for bad light at Headingley. We heard earlier that it was a floodlight issue. Floodlights were too bright. Kent 200 for 4. Next ball sees Duckett cut this to backward point, no run. Division 2, Derbyshire 252 for 2 against Glamorgan. Century for Brooke Guest. Wayne Madsen 58 not out. Barnard bowls, Duckett digs this one out. At Lord's, similar sort of day to here. Leicestershire, the visitors, bowled out for 149 against Middlesex, who were 53 without loss. And at Hove, Durham have just been bowled out for 223. And the top scorer there, Liam Travaskis, 88. Next ball, defended by Duckett to mid-on. And there's no run. On 3-5 for 2. That's Barnard. Bowls to Ben Duckett. Drives down the ground. It's a no ball. So they've actually got 6 runs from that particular ball. Barnard overstepping the no ball, costing 2, and then driven down the ground by Duckett for 4. Duckett on to 48. 139 for 2. Notts trail by 20. Lovely looking shot from Ben Duckett. Sure, that's gone on the board. Now it has. Barnard bowls. He's on 48. He's cut this out into the deep. He'll only get a single, so duck it to 49. Made from 34 balls. Looks in the mood. 142 for 2. Brings Joe Clark back on strike. Another update for Radio Nottingham in just a second. Next ball is defended by Clark. Yes, that one bowler, Dane Patterson. This, of course, Stuart Broad's comeback game for Nottinghamshire. Looked as if it was going to be Broad's day as he dismissed former teammate Jake Libby early on. But then Patterson took over, the South African, returning career best figures of 8 for 52 as Worcestershire were bundled out for 159. Nottinghamshire already eating their way into that Worcestershire score. They're 142 for 2. Asiba Mead out for 53 before tea. Earlier, Ben Slater run out. A fine throw from the deep by Libby sent him on his way for 24. And now Ben Duckett is 49 not out. Worcestershire 159, Notts 142 for 2. So there's Dylan Pennington coming in to start his 10th over, and Duckett looking for one for his 50, pushes it into the offside. We'll have a bit of a change here as we welcome back Samit Patel, and then Frank will take over from me. What a knock this so far, Samit, from Duckett.
Yeah, he's played really well. As I said before I went off, his balance and his head position has been fantastic. Been tested a little bit by the Worcester bowlers, but he's combated it really well.
Yeah, he's looked in good form. He's obviously been in the runs already this season, which helps, but faces now as Pennington bowls, taking on the pad as he looks to sort of turn this one on the leg side. But as you said, Sam, it's the balance, isn't it? He looks. I mean, we all know he's a good player anyway, and he's got great qualities and great timing and so on. But he's just standing still, letting the ball come, and nicely balanced. Played a couple of really good shots early on, as you pointed out, off Ed Barnard when he was just in single figures. And that miss at slip, albeit a sharp one in the last over before tea, you said at the time that could be a turning point, and he's really forcing that home now, isn't he?
Yeah, he's a great time over cricket ball, and obviously he's just been punching the ball nicely.
And he goes to his 50, clipping this one from Pennington off his pads out to Jake Libby, and that's a really impressive 50 by Ben Duckett. It's come off just 37 balls, which in these circumstances is especially impressive, and he's hit 8 fours.
Yeah, to go at more than a run of ball in 4-day cricket is some feat, and that's a fantastic achievement from Ben.
Really good.
We did say as soon as he's straight to the crease, we knew he was in good form.
Yeah.
And those 4 balls that he played when he was on naught, straight in the middle of the bat, was a good sign.
Pennington in, bowls. Joe Clark turned round a little bit by this one, gets an outside edge, all on the ground, down to third man. Picks up a single. He moves to 8.
From a Worcester point of view, they're gonna need a bang here, and I did say try and bowl out Notts for somewhere around 200, 220. I think if you ask someone now, they'll probably try and bowl Notts out for 250.
Yeah.
But
you're right. They're definitely they're desperately in need, not just of one wicket, but they need to knock a couple over. They need to just disturb the rhythm of this innings. Pennington bowls, Duckett forward, pushes out on the offside, fielded by Barnard in the covers, and it's a challenge. It's a tough one. It would be a tough one if they were at full strength. They're obviously missing Joe Leach, and I'm not making excuses. I'm just looking at it from their point of view. They'll have regrouped in the dressing room at tea. They'll have had a little chat. They'll have talked about what they're hoping to achieve, but we're talking about a fairly inexperienced attack here. I mean, Barnard and Morris have played a fair bit, but Finch and Pennington, 2 pretty inexperienced bowlers. Here's Pennington moving away from us now, right arm over, bowls to Duckett, and he gets him, caught behind. So there we are, just when we said they needed a wicket, we said they needed 2, they get the first one. Ben Duckett pushing at that one, maybe just nipped a little bit off the pitch. Just going to have a look at the replay here.
It looked decent ball, slightly ambitious shot.
And
draw him in. It's a good ball,
nothing really special, was it? Just across him. Good length.
It was a good length.
I was going to say
it drew him into the drive.
I was going to say, Samit, before that there have been too many 4 balls. 15, 20, 24 boundaries in this innings, which is, it's not what you want in these circumstances. And the main reason, the difference between the way the Worcestershire seamers have bowled, apart from Charlie Morris, I think, and the way that Dane Patterson bowled, is all about length, isn't it?
It is, yeah. You've got to hold length there at Trent Bridge. You have got to encourage a drive, but it's about just hanging in there. And I don't think the Worcester bowlers have bowled consistently. I think they'll know that. I think that Al Richardson, the bowling coach, will be all over them and saying, look, we've got to tighten up our lines and lengths. And if they're not taking any wickets, then we shouldn't be going for any runs. And I think that's the whole motto, really, of playing 4-day cricket, is making it hard as possible and waiting for teams to crack.
Yeah, they're just basically they've been a bit too full. I think most of the boundaries have been driven, haven't they?
But as we said, we've seen it before. With inexperience can happen. They're still learning their trade. But yeah, the 2 boys will definitely take a lot from this, and I'm sure they'll learn from it.
Yeah, absolutely.
And obviously with a good bowling coach like Al Richardson, he'll be all over them.
Yeah, that's right. And hopefully we'll be having a word with him on BBC Haven Worcester tonight, and he'll give us a frank and honest assessment of what's gone on today, because he always does. He's very supportive of his young unit of bowlers, of course, but he'll have made it quite clear to them what they've got to improve on. But anyway, good wicket for Pennington, picks up his first. Ben Cox's second catch, a more straightforward one. His first one was a really good one, diving low to his right. And the partnership ended, 51 they added, Clark and Duckett, mainly thanks to Duckett. Clark's only on 8. He's been joined by Lyndon James, who's now facing... No, Clark's facing, because it was the end of the over, and it's Finch from the pavilion end bowling to Clark, who plays back up on the onside. These two won't know each other that well, because Finch probably quite overlap with Joe. I think maybe just missed him by 1 year. So 144 for 3. I think he's bowled with a bit of pace today, Finch, but he's just been too full, I think.
Can they nick a couple out? Nick out before the deficit.
Yeah.
And put some pressure on the Notts batsmen really coming in.
Yeah, that's what you'd be saying.
It's gloomy conditions. Can you nick a couple out?
Yeah. Here comes Finch again in. Bowls to James, Clark, I beg your pardon, again, who's on his toes punching out to Libby at mid-wicket. Yeah, it can change. We've all seen it so many times, and who'd have thought when they were cruising along at 70 without loss that we'd see a silly run out like we did. It's just the way it goes, isn't it?
It is. You can get that, and I'm sure Slats is kicking himself in that dressing room there. Well, everyone's been run out before, but especially the way he's playing, that's the only way he was going to get out.
He just would not have seen that.
No.
When he was walking up as non-striker, that delivery, he would not have seen that coming. Here's Finch, 2 slips waiting. He's in. He bowls to James. Clark! I keep saying James because he's only just come in. I beg your pardon, listeners. You probably think this bloke's really losing it. He punches it to mid-wicket again, Libby feels. So Lyndon James yet to face a ball. Joe Clark is 8, 144 for 3 the total, and the man out since T. Ben Duckett caught by Ben Cox off the bowling of Dylan Pennington. Slight error of judgment, just angled across the left-hander, just pushed at it a little bit, and a regulation catch for the Worcestershire keeper. Here comes Finch once more, passed umpire Bainton. Bowls, and Clark.
It's a lovely shot
forward to mid-off. Yeah, it is a lovely shot, and to say that, it's just a firm push up to mid-off, but it was just so
pure,
stylish. Yeah, he's such a talented player. I love watching Joe Clark bat. In whatever format, really. It's a beautiful timer of the ball.
Were you guys sad to see him go? Of course you would have been. It's just.
I mean, I remember seeing him in the Birmingham League for Oswestry 5, 6, 7 years ago when he played against my club Umbersley, and even then as a 16 or 17-year-old he oozed class, really. Lovely again, look at that, just a back foot punch up to mid-on, and that shot, if any shot displays a technical expertise, it's that, isn't it? High left elbow, staying fairly sideways on, letting the ball come under his nose. Beautiful shot. No runs, but just a lovely cricket shot up to mid-on.
Joey would be wanting to score here. He'd be wanting to score some runs.
Yeah, I think you can tell by the way he's started almost.
He's had two starts now.
Yeah. He wants to make it count today. Here's Finch in, bowls to him, and again he's very watchful, but it's a lovely shot again, back foot defensive, out on the offside, end of a good over from Finch, got his length right, just pulled it back a little bit from where he's been, and that's good to see. 5 overs, 1 made, 1 for 23.
That should be his default length.
Yeah.
If anything, that should be his default length.
Yeah.
If we're being critical, but if we want to improve, we need to go fuller slightly.
Yeah.
Just to draw the batsman onto the front foot. But yeah, as a default to get the economy back down, that's the one. That's the length.
It's not. I mean, he's the other thing about Adam Finch, I think I'm right in saying, Samit, is that he didn't start playing cricket till quite late. You know, in his mid-teens, I think. Right. So he's come on, and he hasn't got. I know it's only kids cricket, but you know, all those games, all those overs, all that experience that most kids have, he hasn't got so much of that. So he's still quite raw. Yeah, he's tall. He's quite pacey. He went on loan to Surrey just 2 or 3 years ago for a couple of games, and I know Alex Stewart was really impressed with him. Here's Pennington in, and he again gets his length a little bit better now because he's been too full on the whole. I think that first ball to Lyndon James quite well on the money in terms of line and length, and James just pushes it away on the onside. He's a man in form as well, but even so, when you come in, there's always a few nerves.
You're still on naught.
Always a chance of one just doing a bit off this surface. 144 for 3. James yet to get off the mark. The man out since tee, Duckett for a very fluent 50. Is Pennington in, bowls to James, who again is good footwork, gets his feet moving, gets well forward, and that pushes up to mid-on. Just remarks his guard. Good player early in his career, but made a good start, and I think probably high hopes, Samit, for Lyndon James.
Yeah, we spoke last week on air that last week's knock would have done him a world of good, to be honest. First 100 of, hopefully first of many for Lyndon. Seeing that Joey got one a couple of weeks before that. It's a vital knock.
Here's Pennington in, bowls to him, and he's off the mark, just steering this nicely down to third man. No risk whatsoever in that shot, just running it down all along the ground. Fielded down there by Charlie Morris. They take a single, 145 for 3, the deficit just 14. If you're just joining us, the star man today, Dane Patterson. Wicket with his first ball to send back Ed Pollock, who'd played pretty well for his 31. And that was 49 for 2, and thereafter Patterson just taking wickets at regular intervals. 3 more before lunch and then 4 after lunch, finished with 8 for 52, career best figures, and Worcester 159 all out. Pennington bowls, and Joe Clark just eases that away on the onside. If there's a trademark Joe Clark accumulation shot, it's just that little nudge to mid wicket, isn't it? It's a meat and drink shot for all you guys really, but he just runs it wide of the fielder and picks up a single.
Absolutely.
He's played that about 5 or 6 times in his 9 so far. Just gets him up to the other end. He's not in a rush.
Just don't miss out on those balls. They are runs balls, as we'd say, and as batsmen.
Absolutely. And any fuller than that, and you're looking for the boundary, but that's just the work to mid wicket for a single. 146 for 3. Pennington in, bowls, good length, good line, and well played by Lyndon James, but not without a bit of discomfort. That was a testing delivery, and that's where Pennington wants to be. Just asking questions around about off stump there. 146 for 3. 2 slips for Worcestershire, who've been there the whole time. Pollock at first, Barnard at second, and Pennington in his 11th over. Looks slightly weary as he trudges back. Fairly long run, but he's a good young fit man. Moves in again now, bowls to James, full outside off stump, left alone. Good decision by the batsman. End of the over. James has 1, Clark has 9. 146 for 3. I just get the impression Pennington's just settled down a little bit in this spell, and he's got his length a little bit more under control.
Yeah, he has. Slightly nervous maybe. Playing at a test match venue ground is very inexperienced, so yeah, I think that the Worcester bowlers now who are inexperienced, I think that they need to collectively bowl some dot balls and get that run rate back down.
Yeah, I agree. I'm a big fan of the dot ball in red ball cricket, and there haven't been enough. And what there have been far too many of, as I keep saying, in my opinion, is 4 balls. 24 boundaries in this innings, and in this context, it's just too many, isn't it? Because pressure is eased. Bowl 2 or 3 dot balls, and then one goes to the boundary, then any pressure you're building up on the batsman is eased. They'll be aware of that. They'll have talked about it. They don't even need to talk about it. They know it.
Yep.
Here's Adam Finch. Very straight approach. Big tall man. Comes in, he bowls short, and Clark hooks at that and gets 4. And well, was it catchable? I don't know. How high over Ben Cox has it gone?
Well over
it's
Ben
a
Cox.
top edge over Ben Cox's head. Unlucky. Good bit of bowling, I think, that from Finch. Banged it in, and it was well over Cox. But 4 runs directly behind the wicketkeeper, and that's another boundary, but I'm not going to call that a 4 ball. I think that was a good piece of bowling from Finch, and it's Clark goes to 13, but could have gone anywhere. Fortune favours the brave. He went at it hard, and it's 150 up, 150 for 3, and Nottinghamshire now just trailing by 9. One thing I've noticed with Adam Finch, and I remember talking to Alan Richardson about this last year, was that at one point last season, when he was given an opportunity, I'll just break off as he comes in again now, and he bowls to Clark, who pushes back to him. I noticed that he was just slowing up in the last 2 or 3 strides of his run-up. So he was running up, getting a nice rhythm, and then just actually losing pace as he hit the crease. And I was talking to Alan about it, and just put it down completely to a confidence thing, that he was just getting there and just maybe not even aware of it, but just not hitting the crease but he isn't doing that today, I'm pleased to say. He seems to be getting through quite well, and he's in now, and he does get through quite well. Clark just works that one away, as we were talking about, on the onside. This time, however, he doesn't get a run because it's a little bit straighter than usual, and it goes to Charlie Morris at mid-on. 150 for 3. But it is just that little bit of confidence, isn't it, that can make the difference. And he was just easing off instead of hitting the crease as you really want them to. But he's bowled all right today.
Got all the attributes to be a good fast bowler.
Yeah, he has. He's just got height, hits the deck quite hard, got a bit of pace, nice rhythm. Comes in now and bowls to Clark, and that one was skidded through a little bit, kept a tad low, but Clark got his single to mid-wicket with that little drop down on the leg side. Goes on to 14. Lyndon James has 151 for 3. The deficit now just 8. It's pretty gloomy here at Trent Bridge. Has been all day, but you can always tell when you sit in our commentary vision here, because if you look out to the right, how bright the traffic lights look over there on the ground outside. But no danger of play being curtailed at this stage. 151 for 3 as Finch is in again to the right-handed Lyndon James, who pulls his bottom hand off that one as he drops down on the offside. Always a sign that it's just hit the bat a little bit harder than he might have thought it was going to. So good over so far from Finch.
Just
one ball left in it.
Just wonder if they're going to put a 3rd slip in here.
Would you?
New batter?
Yeah,
I probably would. Yeah,
I think I probably
would.
Yeah, still, see, they still need wickets, don't they? I mean, obviously they can't let not get away, but if they're going to have any chance of getting back into it, as you said, bang bang, they got the bang. They need the second one. Here's Finch in to James, bowls, and he drives very, very nicely.
That's 4.
And that's 4, and that's an unusual miss by Brett D'Oliveira mid-off. It was hit well. It wasn't quite a half volley. It was lovely timing.
Good shot,
and he dived away to his left, Brett D'Oliveira. But 9 times out of 10, or 95 times out of 100, you'd expect Brett to stop that. Other things on his mind, perhaps, and it runs away down to the boundary for 4. So first boundary for Lyndon James. He goes to 5, and it's 155 for 3. Substitute coming on, I think. By the look at it.
And the substitute is Pat Brown.
Pat Brown, yeah, Dylan Pennington going off. Pat Brown, who hasn't played any red ball cricket for quite some time.
Dylan going off, or is it Pennington?
It's Dylan Pennington.
No, is it?
Yeah, it's Pennington.
22, is
22, yeah, Pennington.
It is, yeah.
Barnard coming on to bowl. So he got Duckett and he's gone off. I did say I thought he was looking a little bit weary. There was something about his movements as he came back to his mark in that last over that made me wonder whether all was well. Ed Barnard's come on then. Been expensive. 6 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 38. Particularly expensive before tea. Has bowled some very, very good deliveries, but has also been put away a few times. These two do know each other quite well. Barnard comes in to bowl to Clark. Clark defends back up the pitch. Both Shropshire boys as well, albeit from different parts of Shropshire. Clark from Oswestry and Barnard from Shrewsbury. Compared to Shrewsbury, Oswestry is a very quiet little place, but it's all relative. Shrewsbury's not exactly a bustling metropolis itself, is it? Here's Barnard moving away from us. Bowls, and Clark again does that characteristic little work off his pads to mid-wicket. Keeps doing it now, doesn't he, since we've drawn attention to it. Baker fields at mid-wicket.
How long would it be till you turn to Baker, do you reckon?
That's a good question, and I'm really interested. I'm really interested to see what you think of him, actually, as well.
With the inexperienced bowling attack, would it be an option for them to just rotate the seamers and Baker to bowl?
Be. Yeah, it's what they did against Barnard bowls, and Clark turned round by that one, leading edge running out on the offside. Might have been a shout if he'd missed that one. It's been done before. He is a very, very reliable bowler in terms of consistency.
So is he a defensive bowler? Is he?
I wouldn't say he was a defensive bowler. I'd say he was a bowler who is genuinely capable of adapting to different circumstances, which is why, as I said, he can play in different formats. Very inexperienced, but actually got a lot of control. Barnard in again, bowls. Clark drives beautifully, but well fielded by the substitute Pat Brown in the covers. And why I say I'm interested to see what you think is because he came in towards the end of last season. Quite a few good judges, particularly people from other counties, coaches and so on that I talked to. Matt Walker at Kent, for example, really very, very impressed. Saw Warwickshire once. A couple of batters think, right, we're going to target him and see if we can put him under pressure, and he responded really well. So, he's got a long way to go, but we're hopeful of a good career. Obviously, Barnard again bowls. Clark plays defensively back to him. 155 for 3. But yeah, early days, and he's got an awful lot to learn. But so far, so good, and a very nice, level-headed approach, and not too carried away when things go well, and not too disappointed when they're not. So it looks a good prospect. Barnard in bowls and pushed out on the offside.
It's a better over
by Clark, much better over. And I wouldn't, there's that little personal rivalry between the two, isn't there? He's bowled well there, and Clark doesn't want to give anything away. But good over, 155 for 3, and Ed Barnard now 7 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 38, and Finch to continue. But yeah, I'll be interested to see what you think of him. You're not here, are you, tomorrow?
I'm not, no.
But you might watch a little bit, or he might bowl a few more overs tonight. But yeah, I think some quite good judges have said they rate him quite highly. I think Norman Gifford, quite a bit of work with him in the past when he was younger.
What a man.
Yeah. Here's Finch from the pavilion end, bowls to Lyndon James, plays that back up the pitch. Yeah, I mean, I coached Josh Baker quite a bit when he was younger, more on his batting than his bowling, when he was 13, 14, but the development of his bowling came really in quite a rush, really, from sort of 15, 16 onwards, and suddenly, from the academy straight into the first team. I don't think he's played a couple of second team games at most, really. Came in last summer and yeah, right from the off, did pretty well. There's Finch in bowl, short to James, who fends that away. That was on him a bit quicker than he thought it was going to be, I think, and just kind of dropped it down, taking one hand off the bat on the leg side. Jake Libby comes in from.
I thought he was going to duck into that, actually.
Yeah, it didn't. It was almost as though he misread the length, wasn't it? Really, and then got in a bit of a mess with it, which is perhaps a suggestion that Finch is generating a bit of pace. 2 slips though. Hasn't brought that 3rd slip in as Samet suggested he might. Brett D'Oliveira and Adam Finch in once more. Bowls to Lyndon James, who drives up to mid-off. D'Oliveira the fielder, and there's no run. Good little period of play this. I feel that Worcestershire have at least got themselves a little bit back into it since Duckett was out.
If they can get that run rate under 3, I mean under 4s, I think, ideally they want Notts 5 down tonight, and keeping a check on the run rate.
But they won't feel it's been an absolute disaster.
Yeah.
Finch in, bowls outside the off stump again. Good pace, but left by James, and it carries through to Ben Cox above waist high, and he just sort of squats down and takes it, fingers pointing upwards, reverse cup style. Another good delivery. I'm going to slip out pretty sharpish because I've got to go and do an update, and Dave Bracegirdle will take my place. But yeah, Worcestershire just they're making a fight of it, Samet.
They are. They're getting back a bit of momentum. They're putting the ball in the right area as Pennington comes into bowl. In he comes, Lyndon James. Oh, and a shortish ball that's played okay by Lyndon James. David Jones comes in again.
15 out seems to be the way in this innings, doesn't it? Asiba Mead and Ben Duckett both falling shortly after reaching half century.
Yeah, they're going to be disappointed. 2 starts and 2 dismissals. It's probably a little bit more frustrating than you actually don't get any runs really. But yeah, I think the boys will take a 50 to be honest. They both played nicely.
Here's Finch. Final ball of his 7th over from the pavilion end past umpire Bainton, and again, as we're so used to now, Lyndon looking to play straight, and Pad runs it out on the offside. Seeing the wide shot there on the live stream, Sam, it looks fairly gloomy, but it has most of the day in truth, hasn't it?
It has, yeah. It's been ideal bowling conditions. Notts have made full use of it. Worcester not so much at the minute, but
can it get too cold?
It can. It can never get warm enough. I'll tell you that, Dave. I was always caught in that. Notts dressing room is always cold. It's always cold at the top there, especially on the balcony. It's definitely a jacket job.
Here's Barnard. Bowls and it's pushed into the offside. Were you a watcher? You had to watch every ball when you were up there, or not bothered?
Most balls. Yeah.
Talk about dressing room sleepers. Oh, well, we'll come back to it.
Yeah.
We're going to do an update for Radio Nottingham first. Remains a gloomy old day here with the floodlights on. We're just hoping we get through to the finish, which is 19 overs away. Nottinghamshire, whatever happens now, you'd imagine, will be the side in the ascendancy. They bowled Worcestershire out for 159 earlier. Terrific performance from Dane Patterson. Career best figures of 8 for 52. And then when Notts battered, Ben Slater unfortunately run out for 24, coming back for a 3rd run, which always looked risky. And then both Asiba Mead and Ben Duckett reaching 50, but then falling a couple of balls later. Notts well poised. They're only 4 runs behind at 155 for 3. There's Barnard bowling, and Clark again defends. Yeah, there's just talk up and down the country of people who could have a bit of a kip in the dressing room whilst the game was going on. Has there been any kippers in the Notts dressing room in your time?
Not really. I used to get told that Jack Callis was a massive sleeper. No, I'm not quite sure how much sleep you can get if you're batting at number 3, but
well,
Callis,
if you're out quickly.
Callis was definitely one, and also VVS Laxman was one.
Next ball is played up to mid-on. There's no run. 1 or 2 people on Twitter just commenting on the stripe down the Worcestershire players' flannels. It's a little unusual, I guess.
Oh well, yeah. If they like it, Dave, they like it, don't they?
Don't think designs have veered too much from each other over the years as this is played up to mid-on, although I suppose the cable knit woolly sweaters have gone in most cases. I think Surrey and Somerset, certainly they retain them, don't they, the cable knit woolly pulleys?
Yeah, you can't beat a nice woolly jumper to bat in, Dave. I'm a pure traditionalist.
These work better obviously with the numbers on though, and the names as Barnard in again. This will be pulled by Joe Clark. Spanked it through mid-wicket for 4. Nice crack as it came off the face of the bat. And Notts have drawn level. Worcestershire 159, Nottinghamshire 159 for 3.
Umpires are now coming together for discussion of light. I'm thinking, would Worcester? I presume they wouldn't, would they? They wouldn't bowl the spinner, would they?
No, I think both sides wouldn't be averse to going off, probably.
No, yeah, start again tomorrow, I'd say, wouldn't they?
Yeah.
But the light, it's always sometimes improves here, to be honest.
Yep. So it's going to be Finch, 7 overs, 1 for 32. Dismissed Seabermead. Bowls now, and
it's a short ball.
Lyndon James stands up tall and plays it down into the gully region. Talking when you were next door with Kevin, nobody's ever really said what is the ideal height to be a batsman, because at the time we were watching Ben Duckett, who's not the tallest and able to manipulate and all this, and they say in certain areas, certain aspects, that's an advantage, but then you look at big tall people like Alex Hales get a stride in and punch it away, difficult to bowl to. Lyndon James, another one, plays it to backward point. I guess we all make do with whatever Mother Nature provides.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, I think that obviously you are an advantage of stride, getting into the ball, but it can be a disadvantage if you're playing spin, in my opinion. Like, you could get stuck a little bit, not as nifty on your feet. So there's a lot of advantages and disadvantages of being tall and small, really. Need the medium height, whatever that is.
159 for 3. James has 5. Next ball left alone to go through to the keeper. Just for you, hand back over to Frank. Jim Metcalf's been on. You were talking about Ben Duckett and the over before tea, and says, ask Samet about these champagne shots. What's Ben doing playing champagne shots on the stroke of an interval?
Well, it depends on what you call champagne. I disagree with that, to be honest. I think
he played a scoop, or he flicked it over his right shoulder, didn't he?
Well, it's just a paddle sweep. There's no 45. I think he just thought, right, we'll try and get 2 runs, which he rightly did. But it's like a 4 defensive like that to Ben.
Next ball worked away by Lyndon James down to long leg. Fielder down here is
Pat Brown.
Pat Brown. Yes, I was just going to say we don't seem to have a number 36. Our bingo card not quite full. We haven't got a 36 on it. But Pat Brown, yes. Nice to see him back. I was having a flick through the pictures in Frank's book that we've plugged more than enough today. Once a pair, the Daryl Mitchell story, and there's a picture in there of that match you were talking about where Worcestershire won at Edgbaston, of Dan Christian saying, we only need 10 to win, calm down, to Pat Brown. Next ball, this has gone through to the keeper. Of course, Notts didn't quite get the 10 they were required.
Funny old game, as they say. It wasn't that funny, though.
No. But there have been remarkable wins, remarkable defeats in the game of cricket for as long as it's existed.
And they will continue to happen. That's why we play.
Well, not for the remarkable defeats.
No.
But, 161 for 3. Final ball of the 35th over. And,
played, Lyndon.
This is pushed up to mid-off. There's no run. I'm not sure if it's Samet's last stint of the day or Or we might be treated to some more thoughts from the Clitheroe all-rounder. Notts have a lead of 2. 161 for 3 after Worcestershire had been bowled out for 159. In case you weren't with us, he's playing a little bit in the Lancashire League, the Sunday Lancashire League for Clitheroe.
I've been there, Clitheroe.
I've seen Jimmy Clitheroe back in the day when I was a kid.
I can remember him as well. No, I've been to Clitheroe. There's a Royal Grammar School at Clitheroe, and I took the Worcester Royal Grammar School on a football tour, and we played at Clitheroe Royal Grammar School. Long time ago.
Says it takes 2 hours 40 minutes to get there from here.
Here's Ed Barnard bowling from the Radcliffe Road end. Bowls to Joe Clark, who steers this out on the offside, and there's no run. I must admit, I'm with Samit on the champagne shot thing a bit, because, as he said, when Ben Duckett played that shot, there was nobody behind square, and also he's played that shot so much now. It's not a risk shot anymore for these guys. I think we used to think that those little reverses and reverse paddles and so on were high risk shots, but they're almost like any other shot to these guys that play so much of white ball cricket. Oh, that's a beauty from Barnard, and Cox is gone, swinging full length delivery, and Joe Clark pushing at it. I say Cox is gone, I mean Clark has gone, pushed at it and edged it, and another good catch by Ben Cox behind the stumps. It's been a good day for the wicket keepers. That's Cox's third. We saw Moores get 4 in the Worcestershire innings, and Joe Clark is very, very disappointed with himself. He's played really watchfully, but pushed at that full length swinging delivery from Barnard, nicked it, and Cox, moving across to his right, takes a decent high catch in front of first slip, and Joe Clark's gone for 18. Worcestershire just hanging in there in this post-tea interval.
They are indeed, yep. Agree with everything you said. A very good catch.
Post-tea session.
Yeah. 44 balls, batted for over an hour, Joe Clark, for his 18, but once again unable to really push on. Here's Stephen Mullaney. 192 was a fine way for him to start the season down at Hove in the first round of matches. Been a little leaner since then, but he's come to the crease in the last 2 matches with plenty of runs on the board, and others have made the most of it. Mullaney, I'm sure, will be delighted with the way things have gone so far, but as Samit and Frank were just saying, he wouldn't want Notts to lose too many more wickets tonight. It would really bring Worcestershire right back into the equation.
I think, you know, what have we got left in the day? 17. If Worcester could get, if Notts was 6 down, I think even though Worcestershire are now trailing, they feel that they've just got themselves back into it. But obviously that means they'd need to take another couple of wickets. But good little spell. I just think since Duckett's been out, Finch and Barnard have just, for the first time, exerted a little bit of proper control for Worcestershire, and as I said this morning, nice sort of pitch to keep wicket on this, and you're always in with a chance. Here's Barnard to Mullaney. He's in. First ball, Mullaney is forward and plays very solidly up to short extra cover, where Josh Baker does the fielding. So Worcestershire, just as I say, hanging in there. They haven't had a good day, not by any means. 159 all out, but still clinging on as Barnard moves in now and bowls to Mullaney. Again, good delivery. Mullaney is forward, pushes into the covers. 161 for 4. The 2 men out since tea then, both caught behind. Ben Duckett for 50. Made in rapid time, just faced 39 balls, and Joe Clark a rather more circumspect 18, but he perished in this over. 2 balls left in this over, the 36th of the innings, and Barnard in, bowls and beats Mullaney with a good one. He's annoyed with himself for playing at that. The Notts captain could easily have got a nick to that one as it swung away. Barnard settling into just a little bit of a rhythm, dare I say it. I often feel that He tries a bit too hard with the last ball of his overs and it goes for 4. That's happened 3 times in this innings so far. For once I've kept a check. And he'll want not to let the pressure off with this one as he comes in to complete his 9th over. He's in and he bowls and Mullaney drives, but straight to mid-off. And it's fielded there by Finch. End of a good over for Barnard, a wicket maiden. So his figures now 9 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 42. And it's 161 for 4.
Notts with the lead of just 2 runs.
Yeah.
6 wickets left. We're nowhere near that stage yet, but one thing we learnt from the last match at Durham no longer applies. We'd been told that Luke Fletcher had been relieved of night watchman duties whilst James Pattinson was playing, because he now has taken on that role. But of course James Pattinson not playing in this one, so I wonder if Fletcher's got it back as a new over starts from Adam Finch, and this is pulled away handsomely through the leg side by Lyndon James, banged in halfway down, and James was totally in control, pulled this away, and not stretched their lead to 6. Lyndon James on to 11. Usually when it's within 5 overs of the close, Notts will send out a night watchman, and James Pattinson has taken on the role when he's in the side. Was padded up at Durham, but not required, because obviously the wicket didn't go down, but we got that information from both Luke Fletcher and James Pattinson himself at the end of the game. This is pushed back to the bowler. He says he's done it now 20 times in all sorts of cricket and not been required, and he said the most nervous he's been in his cricketing career was at Cape Town when Dale Steyn and Mornie Morkel were at their quickest, he said, and it's the worst 20 minutes of his life, I think was his exact phrase, just in case a wicket went, but it didn't. So he sees it as a bit of a lucky omen. He's now done it 20 times and not been required, but he's going to be the man this season. Except this game. Next ball goes through to the keeper. It is the sort of light and situation and whatever where you might just not want to sacrifice a top order batsman, but of course Notts aren't in a position now where they've got too many top order batsmen left anyway. We're down to numbers 5 and 6 already.
We saw a night watchman for Sussex come in and get out in the game at Worcester, and then the batsman he was protecting had to come in anyway, which is always a nightmare. It's beginning to, a lot of teams are beginning to think it's not worth it, aren't they?
165 for 4. James has 11. In this gloom, though, I think I might push somebody out the door, send Luke out, banged in short, and Cox takes it above his head. Yet 2 more to the total for no ball, as Frank said, on height, that one, we think. In fact, yes, just saw on the live stream, those of you watching will have seen Neil Bainton put his thumb up to say thanks, mate, to Peter Hartley, the square leg umpire. And as we look at Hartley, the square leg umpire, you can see the shadows from the floodlights all around him. Just shows that, what's the phrase, the artificial light is taking over. Next ball wide of the off peg and goes through to keeper Cox in a white floppy sun hat, as is Jack Hames at second slip. Well, benefits with the floppy sun hat on a scorching hot day in that it saves the back of your neck getting burnt, but not entirely sure what the benefits are on a day like this.
Always wears it, Cox. Always, when he's standing back.
Lyndon James on 11 stands tall and then clips this gently down to long leg for another single. 168 for 4. Notts lead by 9. Going to do an update for Radio Nottingham for whatever reasons. Not able to do one at 6 o'clock tonight, so we're doing one about 10 to. So you'll suddenly hear me burst into report mode in just a second. It's a chilly day. I've had my side of the commentary box, the window wide open all day. Frank's huddled in behind the glass, but with a good view. 168 for 4. Next ball is a bouncer which Mullaney ducks underneath. Well bowled Adam Finch, although 5 runs did come from the over. He's 9 overs, 1 for 41.
Yeah, good over apart from the no ball, I think. Bit of hostility. Just pulled his length back in this spell since tee and bowled with a bit of pace. That was a good bounce to that last one. Mullaney played it well, but it was a well directed. I think he's done pretty well, Finch, in this spell. 9 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 41 overall. Similar figures, Barnard, 9 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 42. We haven't seen much of Charlie Morris. 7 overs, 3 maidens, no wicket for 18, and Dylan Pennington, the other wicket taker. 11 overs, no maidens, 1 for 57. Here's Ed Barnard from the Radcliffe Road end. Bowls to Lyndon James, who pushes defensively up to mid-on. Fielded there by Pennington, who's back on the field. So the substitute fielder, Pat Brown, has left the field. 168 for 4 the total. Lyndon James on a watchful 12.
10 to 6, and we've potentially still got another hour's cricket left. 16 overs.
Yeah. Slow over rate all day, really. Barnard again bowls. James pushes out on the onside. D'Oliveira fields at mid wicket. Last men out since tee. Duckett for 50 and Clark for 18.
I'm going to just put it out there that I don't think we'll finish tonight. Not as I said earlier. Oh, well, there is that update. Well, I was just speculating on commentary, Verity, whether we will get all the play in tonight. We've still got 16 overs to go. That generally takes round about an hour. It's been gloomy all day. The floodlights have been on for much of it. You just feel it's still getting darker and darker, even though the lights are on. And sometimes the umpires decide that natural light is no more and take them off. Nottinghamshire, really good day, particularly Dane Patterson. Career best figures with the ball for the South African. 8 for 52 as Worcestershire were bundled out for 159. A lot came to see Stuart Broad. He did pick up the first wicket of the day, but then Patterson took over, and since then Nottinghamshire have just eased themselves into a slender lead. Half centuries from Hamid and Duckett. They both fell a couple of balls after reaching that landmark, and currently Notts with an overall lead of 9. They're 168 for 4.
And Ed Barnard continuing, 2 balls left in his 10th over, moving away from us. Right arm over the wicket, number 30 on his back. He bowls a full swing delivery, which James drives at. It doesn't really time it, to be fair. It slides away off the face of the bat, square of the wicket. He was aiming it much straighter than that, but he got enough on it to pick up 2 runs as it went between Libby at backward point and Baker at extra cover. So James moves on to 14 and the total to 170 for 4 and the lead to 11. And Barnard now has figures of 1 for 44.
Should say the crowd has probably halved, Frank.
Yeah.
Now since tea.
Yeah. Since Duckett was out. Here's Barnard in again. Oh, that's good delivery. Good leave actually by James. Just did a little bit off the pitch, but wide enough to start with to leave alone. Taken by Cox. End of the over. Finch peels off his sweater. He's keen to get going. I think Worcestershire just reckon, as you say, Dave, that the light might intervene. They just reckon they can nick a couple more out tonight, I think. And if they do, it'll be a whole lot happier in that Worcestershire dressing room than it will be if they don't.
And with the light, you wonder also, I mean, I'm just talking about the night watchman, you might even think or consider we're not going to get through to the end, and if a wicket goes down, perhaps push the big man out the door. We'll see. 170 for 4. Notts closing in on a first batting point. If they can get to 200 tonight, well, clearly we'll stay out there for a wee while. As it struck Stephen Mullaney, and wherever it struck him, it hurt. Maybe the inside of
thigh, I reckon so. Yeah.
170
on
for
a
4.
day like this as well, they really hurt. Oh, they hurt. They don't hurt as much as that one that Ben Cox got right in the box, but you find a lot of batsmen walk around throughout most of the summer, with various different colours of bruise on the inside of their thigh. if they're top order batsmen. They did some wear those shorts now that have a sort of built-in pad, but
that's it. We've all been in dressing rooms, haven't we? And that's a good one, mate. Who did that? As
that's
Mullany
a great shot.
Helps this on to the onside. There is protection out there, though. The formidable Libby, the Plymouth-born Cornishman, fires it into the balls. Into the gloves of Cox. Fires the ball.
That was earlier.
Into the gloves of Cox.
Yeah. 171 for 4.
Yes, he's been instrumental, Ben Cox, in all 4 dismissals, 3 catches, and of course he dived forward to take Libby's throw and then athletically threw himself onto the stumps to run out Ben Slater, the first wicket to go down. Really good work. As Finch bowls, Lyndon James drives through the offside, and D'Oliveira makes a diving stop this time. Earlier one went underneath him, and Frank quite rightly said that's just so uncharacteristic. He's such a good fielder, D'Oliveira. 171 for 4.
Azhar Ali going from extra cover just to give him the little hand, the low 5. It's nice when they do that, I think. Just reminding each other we're all in this together, backing you up. Well done, Skip. You might have missed the other one, but well done. Keep each other going. You need to stick together when you've had a day like Worcestershire have had, I think. Got to be a unit.
James has 14. It's Finch to bowl to him. 2 young gunners making their way in the game. Lyndon James, fresh from a maiden century last week at Durham, pushes this to Azhar Ali. If I remember rightly, Azhar Ali was the first Test dismissal of Nottinghamshire's Jake Ball in a Test at Lords, whatever it was, 5 or 6 years ago now. And it's one of those, something that Jake had never experienced before, because he appealed for LBW, up went the finger, maiden Test wicket at Lords on his debut, and obviously celebrated, and everybody came and all the rest of it, as Finch is in and Lyndon James pushes it into the offside. Barnard feels no run, and then the batsman did the old review thing, and anyway, to cut a long story short, after they'd all looked at the replays and everything, he was still out, and I asked him, did that sort of take it away? Did that lessen the experience of your first Test wicket? He said, no, I was able to celebrate twice.
Yeah. It is a modern a factor of the modern game,
a bit like the old VAR in football, isn't it? As this is clipped to mid-on. I mean, it just seems to spoil the moment. The goal for the scorer and the supporters. Yeah, and you've got to wait, and
no run there. As that one's clipped up to mid-on. End of the over from Finch. 10 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 42, and. Well, they've put the brakes on since tea, I think, Worcestershire. Let's say that. At tea it was 98 for 2, and Duckett raced on to that 50, and it was 144 for 3 in the 51st over when that wicket went down. So in the 51st over, 51, sorry, they added for that 3rd wicket. But since then, it's been tight.
I should say Finch is done, given the number of players that's just come across and shook his hand and patted him on the back and said, well done.
Just asked for a drink as well. Here comes Barnard from the Radcliffe Road end, bowls, and is driven straight down the ground by Mullany. Bottom-handed sort of punch through mid-on. Not going to go all the way. They get 2. Bit full from Barnard, but yeah, I think he's done. We might see a bit of Morris, and we might see Baker.
There's another fielder down here, because it was Finch. He slipped over. I just sort of half caught it on the live stream, and they looked, or 1 or 2 players looked back towards him just to check he was okay. But it seemed as if he had a right bit of a whoopsie there.
Bit of a grin as he walks back, as he passes Ed Barnard. 173 for 4. Mullany goes to 3. And Barnard in again to him, bowls now, and he lets that go outside the off stump. Good delivery. He nods, as they do sometimes, the batter, to say well bowled, but I knew where it was going, and it was just wide of off stump. He lifted his hands clear, and through it goes. Yep, it's a bit gloomy, as it has been all day. The lights are showing really brightly now, and Dave and I both questioning slightly whether we'll get the remaining 13 overs left after this. Barnard is in, bowls. That one takes Mullaney on the pad.
Surely going over.
Surely going over, and surely going down, I think, as well. But umpire Hartley, himself a bowler, once not responding to this. And it wasn't. It was kind of 60% appeal, wasn't it? Really,
Yeah.
They didn't really believe it. I don't think. Just keep the airways clear and have a shout.
Is he the one they called Daisy, Peter Hartley, back in
I
the
think
day?
he is.
Yeah. Some
Yeah.
days he did, and some days he didn't.
Yeah. Play for Yorkshire and Hampshire. I think.
Yeah.
Barnard bowls. Mullaney's forward, pushes it out on the onside. Fielded by D'Oliveira. 173 for 4. Eventful day here. 14 wickets have fallen. Worcestershire inserted. 159 all out. Dane Patterson 8 for 52. Top scorer Jack Haynes 37. And Notts 173 for 4, leading by 14 in reply as Barnard comes in and bowls, and that's 4. Mullaney overpitched, off stump, driven through the covers. Baker's in pursuit, it'll just beat him to the rope. And yeah, it's just one of those where he would have hit that for 4 if the score was 9 for 9 or 1,000 for none. It was just a sort of, it's just a stimulus response thing for a batsman. You bowl him a half volley like that, he hits it for 4.
Yep.
Straight, easy, eased, no risk whatsoever. Mullaney goes to 7. 177 for 4. And I'll just complete this over and dash off to do my last update of the day. As Barnard comes in now, last ball of the over, bowls, and Mullaney is forward, defends up to mid-on, no run, 177 for 4.
So Notts lead by 18. There are 13 overs left if we get them all in. Both sides over 8 showing as -1 right now. So there is going to be a bowling change. It's going to be Ed Barnard. I beg your pardon. So Barnard's finished. Is over, and at the far end, the pavilion end, it is Finch who's finished his spell. And it's Charlie Morris coming back into the attack. Morris impressive early on. 7 overs, 3 maidens, none for 18. He was 6 overs, none for 6. So had a bit of tap his last over. Lyndon James is the batsman. Tall, upright right-hander. Pleasing push into the covers. Azhar Ali does the fielding. Zeroes the ball back into the gloves of Cox, and there's no run. 14 wickets then down on day 1 so far. He says, well aware that there's still time if we stay out there for plenty more to go down. Comes Morris, bowls. Lyndon James just helps it on the onside, takes a single. Handful of Centurions up and down the country. Nick Gubbins for Hampshire with a ton. Matt Renshaw for Somerset. Daniel Bell Drummond of Kent. Next ball is edged and caught, and Mullaney's gone. Haynes with the catch at second slip. And Charlie Morris has a wicket, and Stephen Mullaney has fallen for another single figure score out for 7. And it's 178 for 5. Mullaney caught Haynes. It was almost waist height, maybe just below waist height, but comfortable straight in as he stood there with hands lowered. Bowler Charlie Morris out for 7. Mullaney batted for 22 minutes, faced 14 balls, hit 1-4, and it's 178 for 5. So pegging away here, Worcestershire. Another centurion today, just reached the landmark. Jamie Smith of Surrey has gone to 3 figures. So Notts haven't switched the order as yet because Tom Moores is coming to the crease. Got a duck last week at Durham, so I'll be looking to turn that around and make a contribution, but above all else, crease occupation until the close tonight. Two first-class hundreds for Tom Moores. So Morris amongst the wickets. Been shared about. Finch, Pennington, Barnard and now Morris have run out as well. Third slip has gone in for the new man, and this goes through to the wicket keeper. So Stephen Mullaney back in the hutch. Started with a magnificent 192 at Hove. Made 44 and 8 against Glamorgan, 5 last week up at Durham, and out for 7 today. Moores on strike, pushes this. Out into the offside, no run. Notts lead is 19. Square leg is being pushed out onto the fence here. Not sure Tom Moores is going to take it on, but let's have a look. Instead he clips it to mid-on and there's no run. Remains 178 for 5 at the end of a successful over for Charlie Morris. Worcestershire have been looking for the right combination all day, and the right combination is to send Frank out of the room, and then straight away a wicket goes down.
Don't you just love a wicket when you're mid-update, Dave? As well, that's what happens, isn't it? Always. But it was a good, it was a useful wicket. Good player, Steve Mullaney, and Morris just found the edge, and a nice catch by Jack Haynes at second slip. We've talked about this on air before, Dave. You'll be aware of it, but a lot of people aren't. But you know, Worcestershire this season have found themselves requiring an entirely new slip cordon, and it's quite a thing really, as Barnard comes in and bowls to Lyndon James, who pushes out on the offside. You know, they lost Darryl Mitchell, who's just been there since
forever,
since Graham Hick retired. He's been at second slip, and Ricky Vessels, of course, was the regular first slip, and Ed Barnard's been in and out. Ross Whiteley, though, would often be in there. So you suddenly, Worcestershire had to find new catchers, and Jack Haynes has gone in there, caught one splendid one against Sussex last week, and held on to that one nicely. Barnard is in again, and again James is forward. But it's just one of those things that you don't always appreciate that a team has to do, and they have to work on it very, very hard. And it's a completely new sort of slip setup in there for Worcestershire this year. Pollock's gone in at first, and Haynes at second. Here's Barnard in again to bowl to James. Bowls and he beats him. Good one outside the off stump. He's reaching for that one. Just went away, settled into a bit of a rhythm here, Ed Barnard.
Spend hours practicing it as well with the coaches,
Oh,
don't they?
absolutely. I mean, we talked about it. I talked about it to Alex Gidman after the last game and said it was pleasing to see these young lads taking their catches. And he said, well, I'm pleased for them simply because of that, because they work so hard at it. And it's cold. I always think on a day like this, taking any slip catch is good. Barnard in, bowls, nicely driven by Lyndon James. He's timed that well. Just a push, really timed it beautifully. Back past the bowler on the onside of the stumps. And he goes to 19 off 41 balls. He's been patient. The whole tempo of the game has changed since Duckett was out, really. He flew along right from the start of his innings. But since he went, it's looked a bit harder. And the Worcester bowlers have improved their lengths. And they've got back into it a little bit. Still trail by 23. 182 for 5. As Barnard is in and bowls, and another one is caught at second slip by Jack Haynes, and that was a good catch because Lyndon James was turned round and he was looking to play that on the leg side, and because of that I think Jack Haynes at second slip would have been unsighted, and it went pretty quickly, and he's taken the catch. So that's a very, very good catch by Jack Haynes. 2 in successive overs for him. Ed Barnard's got his second wicket. Lyndon James has gone for 19. And Worcestershire continuing to fight their way back into this game, or hang in there, should we say. 159 all out earlier today. And Notts now 182 for 6.
Yeah, you were singing his praises a moment or two ago, and that was a fine catch, much more difficult than the previous one. He was obviously still on a little bit of a high, you'd imagine, from the previous one, which went quickly to him, but at a good height. That one he had to move to his left, get both hands to it, and really did nicely. Lyndon James has gone. Another left-hander on his way to the middle now, Liam Patterson White, coming out to join Tom Moore. So 2 batsmen right at the start of their innings here, and Worcestershire they'll be greedy now, won't they? They've picked up 2 in consecutive overs. They'll be saying, "Come on, let's have another, another."
Yeah, they will definitely. They've got 6 down now, and they've not. What's the lead? 23. They're not racing away, and Ed Barnard's slipping into a nice little bit of a rhythm. Yeah, it was a good catch. He caught an absolute ripper last week against Sussex. Diving low to his left, inches off the ground, and I said to him, that was a really good catch, and he said sometimes they just stick. But I suppose every one you take as a youngster, you get a little bit more confident, and he's turning him. I've always thought it's the coolest thing, isn't it? Barry Richards open the batting, bat in the top order, stand at slip, have a chat to the keeper. None of this charging around and sliding and stuff like that. Anyway, he waits now as Barnard comes in again. And bowls, and forward comes Patterson White, pushing out into the covers. End of a successful over from Ed Barnard, who was expensive early on today, but has now taken 2 for 54 from his 12 overs, and it's 182 for 6. Notts leading by 23, and Charlie Morris with his tail up. I wonder if Tom Moores will play a sort of pugnacious, typical Tom Moores innings at this stage with 11 overs left in the day.
No, I don't think so. No,
I think he'll just try and hang around.
He's far more restrained in this form of the game than A, he used to be, and B, than he is in white ball cricket. But talking about Haynes, I think he's going to spend the season in the slips now, having started off so well. Here is Morse dropping this on the leg side, so he's up and running. First of the 2 left-handers to get off the mark. Liam Patterson White down to this end at numbers 22 and 23 out there in the middle. Moores has 2 first-class hundreds. Liam Patterson White has 1, and curiously they both made their debut hundreds away against Somerset at Taunton in different years. Moores 2018 and Liam last year. 183 for 6 as Morris comes in from the pavilion end, and Liam Patterson White shoulders arms, lets it go through. Certainly not changed his flannels, because he's the Nottinghamshire ball polisher, and you can see that smear of red down his left leg where he was working hard on the ball this morning. Pollock at first slip. Man of the moment, Jack Haynes to his left at second, and then Ed Barnard at third will be encouraged by his 2 wickets. Next ball is played down with soft hands by Patterson White, square of the wicket on the offside. 10 overs remain after this one. Don't know if it was you or Samet about 20 minutes ago said how bright the car lights were.
Yeah.
Not really seen any break in the cloud cover all day, not the merest hint of any blue sky. I think if you've been watching it since 11 o'clock this morning, well, I hope you were wrapped up warm, as this is pushed back to the bowler, and Charlie Morris instead lobs it down this end towards the keeper, but it's intercepted by Haynes. 16 wickets in the day. There was a time where that would automatically bring in a pitch inspector.
Pitch inspector, yeah.
He's on his way from Lords. We do have match referees. The match referee for this one is Peter Such, the off spinner. He played with Notts for a while, and Leicestershire and Essex, and of course played for England. Next ball is going over the shoulder of Liam Patterson White's bat. Decent bounce and carry from Charlie Morris.
I often mention Peter Such, Dave, when I'm talking about, and I don't mean this in any way disrespectfully. He was a very, very fine bowler, no question about that. And I think a highly respected spin bowling coach as well.
Yes.
But I often say that when you look at how fielding's improved, players such as Peter Such, Bob Willis, even Angus Fraser, those sort of players who were not great movers in the field, they'd struggle these days.
3 for 6. Next ball is driven by Patterson White to mid-off. There's no run.
They'd struggle these days, wouldn't they? Because however good a bowler you are or a batsman, you've got to be able to do the work in the field, the slides and the throws and the running and diving. And
Tufnell, Devon.
Yeah. There's a few, and as I say, I don't mean it disrespectfully. Fine players in their time, but I suppose if it's all about eras, isn't it? You grow up and you learn as you go along, don't you?
Yeah. Andrew says the rate this match is going, you can't rule out it finishing tomorrow. Cricket's a strange game. Any leads that Notts get could be enough.
Yeah, well, it's certainly anything up round about sort of 100 would be highly significant, wouldn't it?
But it
depends on the weather. A bit of sunshine tomorrow, it might flatten out a bit, but Worcester would really, really be hoping they get another 1 or 2 tonight. Here's Barnard coming into Baltimore's bouncer, which he sometimes does, Ed Barnard. He's not quick, but just slips it in. A bit of a surprise factor to see if he can catch a batsman out, and he doesn't on this occasion. Tom Moores just leans inside it and allows it to go harmlessly over his shoulder through to Ben Cox. 183 for 6 score remains. You can get in touch if you've got any comments on today's play, on our coverage, or on anything else. Ben Stokes being named as England captain. Is Barnard in? Bowls! Oh, that's a good lead by Moores. That one angled across him and went a little bit off the pitch. Probably went over the stumps in the end, but through to Cox. On Twitter, Dave Bracegirdle is at Brace Cricket, BRACE Cricket, and I'm at Frank Watson 58 on Twitter. Always interested to hear your views. I think Worcestershire supporters will have been a bit dejected about an hour ago, but they might have a little bit more of a hope now as Barnard comes in and bowls, and Moores is forward, steers this down on the offside. Libby Fields backward point, deep gully, and throws into Cox, who gives the ball to Haynes. He's the official Worcestershire team polisher, wraps the ball in the lower part of his sweater and gives it a really good polish, and then throws it up to Pennington at mid-off, who returns to the bowler. 183 for 6, and here is Barnard again to the left-handed Moores. He's in, he bowls, and Moores is forward. pushes out on the onside. Baker comes in to do the fielding from mid-wicket. Give you the rolling figures if you're just joining us in this innings. Morris 9 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 20. Pennington 11 overs, no maidens, 1 for 57. Finch 10 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 42. Baker bowled just 1 over before tea. No maidens, no wicket for 5. Did have a catch dropped, although it's a very sharp one at first slip. And Barnard, who's in his 13th over, 2 for 54 so far, is in now and bowls, and Moores drives on the offside. It's a good diving stop by D'Oliveira at extra cover, otherwise that was on the way to the boundary. They go through for a single. Takes the score on to 184 for 6. Patterson White on strike for the first time against Barnard.
Matches starting to finish around the country. In Division 1, Essex and Northants have closed for the day. Northants 233 for 7. Luke Proctor's 60 not out at the close at Headingley. Kent 270 for 6. Again, they finished for the day. Century for Daniel Bell Drummond in that one.
Barnard round the wicket again to the left-handed Patterson White, who is forward, pushing up to mid-on. Fielded there by Finch. End of the over from Barnard. 13 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 55. And it's 184 for 6. Moores is on 2 and he's on strike now. And Morris will continue from the pavilion end.
And down the A52 at the county ground, Derby. Derbyshire 282 for 5 on the first day against Glamorgan. Century there for Brooke Guest.
Right. Interesting. I'm interested by Derbyshire this year, partly because of Mickey Arthur's arrival, and he just wondering about the impact, like a football manager taking over a team and changing their fortunes with the same players. Got Mickey Arthur's gone in at Derby, not exactly the same players, but many of them, and appears at this stage to have just changed their mentality a little bit.
Here's Charlie Morris from the pavilion end, bowls to Tom Moores, who mistimes a drive really, nothing more than a fairly gentle push up to mid-off to the skipper. Getting there, 8 overs to go after this one. I must admit, had my doubts half an hour, 45 minutes ago, whether we'd be still playing at this time, but we are. Lott's lead is 25. Openers put 70 on. Morris bowls a bouncer, very short. 1 for the over, says Neil Bainton. I suppose Notts were in their peak in this innings at 161 for 3 just before Joe Clark got out. They were just in front and only 3 wickets down, but Clark, Mullaney and James have all perished since. There's Morris in, and Tom Moores just happy to defend and try and get to the close. He's on 2 from 12 balls faced. Liam Patterson White has faced 7 deliveries and he's not yet off the mark. Stuart Broad actually listed to come in next. Luke Fletcher and Dane Patterson. 184 for 6. So Notts down to numbers 7 and 8 already. Next ball round the wicket. Moores eases it into the offside and there's no run. Stuart Broad not a lot of cricket, no cricket since the Ashes tour, since that finished. And Luke Fletcher and Dane Patterson to bring up the rear. So if Worcestershire could break this partnership this evening, I'll have high hopes of bowling Notts out for under 220 certainly, as this goes through to the keeper.
Yeah, they've dragged themselves back into it, haven't they, to some extent? I mean, 144 for 2 with Duckett flying. We were all just saying, and theirs is 50. It's come off just 37 balls, etc. 144 for 2. It looked very different when you think that 4 have gone down for 40 runs since that wicket. Good effort by the Worcestershire. Fairly inexperienced attack.
Norris in, bowls, push into the offside, a cry of yes, and he's out, he's got to be out, he
Great
is.
throw from
Liam
Josh
Patterson-White's
Baker.
run out.
Oh, Josh Baker, brilliant throw. Hit the stumps. Cox wasn't there, he had to hit. And that is a fantastic bonus wicket for Worcestershire, the second run out of the innings. Why would you give a run out at this point?
It's a push and run really from Tom Moores, but far too close for the fielder, Liam Patterson-White. Guess you can always say no, but he responded to the call, but he maybe lost a second or two getting out of the starting blocks, and by the time he got here, yes, it needed a direct hit from
Josh
cover
Baker.
Region, and he threw down the stump. I was just trying to work out whether it was covers or mid-wicket, but of course it was the left-hander that pushed it and threw down the stumps.
Josh Baker, a great bit of fielding, really was, and I have every sympathy with Patterson-White, because I think when a batsman pushes one into the covers like that, you can't see the line of the fielders and the gap, and you just think, yeah, there's a one there, and he called him through. It was always tight, you know. I think we were both kind of holding our breath, and Baker picked it up cleanly, and well, super throw. I mean, absolutely super throw, knocked the stumps out, and Worcester right back in it. 184 for 7, and it is Stuart Broad coming out. So, well, they'll be hoping they can get another one tonight, I would think. And interesting watching Stuart Broad in recent years, isn't it, with his batting? I wonder whether he will possibly just be a little bit more aggressive than the last pair have been. They've just gone into their shells a bit, haven't they, in the last half an hour or so, really? And maybe, to be fair, Worcestershire have bowled fewer loose deliveries. But cracking bit of fielding by Josh Baker. Ran away celebrating as though he'd scored a goal. And I know all these fans and followers at Ashwood Bank Cricket Club, where he started, didn't play for them anymore, plays for Kenilworth Wardens of the Birmingham League now, but there'll be a few watching that and listening in who'll be over the moon for young Josh Baker. Cracking bit of fielding.
It's easy with hindsight, but I just fancied he was going to hit the stumps there.
Yeah, interesting. Anyway, Ed Barnard starts a new over round the wicket from the Radcliffe Road end, bowling to Tom Moores, who just needs to clear his head now. Tom Moores lets that go outside the off stump. He'll be annoyed with himself. I mean, he's experienced enough to not let it really worry him, but it'll just be a little downer in his mind, won't it, that he's brought about that run out, and he just will not want to make any more mistakes.
Might get a
tonight.
big no from the other end.
Yes, it might be a bit different. 7 overs left in the day. 2 slips wait as Barnard comes in to bowl to Tom Moores. He bowls, and that's a good leave by Moores. Not missed the off stump by much, I don't think, that one, judging by the reaction of those behind the stumps. So it's been an eventful day. Worcestershire put into bat 159 all out. Dane Patterson, career best 8 for 52. And Notts 70 without loss. Lost a couple of wickets, cruising along at 144 for 2. And now 184 for 7. As Worcestershire have clawed their way back. Here's Barnard round the wicket, bowls 2 Moores, who's very solidly forward. Turns that on the onside. I reckon there was a single there, but with Stuart Broad showing some interest from non-strikers end, Moores thought, no, not going to do it again. No, he shouted as Finch came in from mid-on.
Nigel King says there was never a run there. It was a hospital pass. That's the run out he's talking about.
Fair enough, Nigel. Good description. Great bit of fielding, though, to be fair.
Yes,
184 for 7. Barnard round the wicket to the left-handed Moores. Bowls, and again Moores leaves outside the off-stump. And again Barnard, at the end of his follow-through, raises an arm in the air as if to say, "Ooh, that was a good leave. It didn't miss by much." Good contest. Pennington loosening up at mid-off. Liable to come into the attack shortly, I think, to replace Morris, very possibly, at the pavilion end. Gloomy, floodlights on. Not many spectators left in the ground, certainly at the far end of the ground, as still 7 overs left in the day, and Ed Barnard 2 balls left in this one. His 14th. He's in, he bowls, and Moores just pushes it out on the offside. Fielded by the captain, D'Oliveira, at extra cover.
From the feeling of being bowled out for 159, I suspect Worcestershire supporters might be thinking, crikey, an Ed Pollock cameo in the second innings, and
well,
it can be nicely set here.
Yeah, you never know, do you? They're not feeling as bad as they were about an hour and a half ago anyway, I think. Here's Barnard round the wicket. He's in, he bowls. Oh, and another good lead by Moores. So he knows where his off stump is, you can say that for him. End of a very good over from Ed Barnard. 14 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 55. His figures, and it's 184 for 7. 7 left in the day.
Yeah, it was 3 overs, none for 27 or something of that ilk, wasn't he, at the start? So he's dragged it back, picked up a couple of wickets. Joe Clark and Lyndon James, 2 of the Nottinghamshire engine room there in the middle order. 184 for 7. Notts can't eke out a lead of 3 figures, and you'd say that's very, very unlikely now. Lead of 25 with only 3 wickets left. You suspect they've lost their way a little bit, having bowled Worcestershire out for 159, but it has been a fine comeback from Worcestershire. Next ball is driven by Broad, and that's is that the first ball he's faced?
Yeah.
Yes.
So he hasn't played much cricket.
Well, he hasn't played any cricket, has he?
What a great shot.
Extra
What
cover
a
drive for
great
4.
shot. Absolutely brilliant
When
shot.
did the Ashes finish? February? 188 January, maybe.
That's as good a shot as anybody's played all day, isn't it? Dear, dear, dear. Just leant into it on the up. Flashed through the covers.
No good if it's 4 and out, though.
Wow. Good shot.
Good shot. 188 for 7. The lead is 29. Broad going along at a strike rate of 400. Hello, Charlie. I'm gunning for you. Here comes Charlie Morris to bowl again to Stuart Broad, who works this away on the leg side. He's obviously got some new stickers on that back, Frank. Sorry, because
when you've reached your status in the game is the status of a Stuart Broad, then you've got the right almost to play however you want to, haven't you? Really,
I suppose so.
You really have. I mean, I'm not saying he's not playing for the team, but he just do whatever.
Well, it was there to hit.
He feels like.
It was there to hit, to be fair.
Yeah, it's a great shot. It's a great shot.
You can see the reflection of the floodlights glinting off those new stickers. Next ball is pushed back to the bowler. 188 for 7. Notts need 12 for a batting point. Probably need 112 to have made the most of the situation they'd got themselves into in the first half of the day, but as I said, that's highly, highly unlikely. Here comes Morris again. Bowls banged in short. Broad lets it go through to the keeper. Worcestershire were bowled out in exactly 41 overs. And we're in the 47th of this innings. Lost a couple, of course, for the changeover. So we've got 6 left after this one. It looks increasingly likely that we'll get them all in.
Yeah. It's no worse now than it was 20 minutes ago.
No. 188 for 7. 2 balls left in this.
Somebody spoke in the cordon, perhaps, or somebody moved. It's funny, I don't mind the late ones when we're away, because you're only going back to a hotel anyway, and it sort of shortens the night.
Yeah.
When you're at home,
yeah,
I'd quite like to get home. Yeah.
We'll try again with this one. Morris has given the ball a thoroughly good wipe. And now he comes from the pavilion end. Bowls to Stuart Broad, who pushes into the offside. There's no run. 188 for 7. Nottinghamshire having lost Slater run out for 24. Hamid 53. Duckett 50. Clark 18. Mullaney for 7. Lyndon James for 19. And very recently, Liam Patterson and White run out for 0. Bit of a feeling he's had a couple of fairly indifferent LBW decisions this season, Liam Patterson-White, so he's not having the best of luck with the bat. As Broad has a huge waft at this one, gets nothing on it, and that's the end of the over. And I think Charlie Morris thought about giving a bit of a glare down to Broad, but thought better of it.
Nah, don't bother.
End of the over, 188 for 7 as the pigeons start to come in on the edge of the square. They'll be pecking away at Steve Burke's fresh grass seed over there.
Ed Pollock recognising a kindred spirit, though, I reckon, when he saw that one from Stuart Broad. There was a similar shot to the one that Pollock played against Broad this morning, wasn't it? Pennington's coming back from the Radcliffe Road end. Worcestershire's quickest bowler, I think, probably. And he's going to have a little burst before the close. What will he have? He'll have 3 overs, probably, if we get them all in. 6 left in the day, 188 for 7. Dylan Pennington, another Shropshire boy. He'll bowl over the wicket, I think. No, he won't. He's going to start round the wicket to Tom Moores. Both left-handers, of course. Lots of left-handers in this Notts team. Very high number of left-handers.
There was one more last week with James Pattinson in. There were 5 last week.
Worcestershire
4 this time.
Worcestershire got hardly any on the snuff. It's odd how it goes. Here's Pennington in. Anyway, bowls to Moores, who plays on the back foot nicely. Pushes out to Libby, coming in from extra cover. I mean, looking at today's team, I think I'm right in saying Pollock was the only one. Yeah. And it was the same last year. Very few. 188 for 7. Broad on 4, the non-striker. Moores has faced 22 balls for his 2. That'll teach me to say that will he play his usual pugnacious style, but he does. No. He does throw the bat in white ball cricket, doesn't he? Here goes Pennington in, bowls very solidly, pushing back up the pitch. The Notts keeper. So earlier today, if you're just joining us, I suppose people are just joining us, getting in from work, tuning in perhaps for the first time on the way home or whatever it might be. Notts winning the toss, choosing to bowl. And Worcestershire, well, pretty much in trouble from the start. They lost their first wicket in the 6th over when Libby was out for 15. And although they went along at a fairly healthy scoring rate, I'll just break off as Pennington bowls to Moores, who drives on the offside, doesn't time it. Fielded by Libby, no run. Wickets tumbled fairly regularly through the morning. Pollock out for 31, Azhar Ali for 6, Brett D'Oliveira for 6 and Ed Barnard for 8. At lunch it was 114 for 5 with Jack Haynes the standout batsman. He was unbeaten at the interval on 33, and Dane Patterson had already picked up 4 wickets. He then picked up the next 4 in fairly quick succession after lunch. I'll just break off again as Pennington bowls to Moores, who plays defensively, no run. So after lunch, Cox out for 2, Haynes for 37, the top score, Baker for 12, Morris for 1 and Pennington for 18. Finch left 9 not out. Career best figures of 15 overs, 6 maidens, 8 for 52 for the excellent Dane Patterson, and well backed up by Luke Fletcher, who finally picked up a wicket, got the last one of the innings and punched the air in gratitude. 15 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 50, and those figures probably don't really do him justice. 159 all out Worcestershire. Pennington once more is in, bowls, Moores drives, gets an inside edge to this one, down into the ground, pops up on the offside, no run. And in reply then, Nottinghamshire, I beg your pardon, started very well. Worcestershire's early bowling was, with the exception of Morris, a little bit wayward. Ben Slater then inexplicably run out for 24, not his fault, really just a mix-up with Hamid as he came back for a 3rd, and the throw from Jake Libby came in, and an athletic piece of wicket-keeping by Ben Cox saw Slater diving but unable to make his ground. That was 70 for 1, 93 for 2 when Hamid was caught behind off Finch for 53 just before tea. Pennington in, bowls to Moores, who blocks it again. Tea, it was 98 for 2. And Ben Duckett was in great form. End of the over, 188 for 7. I'll just finish off my little summary. Duckett playing very, very fluently. Reached 50 off 37 balls with 8 fours. But he went shortly afterwards, caught behind by Cox off Pennington. And since then, the Worcestershire bowlers have regained some control. And we've seen Clark go for 18, Mullaney for 7, James for 19. And Patterson-White run out. Brilliant direct hit throw from Josh Baker at mid-wicket. So 184 for 7 when that wicket went down. Now it's 188 for 7. Stuart Broad and Tom Moores at the crease and 5 overs left in the day.
First of them to be bowled by Charlie Morris to Stuart Broad. Bowls hits this back past the bowler. They'll take a single. He's got to get a hurry on. And a bit of work there. Is that the field, the skipper fielding at the far end?
Yeah.
He was almost having what's the phrase? Sixpence one way and half a bob the other, because he threw it and it was close to the non-striker's end, but had enough pace on it to come all the way down and was close to this end, but he didn't hit.
He just had to get a little scamper on Stuart Broad.
He did.
There. He hit it and he thought, well, it's an easy one, and but Brett Dolliver was quick over the ground.
So the lead is 30. 189 for 7. Knots require 11 for a batting point. 70 without loss. You would have imagined that it would have eased to several batting points, but not looking likely now, as this is pushed up to mid-off and there's no run. Biggest stand of the day by quite some distance, the opening partnership between Ben Slater and Asiba Mead. All pushed into the offside, well, beg your pardon, into the leg side by, it was the offside, wasn't it, by Hamid, and came back for 3 and didn't get there. Moores defends this one. There's no run. Azhar Ali rushing in to do the fielding. Squad number 79. No idea about the significance of that, whether it's one he has had with him throughout his career, or just a random one he's been allocated at New Road. 189 for 7. Moores has 2. Again, can't get this away. Pushes it back to the bowler, who does a little bit of keepy-uppy before throwing it to Josh Baker to give the ball a bit of a wipe and a polish. 189 for 7. Broad has 5. Moores has 2. This partnership worth 5. 4 of them one thumping shot through the offside by Stuart Broad from the first ball he faced. Couple of catches in the innings to Jack Haynes. He's at second slip. Oh, there's a lead from Moores. And good judgment, I think it's classified as. All fairly close to the top of those green bales, blue stumps and green bales as usual, all the sponsors' logo. A reminder, those of you watching the live stream, I'll tell you after this ball, but if you continue watching the stream afterwards, as this is run away with soft hands by Moores down to third man for 4, and some little shot by Moores and very useful runs. Takes the lead to 34. He's on to 6. And that's a 193 for 7 at the close of play today. If you just carry on watching the live stream for a moment, well, until you will get Aaron out there on the outfield with the first reaction of the day's play. He'll pick up when we finish here on commentary and be able to bring you the interviews straight away, and no real surprise that Dane Patterson, the man of the day, will be talking to Aaron. So if those of you that are watching on the live stream want to hear Dane Patterson at close of play, just his thoughts on a career best performance, 8 for 52, Dane Patterson will be on the live stream just about 5 minutes after we finish commentary.
Dylan Pennington has tried to start this over twice, but Stuart Broad's making him wait.
Well, he was waiting for me to finish that sentence, wasn't he?
He was, I think. He was certainly looking up in your direction. He waits now as Pennington comes in round the wicket to him. He bowls short one, and he's hit him actually on the shoulder or the helmet. It doesn't surprise me that he banged one in at him, because there is a feeling, I think, that Broad is uncomfortable against the short ball since that injury he had a while ago. He's just telling the umpire, actually, look, I just got it there on the splice. Actually, I'll have a run, please. And he got a single, but he was in a tangle.
If it had been helmet, they'd have been waving on the physio to check him out.
Yeah, exactly. I thought it hit his shoulder actually, and he was in a bit of a tangle. But there you go. He's got a run. He goes to 6, 194 for 7. Moores has 6, and one thing's for sure, there weren't many complaints from Stuart Broad about people bowling short at him, because he's not that kind of guy. If you give it out, you've got to take it. 194 for 7. Pennington round the wicket to the left-handed Moores. Fuller left alone. Judgment's been really good, Tom Moores. He's left it as well as anybody today. It's been all about, on this sort of pitch and ball doing a bit, it's all about leaving if you can. And Worcestershire batsmen didn't do it that well. Haynes probably as well as anybody, but Moores, Slater and Hamid did it well. But Moores has been excellent in his judgment so far. Pennington is in, bowls to him, throws the hands at that one. That's 4. Can't bowl wide on these sort of pitches. Just a free gift, really. And Moores, however circumspect he's been, and he's faced 35 balls, or 34 balls for his 10, but given that room, just threw his hands through it, and 4 gimmies really. So successive, well, 2 boundaries in successive overs for Tom Moores, and Notts now just 2 runs away from that first batting point. Dylan Pennington to continue, bowls to Moores, and he gets more runs, and there will be that first batting point. It's 4 more, less certain this time, pushing forward an outside edge, and it races down to that fairly short third man boundary. So the 200 is up for Notts, 202 for 7. They lead by 43 runs, and the first batting point is secured.
In the match.
In the match, indeed, yeah. And Tom Moores has his third boundary in fairly quick time. 14 off 35 balls. He was on, I think, 6 off about 30. So raced along. It just shows you what can happen. 2 of them down to third man. 1 that flashing drive. Pennington in again, looking to straighten his line up a little bit. Comes in, does so, but just outside off stump. Good carry through to Ben Cox. Been a good pitch this, I think. People will say when they looked this morning, it was green. Let's be honest, but it was a good toss to win, and Patterson exploited it superbly. But all through the day, batsmen have played their shots with confidence, and lots of carry through to the keepers. Cracking pitch to be a wicket keeper on. I think you've got a good seam attack, and they've picked up 7 between them, haven't they, Cox and Moores? Pennington in, bowls, and Moores gets a single, and he'll probably keep the strike. I think. No, is he going to come back with 2? No, hesitates. We've had 2 run outs. I don't want another one. Bakerfield's end of the over. Moores does keep the strike. He goes to 16 off 37 balls. 204 for 7. 3 overs left in the day.
We're getting there. Just 18 legal deliveries, or a maximum of 18 legal deliveries, although we might not get it. The umpires again having a chat, and we're going off. So 203 for 7, and for the first time this season, Notts are going to lose some time to the weather. They've not had to go off at all for rain or light in the first 3 matches they've played, but might not mind this one so much, with Tom Moores 15 not out, Stuart Broad 6 not out, so an overall lead of 44 for Nottinghamshire.
Is it worse than it was 10 minutes ago?
They'll go through the rigmarole, Frank, of telling us that we'll keep an eye on it, and etc. but I think that is going to be it, and I'm not entirely sure. They are taking meter readings. I'm a little surprised they've not done that before. We've not seen them take any
no, nor me.
Any readings, but that seems to be it. The spectators that were left in the ground are just, I think they've been caught unawares a little bit. They're all just grabbing their picnic hampers and their coats and everything else, and that's going to be it for the day. 203 for 7. Fortunately, Frank has just read through the scorecard from both sides, so there seems to be a little else to add to the overall picture. What I will reiterate and repeat is that Aaron, I can see, is already down on the outfield, and Dane Patterson is going to come and chat to him about his career best 8 for 52. That'll be in about 5 minutes, so if you just carry on watching the live stream, and you'll be able to watch those interviews. The ground staff actually are already out there watering the edge of the square, so I think that very much is it from Trent Bridge. Very much enjoyed your company, folks. Thanks again to the camera crew that are out there we always say it in all weathers. Sometimes it's absolutely boiling, sometimes it's drizzly. Today it's been pretty cold, but I hope you've enjoyed the coverage the best that we've been able to provide for you today. Many thanks to Samit Patel for his insight, for his wit, his company. Same with Kevin Howells, will be back with us tomorrow. And well, that's pretty much it from me. I'll just leave it to Frank to sum up, and I think from both of us, I think thanks to everybody that's taken the trouble to get in touch as well.
Yeah, thanks, Dave. Yeah, well, to sum up, not today, I think. A lead of 44 might not seem much, but with 3 wickets still in hand on this pitch, it's a sizable advantage. Worcestershire, I think, be very pleased that they've dragged themselves back into it, because at one stage it looked a bit bleak for them. But a wonderful performance this morning from Dane Patterson with his 8 for 52 is what will most stay with the memory after this first day here at Trent Bridge. Thanks for being with us, and do join us again tomorrow morning from around about 10:55.
So our thanks to Frank, Dave, and of course Samit, and Frank and Dave will be back with us tomorrow. So with 3 overs left in the day, the umpires have called it for bad light. Nottinghamshire do lead by 44 runs. We will be speaking to Dane Patterson very shortly, but let's just talk through the day whilst we wait for Dane to come out. Notts finished the day on 203 for 7, a crucial point, quite literally a crucial point there, getting over the 200 mark and getting 4 points from the day. It's been, well, what a day, to be honest. 17 wickets in the day. It's been a dark, gloomy, quite cold day here at Trent Bridge, and that obviously alludes to a bowling day. Very favourable conditions for the bowlers, and this morning Notts took full advantage of that, and obviously Dane Patterson was the star in that, and hence why we will be speaking to him very shortly indeed. 8 wickets for Dane, and it's actually been 12 years since the last Notts player got 8 wickets. A certain Stuart Broad 12 years ago was the last, and Dane has joined him in that now. So Worcester all out for 159 in just 41 overs. It was a very good day for Notts with the bowl, but you have to give credit to Worcester. They've fought back this afternoon, and obviously they will be looking for those 3 wickets tomorrow morning. As I say, Dane Patterson will join us very shortly, so do stick with us and we'll hear from Dane very soon. I am now joined by Dane Patterson, and as you can see, he's resting his microphone close to his chest. I'm going to be very honest with you, mate. I wasn't expecting to be talking to you whilst you're in your whites. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, we were waiting. We had Fletcher in the stable, so
exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, just kind of sum up that day, really. It's been 17 wickets in the day. It's just been one of those kind of bowler-friendly days, would you say?
Yeah, I guess it's been bowler-friendly days, but I think we're taking,
203?
3 for 7.
Correct.
Yeah, with 40-on run lead.
44.
44. Yeah, we'll take that. Especially with conditions today. I mean, I reckon with it being overcast and stuff all day, being a bit of cold. And so, yeah, just got to do what you have to do.
Very true, very true. For you personally, career best figures. First of all, congratulations on that. An amazing watch, really. When you got that ball first off, did you expect to? Did it kind of feel that it was a day to get wickets? Was you kind of pumped up to really take advantage of the conditions?
To be honest, Mal actually told me. Mal spoke to me the ball before, and he just said I need to go down to fine leg, and then was working my way up to fine leg after the over, and he's like, "You bowling?" So I was like, "What?" So I was like, "Okay," and yeah, I guess I got one in the right area, and to be fair, it was a good ball, but yeah, that was good.
I mean, wicket first ball, and then if we look after lunch, third ball after lunch, it's impacts, isn't it, that really make a difference, especially maybe after lunch when the batters are obviously trying to get back in. It's really a great time to kind of strike at that point, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, me and Fletcher spoke. It's not always nice bowling after lunch because the food is so good here at Trent Bridge. So I had a bit of lasagna sitting.
Oh, very
sitting
nice,
here.
very nice. Any garlic bread?
Yes, garlic bread.
Of course.
Nice. But yeah, I think you just have to get past that first ball, and then I think today I was just hitting the right lengths. Maybe just went for a few that I didn't like in that spell. But I mean, we're always learning. You can't always have the perfect spell. I mean, could be bowling like a jet and pick up no wickets, and so yeah, that's the game.
So at the end of their first innings, I imagine the mood in the camp was very buoyant. Obviously, everybody, around you saying congratulations to you. Do you feel that was a good score to get them out for, or was it just the?
Yeah, I think, to be honest, to be critical, actually, I think we could have maybe started well, leaked a bit of too few boundaries, but I think we were at that stage where we just wanted to bring it back, and I think. It helped. I think putting in a cover, and that just helped us bowl the straighter lines, and I think it did a few from there. So yeah.
I mean, when we talk about kind of like the run rate, it's been like over 4 at the moment. It's 4.06. So does that kind of show you that on that pitch, if you bowl in the wrong areas, you can put the ball away? So there's still runs in it.
Yeah, I mean, we were saying up there it's quite a good wicket because I mean, if you bowl well, you get your rewards. If you bowl badly, you go for runs. So I mean, it's a good cricket wicket. I don't think it's a bad wicket. So yeah, if you get stuck in there, I think you should be scoring a couple of runs, so yeah, it's a good wicket. And
just finally on yourself, like I say, career best figures for you. What did the lads and the coaching staff say to you when you came off the pitch? Because you got a nice round of applause from the crowd as well, didn't you?
Yeah, the lads were happy, saying I bowled well, and obviously the coaches also said I bowled well. It's not often we take 8 wickets. I think I'll be taking that figures to my grave, I think.
12 years since the last Nottinghamshire bowler got 8 wickets,
yeah,
and that was a certain Stuart Broad.
Yeah, I think I read something on Twitter, something about that. So that's like crazy.
Put your name in Notts history.
Yeah, that's good. I'm actually happy that I took a 5 at Trent Bridge, my first. So maybe we can work on there. Maybe Mick has something to do with that.
I'm sure there's a few more in the locker for you as well this season.
Yeah.
But congratulations, mate. I mean, we might see you. Well, we will see you out there at some stage, won't we? So a few runs to add to your 8 wickets.
Yeah, hopefully.
Okay.
Hopefully.
Well, thank you very much, mate.
Right.
Well done again. All right. Thanks
Have
for
a good
joining us.
evening.
Okay. Cheers, mate. Thank you very much. Dane Patterson there. Career best figures, 8 wickets for Dane. And like I say, it's been an absolute, a crazy day, to be honest. 17 wickets today. A couple of run-outs in there as well. It's been a dark, gloomy day, like I say, a perfect day for bowlers, and really both sides, you could say, have taken advantage of that. But at the end of play on day 1, Nottinghamshire do finish the day on 203 for 7. It is a lead of 44. They'll look to try and eke that out to a little bit, definitely over 50, and if they can get closer to 100, then obviously they'll be very pleased with that. But thank you very much for joining us here on day 1, and we look forward to seeing you on day 2. But thank you very much, and enjoy the rest of your evening.